if you don't do by Anheuser-Busch, Mothers Against Drunk Driving, Uber, Birmingham Budweiser, and the next round, Anheuser-Busch, St. Louis, Missouri.
Final segment brought to you by our friends at Cowan Equipment. Brownie, tell us about Cowan Equipment, and I'll read you one of the poll questions we have out there.
If you, Jimmy Dunaway, are having trouble finding that new plastic on-the-seat piece of equipment, you aren't alone. And the good news is you can get help from our friends at Cowan Equipment Company. Check out their rental fleet hit list for a wide range of well-maintained equipment from their rental fleet, and now it's for sale. Cowan.com/featured used equipment or 800-239-COWAN. That's Cowan.com/featured used equipment or 800-239-COWAN for more information.
One of the many questions we have out there, with every dollar you have, you must bet on either an SEC team or non-SEC team to win the college football national title. Who you got? 96.3% of you so far say an SEC team. Overwhelming 3.7% say Ohio State could win it.
I just think more people are looking at I get two, and I'm going to trust those two. And Ohio State scares me a little bit, but if I got to put the money down, I'm going to go with where I get two.
That was interesting today. So too was it talking to John Talty, Wimp Sanderson, and Bryant Vincent. All that stuff is podcasted for you at Next Round Live. Next Round Live. Also, the morning rounds back after a little bit of a hiatus for 3 weeks.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, there were a couple along the way. A couple of Fridays when I was in the studio, I did it. Can't do them on the road. So
yeah, it's tough.
Yeah, so I knocked them out again today. You get some top reads there. The folks at Saturday Down South are doing some interesting things. Top 25 players in the SEC, top 25 coaches, ranking the top 25 coaches in the country. That kind of stuff from Connor O'Gara and Matt Hayes. You can get links to that this morning in the morning rounds.
Did any of them jump Kirby? I haven't looked. Kirby in front of Dabo Swinney?
You know, I didn't look either
because Dabo obviously has been.
It's in the top reads, but I didn't read that one, bro.
I was going to blow right past that one. Don't want to jump on you for that. For years, though, it used to be really, really easy. You would go Nick Saban number one. Dabo Swinney is the only other one to win championships number two. But now that you've got Kirby winning a recent championship, I just wondered if anybody jumped Kirby in front of Dabo. And with Dabo falling off, he had 10 wins last year.
Top 5 from Matt Hayes at Saturday Down South. Number 5, Brian Kelly.
Okay.
Number 4, Ryan Day.
Okay.
Number 3, Dabo Swinney.
Number 2, Kirby Smart.
Number 2, Nick Saban. Number 1, Kirby Smart from Matt Hayes.
Again, he's doing the old, if I were starting a program today or a snapshot on 1 year or whatever.
Fight amongst yourselves about the moment Smart versus the resume Saban. I'm taking the moment in a sport that screams, what have you done for me lately?
All right. I'm not gonna jump on Matt Hayes for that. Kirby just won the national championship. He and Nick Saban last year had the best model going. I will say head-to-head, they
split games last year.
They split in the head-to-head. Kirby won the more important of the two, no doubt.
Yeah. I would imagine that if you're an Alabama fan, you could cut and paste that story out from Matt Hayes and make him eat a little bit crow later on this year, maybe.
Matt also likes to spice it up a little bit. I'm not going to, the talk radio thing to do would be say how crazy this is.
It's not crazy.
But I'm not going to say it's crazy at all. It's a guy that just won the national championship, and he beat Nick Saban to do it. Now, I think most people will tell you he probably beat one of Nick Saban's least talented national championship teams, but it was still in the national championship game.
Brian Kelly at 5 ahead of Lincoln Riley at 6 is surprising. He has Jimbo 7, Luke Fickell at 8, Cristobal 9, Whittingham 10.
Well, that's a little high for Cristobal in my opinion.
Yeah. Lowest rated guy who I think is a pretty good coach. Mike Gundy 21.
Ooh,
is that low?
That is low. The guy just coached for the Big 12 championship.
Yeah. So interesting list from Matt Hayes, Saturday Down South right there. I like him. He does a really good job. I wouldn't have Kirby ahead of Nick, though. I wouldn't do that. All right. Thanks to everybody who showed up here at the studio today.
All you getting paid to be here. Good job.
In the world?
I've learned very quickly. You know what we need in the break room? A bushwhacker machine.
Would that ever get out of hand, Rocky?
What we call these is called a Wednesday live show. That's what this is called.
Well, I did think about it. I have done 6 road shows and 4 studio shows in my last 10 shows.
Yeah.
It's good.
Spread out over 3 weeks.
It's good to be first time in your career. Back in a moment. No, back tomorrow. God bless you. God bless America.
Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, and Rockstar. Live from the Birmingham Racecourse Casino Studios, the next round, presented by Bud Light, is on now.
We've got live NFL football tonight, and we play baseball in a cornfield. That's a couple of the headlines. A lot of college football we'll get to. Our friend Matt Mosley joins us from out in Dallas. Buster Olney with us at the end of the show today in the final hour. Rockstar's got our 4 downs. We are live now on a Thursday. Jim Dunaway and Ryan Brown here in our Birmingham Racecourse Casino Studios in Birmingham. Lance Taylor, one more ride at the Flora-Bama, where he's down there still. And this is a room. We got to get to this right off the bat before we get to our sports headlines and stuff we want to get to. This is a room we were told about while we were down there. I never made it in there. You and Brown, LT, toured it. It is a state-of-the-art, it's a mind-boggling thing that they've done down there. Explain to the viewers what they're seeing. Here's actually a tour of it away from just the set that LT is on. What do they call the room?
It's called a Berg system. It's the Flora-Bama liquor room. It's really it's a great concept. I've been going to bars, 35 years. I've never seen anything like this. So the liquor line runs to the bars. All liquor is poured through the gun. So the gun you see the bartender shoot. The thing is, it's all controlled. So you get the 1.5 ounces, and there's no way you can go over. So it eliminates any overpours and other losses. So they're saving literally hundreds of thousands of dollars using a machine like this. It's been in place for over 10 years here at the Flora-Bama, but I guess they finally opened it up where actually patrons can walk by and see in it. And it's just a bunch of handles of everything. And it's premium liquor. I mean, I'm looking around, I'm looking at Maker's Mark, Patron. I mean, everything is on this. And what's cool about it is you can see the liquor going down on busy nights. And they say during mullet toss, they have to actually keep a couple of guys in here manually because the liquor goes so fast.
Yeah, they're changing it out. The liquor, if you're watching us, you can see over Lance's right shoulder there. They're changing that out almost constantly during mullet toss. That's how much they're selling, which is incredible.
And these are half gallons. I mean, and there's – I should have asked Steve how many there are in here. I'm guessing 200, 250 half gallons.
It's an amazing room. You can see it from the outside. Now, obviously, it's behind lock and key, but you could see it from the outside if you're just there at the Flora-Bama up near the main room where we were. You can walk past and look in there and see it. But it's a pretty incredible setup. I'm not quite as experienced in my tavern visits as Lance, but I've never seen anything quite like that.
Taylor and Lunsford like a little additional content today. Could you do a funnel out of one of those bottles at some point during the show?
Hey, here's another sidebar. This is amazing. So I don't know if you can see up behind me, but there is a camera in here, and it's 24-hour surveillance.
Right.
And they've never turned the camera off until today to run our feed. The irony of sticking me in a liquor room with no camera for the first time ever in the history of Flora-Bama.
Where's the juice?
That's an early scene in a movie. Like, okay, guys, we never turn the camera off. We've got to turn it off for these few hours.
This is where the heist happens in Casino.
That's right. Yeah.
We're gonna come back to.
Are you guys a little impressed the last couple of days that I sound good, right?
Yeah, I am so impressed, Lance, that you have shown up on time and you sound great.
Yeah, way to go. Why? Do you think we thought you would miss a show or a segment or an hour?
I think you guys on Tuesday were betting against me.
On Tuesday.
Well, you make it sound like when I'm on the trip with you, I'm somehow corralling you in and making you go to room, and I'm checking your room for curfew, like I'm your coach, your position coach on a road trip.
I'm not saying that at all, but I think your thought process was, well, without us here, he might stay out a little later. Yeah. And it's been the opposite. I've actually gone in earlier.
Yeah.
Wow.
But see, there's been very little. You didn't have to hang out with us in the afternoon where we throttled down any entertainment you had in the afternoon. So you've been able to have a few cocktails in the afternoon without having to babysit Brown and me. So you've been able to charge harder during the day. if this was a heist-like movie, we'd come back from one commercial break. You'd be roped to the chair, duct tape over the mouth, and all those bottles would be gone.
Yes.
It would be a great scene. All right, let's get to some of the headlines that are out there. Do you guys like Bruce Feldman's freak list every year? There's 100 of them on the list at The Athletic today, and Bruce Feldman has it out. You can go get the read at our top reads at nextroundlive.com. I've got some of them here that have local connections, and I just want to wow you guys with some of the stuff that gets you onto the freak list. The highest rated local player is Owen Popo of Auburn. He's number 8 on the freak list. Let me just give you a little bit of Owen Popo. Bench presses 435 pounds, but you got that muscle and 4.32 speed. That's freakish.
That is freakish.
His nickname at Auburn, literally the Freak.
The Freak. Bench pressing 435. I don't even know how to ask the question. I don't know a ton about weightlifting. What's a normal bench press? I mean, what's a good bench press?
Well,
For me,
I
probably
mean,
120.
the NFL Combine, it's reps of 225, how many you can do, 225. But, I mean, I would say for the normal college linebacker, these guys are probably throwing up 325 to 350.
Okay.
Maybe.
Wow.
Yeah, probably 325.
But again, the NFL, how many reps you can do on 225 at the combine.
Right.
Okay,
I'm going to assume he'll do a lot.
Number 10 on the list, Chris Braswell of Alabama, the linebacker. LT, he squats 705, but what is amazing with that, his vertical is 38.5.
What is the height of Braswell?
I think
I'm trying to just put this together. I mean, is this a guy that can take a dime off the top of the backboard?
I think he's 6'1", but the 38.5 vertical gets you number 10 on this list.
Yeah.
I mean, that gets up there, doesn't it? That's out there.
Oh, yeah. I mean, that's NBA-like.
Tyler Harrell is on this list at 43. He's there for speed.
Right. What's his speed?
4.19.
Get out of town.
On a stopwatch. The laser, his fastest laser, has been a 4.24.
Oof.
Well, a 4.19 would break the all-time combine record.
It would.
I'll believe it when I see it. I'm sure he's got, blow off the top speed, but these times seem to get exaggerated. Would you guys agree with that?
No, they do. Laser time, I put a lot more stock in the stopwatch time, obviously. But Lance, from everybody I've talked to or everybody I've heard about him, they say he's faster than Jamison Williams, which Jamison Williams was the fastest guy I saw in college football last year, it appeared. And everybody says this guy's faster. So I don't know, man. If he's a 4.25 guy with the accuracy of Bryce Young and his ability to hit the deep ball, that could be one of the most lethal deep combinations we've ever seen in college football.
Yeah, we want to make sure, though, that he can catch the football. Nobody talks about his hands. I really have no idea. Well, I don't know if you guys remember Ronaldo Nehemiah, who played for the 49ers.
Yes.
He got behind every defender, but he couldn't catch.
Willie Gault, same way. Great great speed at wide receiver, world-class runner.
Well,
speaking of speed, Sterling Thomas, cornerback UAB's on the freak list. He is the 100-meter record holder in high school in Alabama, or at least the state champ. I don't know if he's the record holder. 10.4 speed on the 100-meter there from Sterling at cornerback. Brian Branch is on there. Just let this sink in. Brian Branch recorded speed running with the GPS monitors, 22.3 miles per hour.
Well, I mean, it became a popular question last year. Why is Malachi Moore not playing more? This guy, I mean, we thought he was Minkah Fitzpatrick as a freshman, and there were times Malachi Moore looked like Minkah Fitzpatrick as a freshman. The reason he's not playing more is Brian Branch is that good. I mean, he's one of the best defenders in the conference, and Malachi Moore, I think, is probably still a really good player. Alabama was using him on special teams last year. It's not like they've given up on him, but he just can't beat out Brian Branch, Lance. I mean, that guy can play.
And that's football speed. I think the first time we talked about a guy getting gunned on the GPS was Bo Nix last year. Remember, Kirby Smart was talking about before the Georgia game that how fast the game speed that Bo Nix had. And I forgot exactly what he was on the gun.
Dwayne McBride, running back of UAB's on the list, 93 out of 100. Squats 550, 345 on the bench, and 4.5 speed for Dwayne McBride, which is why you've seen the long runs happen. Big, bulky guy who also can take it to the house. But number one on the list, and then we'll move on, is it Mazzy or Mazie Smith of Michigan, defensive tackle, M-A-Z-I. I'm going to go with Mazzy or Mazie. 22 reps on the bench press, LT, of 325 pounds, 100 more pounds than you get at the combine. 22 reps on that. His vertical, now let me tell you his weight first. His weight is 337 pounds. So now picture a defensive tackle, 337 pounds. His vertical is 33 inches.
Yeah, that's a freak.
So he can bench basically 100 pounds more than what the NFL wants you to do.
With 22 reps.
Yeah, and
which is way more than the average.
Yeah, and has that type of vertical. I mean, this list is made for the combine is what this is. I mean, that guy, he'll show out at the combine with those numbers.
And then the shuttle number, which for a 337-pound defensive tackle, a 4.41 shuttle. Do you know how agile that guy is at 337 pounds?
Pretty
to
incredible.
Do a 4.41 shuttle run?
Yeah.
That's an amazing speed. You can see all 100 of the amazing athletes at The Athletic. A quick link at nextroundlive.com from our friend Bruce Feldman. Always an amazing list that he puts out. Some injury news from camp and a lot more after LT tells us about our friends at Gutter Cap. Hey, it's about to be that time of year. You know, football's coming around, and LT, that also means the leaves eventually will change colors and fall off those trees and clog up the gutters unless you have Gutter Cap.
Yeah, my man Chris Stewart, 823-2212. It's a patented aluminum cover system. It fits over most existing gutters, keeping out debris. Eliminate that gutter cleaning forever. It's backed with a lifetime warranty, almost a 20-year service record in Birmingham. Stay off the dangerous ladder forever. 45% off the retail price. GutterCapBirmingham.com. Cap Adult Snap at 205-823-2212.
Okay, response at Next Round Live on Twitter. Dave wrote in last night. LT, are you and Suttles doing Bama and Bourbon this season? Because if we start losing players to injuries again, I'll need some bourbon recommendations. We are doing Bama and Bourbon again this year, and that comes off the news that JoJo Earl has a Jones fracture and will be out 6 to 8 weeks. This is that time of year you don't want to lose anybody, and JoJo Earl was a contributor.
Yeah, I think a lot of people felt that this was going to be a breakout year. There was a lot of expectation last year and was really good as a return specialist. He's going to be out 6 to 8 weeks. Nick Saban said hopefully back by October 1st, and those are two back-to-back pivotal games. I mean, if you're looking for a loss, and I know people will mix in Tennessee, but at Arkansas and then the very next week, that A&M game that everybody's got circled, you hope if you're an Alabama fan that Earl can be back for those games.
And he was contributing last year, Brownie, until he got injured last year.
Well, again, I've pointed out with him, and Lance touched on this, you know, as a freshman, when you're asked to return kicks, that shows an immense amount of trust by Nick Saban and those coaches to put a freshman back there. It shows you a couple things. Number one, how much they trust his decision-making, and number two, how explosive and elusive he can be. That's a guy, I mean, on a very talented skills roster, they've chosen this guy to return kicks. And boy, you hate it for JoJo Earl. 2 years now, and he's going to lose half a season in 1 year and half a season in the next. He's not even going to have a full season in his first 2 years of Alabama, and that's unfortunate because I thought this guy. I saw video of him in his high school state championship game at Jerry World, and I remember coming on the show saying, "I have seen 3 minutes of video of this guy, but he was incredible in those 3 minutes of video." And we just have not been able to see him reach his potential because of injury so far. It's very unfortunate. And you hope this is it for him because, unfortunately, a lot of times you see this with guys. One injury leads to another, leads to another, leads to another, and they just never get a career out of it.
I don't expect everyone to know what a Jones fracture is. I did not know what it is. It is damage to your pinky toe, usually caused by running or working out, stressing it that way that limits the blood flow to the toe. The best way to rehab it is resting, but sometimes with elite athletes like JoJo Earl, you get surgery. Takes months of rest without the surgery. 6 to 8 weeks tells me, they didn't announce this, tells me he likely had the procedure done to make sure the toe is 100% functioning well. So that is what's moving next for Alabama. Full padded workout yesterday, but JoJo Earle's injury happened a couple of days ago. We'll do our 40 and 40 later in the show. It is number 11 Baylor today. We're 16 days away from the start of the college football season. But tonight we've got NFL football.
Tonight we've got the potential to extend one of the most, at the same time, meaningless and amazing stats in football.
And that is involving the...
Oh, I know what it is.
Lance knows.
The Baltimore Ravens.
The Baltimore Ravens.
Okay,
they
here we go.
They are looking for their 21st, Lance, consecutive preseason win, which at the same time is meaningless and pretty amazing, to be honest with you.
It's beyond amazing, and I'm one of those, stubborn guys that continues to try to fade Baltimore.
Well, eventually you'll be right, I think.
Yeah, and I mean, one day I'm going to be right, but I think it's almost a source of pride for the organization now. I don't know why, but it seems like that because watching them, late in the game in fourth quarters, I mean, they really get after it. They're minus 3.5 tonight against the Titans. More than likely, I'll be playing the Titans. We'll see, though. It's just crazy that you can win that many preseason games in a row.
Yeah, I mean, 20 in a row. They're going for win 21 against the Titans tonight, which, again, I mean, 21 wins in a row in any sport's incredible. In the NFL, it's astounding, but it's also completely meaningless because it's preseason. And, I mean, like, Mac Jones in the offense, the main offensive starters aren't even starting for the Patriots tonight. Our two teams done away play Sunday. There's a lot of talk Tua's not even going to dress for that game.
Yeah.
So, I mean.
I would not expect it to happen. Mac's not playing tonight for New England. Giants in New England on the NFL Network tonight at 6. Tennessee and Baltimore. You can watch it on WHNT in Huntsville. The Nashville, folks in Nashville, local Nashville television. If you're listening and watching us in Chattanooga, local TV in Chattanooga and some other cities throughout Tennessee. I don't think it's in Birmingham. At least it was not on the Titans website. There was a Birmingham affiliate for that.
I can check on that.
Yeah, usually it would be
either 68 or 3340 have carried it in the past. I'll find out.
I always thought they were Falcons, folks. But
68 has been Falcons. 3340 has been Titans in past, but it's gone back and forth. I'll find out.
Okay, so a couple of NFL exhibition games tonight. One other note before we get to a little developing story. The Browns announce, LT, that Deshaun Watson will start Friday night for the Browns in their exhibition game. Now, the only way that keeps him from starting will be if the NFL's appeal is now answered and he is suspended indefinitely. And if that is the case, then they would not start him in that situation. But Deshaun Watson's going to start. Is this sort of a clap back by the Browns at the NFL's appeal here?
Well, maybe that, and it could be the Browns really feeling out what the NFL is going to do about this situation. Make it public that we're going to start Deshaun Watson. People talk about it. The NFL, their hand is forced. The Browns got to figure out their long-term solution. Garoppolo was still one of those guys that they talked about being possibly in the mix. I just think if you're a Browns fan, Jacoby Brissett is a really good too, but he's not a guy that's going to win 10 or 11 games for you.
But if you're the NFL, why rush it just because they start him in a preseason game?
Well, I mean, there's really no rush to this because the person in New Jersey now that is deciding the appeal, there's no more hearings, there's no more filings.
Yeah.
He just has to make a decision on the other person's decision. So there's no more testimony. There's nothing else to do except for him to read over what was said by Susan, the other arbitrator who ruled the 6-game suspension, and then read what the appeal was from the NFL and make a ruling. So it really can be fast-tracked. In fact, most people were expecting it to happen earlier this week.
Yeah.
I will not be shocked if it happens before game time tomorrow.
Yeah, I mean, I've seen a lot of people say the one thing Roger Goodell doesn't want is seeing Deshaun Watson out on the field. I don't know that Goodell cares about that, really. I mean, it's a preseason game, and – I mean, I think everybody assumes this guy's going to be suspended something. Like 6 is the minimum, isn't it?
Yeah, 6 games is what it is.
Yeah, I know that's what it is right now, but I'm saying in the appeal, you don't anticipate them looking at it and saying, 6 was a little too strict. We're going to drop it down to 4.
But I think a 6-game suspension, correct me if I'm wrong, either one of you, he can, the way the suspension is, he can practice and play in preseason and then would miss 6 games without pay.
Yes.
But what the commissioner is looking for is for him to be suspended indefinitely without pay, and he can't work out, he can't be with the team, anything.
Yeah, and I think because he described this as egregious, described it as predatory behavior, For him to already throw that out there and for Deshaun Watson to be on TV tomorrow night and, these alleged victims to be watching, it's not a great look for the NFL if you are going to suspend him for the entire year.
All right. And one more developing story this morning. Tom Brady is not out with the Buccaneers at practice today for personal reasons, non-football reasons. Coach Todd Bowles says he will discuss it after practice, but Ian Rappaport of the NFL Network reporting that it's his understanding he won't be present for a few days. Ian now comes back and says Brady is fine and the team is on board with his reasons for being absent, but it'll be a little bit before he's back with the team.
Yeah. And so
personal reasons, non-football related.
All right. As I just mentioned, Tua doesn't appear to be playing in that game Saturday, so you'd have to assume obviously Brady isn't either. I don't think there were ever any plans for him to. So
I don't think you're going to roll the aging goat out there for an exhibition game.
Yeah, don't risk that one. If you were planning on watching that game Saturday to see Tua or Tom Brady, probably not going to see them.
So if my Bucks beat your Dolphins, it'll likely be Kyle Trask having one hell of a game against whoever your guy is down the line. Do you still have the bearded guy?
The bearded guy?
Yeah, the guy who played for 18 teams.
Ryan Fitzpatrick.
Yeah,
Ryan Fitzpatrick, the old bearded guy? No, he is no longer a Miami Dolphin.
All right. Do you know who's your third string quarterback? Usually it'll come down to third string versus third string. I think mine's Kyle. I think I go Blaine Gabbert and then Kyle Trask. I think that's my quarterback room.
Wow, Blaine Gabbert and Kyle Trask. I mean, Teddy Bridgewater should get the start for Miami if they go with a backup. That's going to be your backup.
Bridgewater versus Gabbert.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
That's right in for that one.
Advantage Bridgewater, though, and that slight advantage him. Got to get to the threes quickly. I think Trask can take your number 3 guy, whoever that is. I'm sure he's out of the USFL. You probably have Jordan Tiamu.
Hey, at last check, 40 USFL guys were in NFL camps.
Hey, did you see
That's
the catch
crazy,
Victor Bolden made?
He had a heck of a year.
They had their scrimmage. The Stallions' Victor Bolden caught a deep pass. I couldn't tell who the quarterback was because it was the All-22 video from high atop the stadium. But they did their scrimmage, offense versus defense, and Bolden beat a guy deep and made a diving catch down around the 12-yard line. It was a remarkable catch. So maybe Bolden catches on with the Cardinals there. All right, that's all. Everything on the headlines there is we're off and rolling today. Part of the show being brought to you by our great friends at Bromberg's. Later on, Matt Mosley at the top of the hour, and Rockstar's got our 4 downs. But if you're looking for a place to get the diamond to pop the question, Bromberg's is the answer.
Yeah, family owned and operated since 1836. Bromberg's has established that solid reputation as a fine purveyor of quality diamonds as well as jewelry, timepieces, and gifts. Bromberg's also has that extensive giftware department to service the registry of brides and grooms in Birmingham. Nothing like giving or getting that silver box. 2 great locations, Mountain Brook and the Summit. You can also shop online today. Go to brombergs.com.
Everything Next Round is on demand now in the podcast section at nextroundlive.com.
Hey, there's nothing worse than waking up to a plumbing problem. Don't get caught in a flooded house. Call the guys at Hemp Hill Services. Adam, Chad, and the team at Hemp Hill are the only ones I trust to fix it and fix it right the first time. Hemp Hill Services does it right and always at a fair price. For all of your plumbing, cooling, and heating needs, trust the name that Birmingham has trusted since 1954. That is Hemp Hill Services. Call now, 205-229-2090. That's 205-229-2090.
Holly Mack Wilson just sold the Johnsons a new home. Not a house, a home. She helped them put a swing in the backyard, helped move the grill to the back patio, and watched as the Johnsons put their great-grandmother's piano in the foyer. A house is a dwelling. A home is a place filled with love and memories. Call Holly Mack Wilson, your Tuscaloosa Keller Williams Realtor, 205-901-9446, or check out our website, hollymackhomes.com, and let Holly Mack Wilson help you find your dream home where you can make your own memories.
Culver's could have only started in Wisconsin. Just ask our team member Marcus.
Let's just say you can't take America's Dairyland out of Culver's. Like the real Wisconsin cheese on our juicy butter burgers, the farm fresh dairy in our fresh frozen custard, even our crispy golden Wisconsin cheese curds. It may sound cheesy, but we love where we come from at Culver's.
Almost as much as we love sharing it with our guests. Welcome to Delicious.
Banking isn't just about your money, it's about you. It's about getting help with what you need when you need it. AmFirst was founded for members just like you, and they've been putting those members first since 1936. Putting you first means services that grow and change with the times to serve you better. Now, every bank has their own app, but that's just it. It's theirs, not yours. The AmFirst app was made for you, so it's easy to pay bills, deposit checks, or transfer money to friends and family from anywhere. You can even customize the app, which means you can personalize your dashboard, create usage alerts, and redeem points for rewards that will make you feel like the number one priority you are. And you can do it all on your own time. So what are you waiting for? Get the app made for you from AmFirst. Visit any AmFirst location or amfirst.org today. That's amfirst.org, America's first federal credit union, federally insured by the NCUA.
What are you waiting for? It's non-stop gaming action at Birmingham Racecourse Casino. Come play more than 900 of the latest and greatest games around, featuring fun bonuses and big jackpots. You can wager and win on horse and greyhound races from all over the world. And try your luck on our popular sports parlay. There are more ways to win at Birmingham Racecourse Casino. Birmingham Racecourse Casino, located off I-459, exit 31, Derby Parkway. Must be 21 or older.
The long hours of summer are great for golf at the Jerry Pate designed Timberline Golf Club. The course is in fantastic condition, and if you don't have time for a round of golf, come use Timberline's TrackMan driving range. You can practice, play games, and play virtual golf all on the practice tee. Come enjoy your day on one of Alabama's top 10 courses you can play. It's Timberline Golf Club. Timberline is easy to get to just off I-65 at exit 228. Book tee times online at timberlinegc.com. Tee it up at Timberline. There's nothing I like more than a unique, delicious meal, and that's what you get at Champy's world-famous fried chicken right on Highway 119 in Alabaster. Those great full fried chicken plates, the tenders, the po' boys, but I love the Southern staple chicken on a stick. It's perfect for a tailgate or watching the big game. And then the authentic Mississippi Delta recipe, homemade tamales, the best I've ever tasted. See the whole menu or order online at champyschicken.com. For Blues, Brews, and Bird, it's Champy's Chicken, Highway 119, Alabaster.
The Iron Bowl.
Jordan Hare Stadium behind us that saw a classic Iron Bowl, 24-22. The Crimson Tide holds on and wins in overtime.
The SEC Championship.
It is the SEC Roadshow Saturday morning in Atlanta.
The College Football Playoff.
It's our Cotton Bowl special from Dallas, Texas. We are live now.
The National Championship.
Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown with you up here in Indianapolis. We're at the Playoff Fans Central.
The next round, you'll find us where the big games are played.
It's only week one of a shorter preseason than in years past, but 3 games. This is week one of 3 exhibition games. NFL Network live tonight for the Giants and Patriots. Live on the NFL Network, 2 games tomorrow night, Falcons and Lions.
Be a good game. That's going to be a juggernaut. Scott, you want to watch it together?
Oh, yeah, you and Scott got to have a bet on this.
Like a suffering punishment game.
And then Packers and 49ers. And then on Saturday, it is football all day long on the NFL Network. That's really their big preseason day. They go at noon with the Chiefs and Bears, followed immediately by the Colts and Bills, followed immediately by the Seahawks and Steelers, followed immediately by the Cowboys and Broncos. And then on Sunday, the NFL Network has Vikings and Raiders from Las Vegas, all preseason live games that you can get on the NFL Network. Rockstar, other than being a big Lions fan, is a huge fan of Adam Mestre.
If there's one thing better than the Lions, it's got to be Adam Mestre, right? Of the almost 4,000 agents in the Birmingham area that have recorded a sale in 2022, Adam is in the top 8% of those agents. He is a third-generation realtor born and raised in Birmingham, so he knows the area. You want a guy like Adam to find a house for you. Why rent when you can buy? Buying a home is the largest financial decision you will make, so make sure you are using an agent that you can trust to help walk you through the process. Call Adam Mestre for a free home evaluation at 205-422-0589 or visit mdrealtyllc.com. At MD Realty, we make house calls.
Hey, while we're talking NFL football here, 3 Alabama quarterbacks are starters in the league, and I wanted to ask you, guys, what do they have to do to sort of secure their jobs? We'll start with Tua Tagovailoa, who the new coach in Miami is doing to sort of manage him through the preseason. But LT, I'll go you first, and then Brown, who's a Dolphins fan, to tell us what Tua has to do to secure that job, to sort of put to rest that Tua Tagovailoa is the quarterback. What's a win total? What does this season have to look like for Tua?
Well, I think it is playoffs or bust. I know that might sound a little harsh. He needs to stay healthy for 17 games. There's no excuses. Brian Greer went out, or Chris Greer went out, and got weapons for him. Obviously, Tyreek Hill. You drafted Jalen Waddle last year. You get Chase Edmonds coming in, Raheem Mostert. I mean, you've got weapons now. There's zero excuses. You solidified that offensive line, bringing in Armstead to be your left tackle. So there's no excuses now. It's a difficult division because you've got Buffalo, who you can make an argument is the best team in the NFL. New England is New England. The Jets are going to be improved. But I think it's 10 wins. I think it's staying healthy, and don't turn the football over.
Yeah, I mean, I think there's a lot in there. You're right. I mean, I think you got to show you can manage this team. You got to show that given the weapons, given an offensive coach, you look like an NFL quarterback. Is that 10 wins? Is it 9 wins? Is it 8 wins? I don't know what the win total would be. I think it's probably more of, let's evaluate this. Did he show with all these weapons and with the offensive head coach we went out and got him, taking the step forward? Do we believe this is a guy we can put the franchise future in his hands?
But he said playoff or bust. Do you agree with that?
This season?
Yeah.
I don't know, Lance. I mean, the AFC's really, really tough. I don't know if I would go playoff or bust for Tua. So you're saying if they don't make the playoffs, let's say they're 10-7 in a really, really difficult AFC and miss the playoffs, you think you move on from him if he's looked good?
I should say that. Yeah. Let's just see. I mean, if he plays well in their 10-7 and miss the playoffs, then you know you stick with him. I think it's just going to depend. I mean, I think it's going to be eye test.
I mean, there's no way 11-6 could miss the playoffs, is there? Not in an expanded playoffs.
No way. Yeah. No way. 11-6 can't miss the playoffs.
That's a good record.
But just think about how many good teams are in. I mean, the Bills and Patriots think they'll be there, right?
Yeah. I mean, the Patriots are apparently struggling on offense.
Yeah, it's camp. Bills and Patriots think they'll be there. I don't know about the Patriots. We'd all agree the Bills think they'll be there.
Yes.
You just go to the South. Titans and Colts think they'll be there. Matt Ryan with the Colts, but that Colt roster is really good, and they've been pretty lackluster at quarterback. You go out west. Yeah, I mean, if the Broncos think they're going to be there, there's not a team in the West that doesn't think they'll be in the playoffs. And then you usually throw a team or two from the division with the Steelers, the Ravens, the Bengals, and the Browns into the playoffs. I mean, that's how it can get cluttered pretty quickly. Now, I know math works out to where 11-6 usually gets you in the playoffs, but
we've seen an 11. I think one time in the history of the NFL, back when it was a 16-game schedule. Remember when Tom Brady went down and the Patriots still won 11 games in Matt Castle, and they didn't get to the postseason.
Yeah, that's my point. 11-5 then missed the playoffs.
It did. The Dolphins won the division that year, and it wasn't. First of all, it wasn't a 17-game schedule, and it wasn't an expanded playoff. So, I mean, last year you had a 9-7-1 team get in.
Yeah.
I mean, the Steelers at 9-7-1 got in, so it would be almost impossible in the expanded playoffs for 11-6 to miss.
Yeah.
In fact, 10-7 is hard to miss.
Fan guys like you, Brown. You guys won 8 of your last 9 games last year.
Yeah.
You've added weapons. The roster is better. So if you can go 9-8 last year, I want to see improvement. I want to see 11-6.
No, I think Lance is probably right. 10-7, 11-6 is probably what Tua needs.
In the same division, Mac Jones, and Baby Goat, which is something I would not embrace if I was him.
Absolutely not.
I would not go trademark Baby Goat, and I wouldn't have T-shirts Baby Goat. I wouldn't come up with a Baby Goat logo. But that's what he's being called. Do you feel like Mac Jones is secure at quarterback in New England? For some reason, I have not bought into Mac Jones yet in New England as a longtime starter. Do you feel like he is, LT? And what does Mac Jones have to do to sort of keep people like me from doubting him?
Well, Mac Jones was really good early last year, and a guy that ultimately got New England to the playoffs. Now, once they got there, they lost by 30 to Buffalo. Mac Jones looked the part, and then he hit that rookie wall and just started, tailing off on production. I mean, who can forget the Monday night where he was 2 of 3 for 19 yards in a win?
Some wind situations there.
Yeah, it was weather. But I would. There is the rookie wall, but then there's also a truthful sophomore slump too. When everybody's got tape on you and you've got a whole year of off season. New England's on my schedule. We're going to scout. Here's what Mac does. And I don't know if you noticed this or not. New England doesn't really. I mean, it is Belichick's philosophy. They don't really go out and just surround their quarterbacks with the all-star. I mean, look at who Tua has been given down in Miami, and compare that to who Mac has to deal with. They're still operating in New England, Belichick, and that front office like Tom Brady's still the quarterback. They never gave Tom Brady the best of the best, except that time they gave him Randy Moss. And he had to go out there and make chicken salad. And I don't think Mac Jones, they're going to have to surround him with some better weapons.
With Smith and Henry at tight ends, those were the additions last year. So you've got really good tight ends. You've got, a slew of backs that are always good. But when you look at the receivers, I mean, your starting receivers are Devontae Parker, guy Brown's familiar with, Kendrick Bourne, and Jacoby Myers. I mean, those are your projected 3 starters at wide receiver. This is a wide receiver league as well, with dominant wide receivers. Those guys aren't even close to being in the elite receiver category.
The only time those guys will see a gold jacket is if they tour Canton. Those 3 receivers will never, ever have a bust.
I don't disagree. The problem with Mac Jones is Lance mentioned that Buffalo Monday night game where the wind was awful and he was 2 of 3 passing. After that game, Lance, in the last basically month, 5 weeks of the season, 8 touchdowns, 7 interceptions. That's your concern with Mac Jones. When we talk about him hitting the rookie wall, that was the rookie wall. 8 touchdowns, 7 interceptions. That you got in the playoffs, but that play is losing football right there in the NFL. It's losing football in college, much less the NFL.
And then there's Jalen Hurts. We mentioned it yesterday. Sal Paolantonio of ESPN thinks Jalen will have a better year than Tua Tagovailoa. He did last year. His team was in the playoffs. It seems like the Eagles have bought in with Jalen Hurts. Do you think he's the long-term quarterback in Philly? And if not, what does Jalen have to do to secure that? Lance, you first.
I don't know. Jalen Hurts, another quarterback that ultimately got Philadelphia to the postseason. I'm not sold on Jalen Hurts as a starting quarterback in the NFL. Every time we doubt Jalen Hurts, though, he seems to remove doubt and he plays well. And last year overall, I thought it was just, an average situation. I think he had one really good game against the Saints, maybe. No, it wasn't against the Saints.
Who, last year? Yeah, at Dallas in a loss, he threw for 326, 2 touchdowns, 2 picks. Against Kansas City in a loss, 387, 2 touchdowns, no picks. Those were his over 300-yard passing games. Most of his games, Lance, were less than 200 yards passing.
Yeah, when they won. And there's a 147, a 129, a 103. I mean, that's just not going to get it done. A 214, against Dunaway's Bucks in the postseason. He wasn't good. He threw a couple of picks, 258 yards. Again, he's a great athlete. It's a nice story. But if I'm ranking these guys, Tua, Mac are tough. 1A, 1B, and then I've got to go Jalen Hurts.
Okay, so here's my question. All this to get to this question. In the 2025 NFL season, how many starting quarterbacks from Alabama in the NFL?
In the 2025 season?
Yeah. So
Bryce Young's going to be there.
3.
Yeah.
So you think there'll be 3 total?
So 1 out and then Bryce Young in?
Yeah, I'm going to say Jalen Hurts out. I'm going to say Mac and Tua will still be starting quarterbacks.
So starting or just on a roster?
Starting quarterbacks.
Yeah. I'd say Mac and Tua are still – I'm with Lance. Mac and Tua and Bryce Young are your starters.
I tend to say 1, and it's Bryce Young.
Wow.
Whoa. So you think both – in 2025?
Yeah, so
you think Mac Jones not starting, Tua's not starting?
2023, 2024 season, 2025. That season, Bryce Young's the only Alabama starting quarterback.
Man, that is...
Now, somebody else may cycle in and be another Alabama starting quarterback, but of those 4, I think Bryce is still playing and nobody else is still the starting quarterback.
Yeah, it's a bold prediction right there.
Yeah, and I think the narrative, if that comes true, Dunaway, would be, everybody talks about Mike Leach system quarterbacks, and none of those guys really go on and become starting quarterbacks in the NFL. Then you might get a label that Alabama quarterbacks just have so much talent is why they put up these numbers, and NFL GMs might start to shy away a little bit, if that makes any sense at all. I don't agree with that right now. I thought Tua was, although he had a ton of talent around him, he was a tremendous college quarterback. The same with the 1 year with Mac Jones, and obviously Bryce is Bryce.
Yeah, they were tremendous in college, no doubt about it. Can it happen in the NFL? I don't know. Right now I'm just not blown away by what they are in the NFL.
You're judging. I mean, you're playing against the odds. I mean, say the odds would say one of those three hangs on as a starter. I think that's what the odds would say.
It seems like we're turning quarterbacks over fairly quickly now in the NFL. It seems like we get more and more young quarterbacks starting.
Yeah.
New guys come in, they get their chance to start, and we burn through them pretty quickly and throw out the next guy. By 2025, somebody will have to make a call on some contracts here with these guys.
Oh, no doubt. No, you're absolutely right. I mean, Tua's contract will come first. Well, I guess Hurts technically will. This is the year for him and Tua, essentially. Max got a little more time.
Yeah.
But, wow, that's a bold prediction. I'd go against you. I'm with Lance. I think it's 3, and I would probably cycle out Hurts.
Hey, imagine if it's 4, though. You've got more than 10% of your starting quarterbacks in the NFL, Alabama quarterbacks.
And that'd really be crazy, and Nick Saban would be close to retirement by then. But, boy, what a recruiting nugget. If you had 4 starting quarterbacks, I mean, look how much that helped Lincoln Riley in recruiting.
It looks pretty good right now to have 3 starting quarterbacks going in the year. Part of our show today being brought to you by the University of Montevallo. You've got a great opportunity right now to schedule an in-person tour by going to montevallo.edu. Montevallo.edu is also a great place and location to go and see everything you need to know about the school. You may fall in love with just a beautiful campus. The class sizes, 14-to-1 student to professor ratio. If you're an athlete or just love great sports, NCAA Division II fully funded scholarship sports. You cannot beat the University of Montevallo when it comes to athletics as well. 75 majors, buildings going up, brand new buildings going up every year, and a tuition price point that U.S. News and World Report raves about. In fact, they haven't raised tuition in 5 years. Classes starting right now at Montevallo. You can get more information about your son or daughter going to Montevallo by going to montevallo.edu. Montevallo.edu. When we come back to college football and Matt Mosley at the top of the hour. If you remembered our friend Ian Fitzsimmons at SEC Media Days, he had a comment about Mosley. You think we'll shy away from that with Mosley at the top of the hour? No. We will let him hear it in the 10 o'clock segment coming up right here on the next round.
Follow Rockstar on Twitter at RockstarBHM.
Hey, it's Jim Dunaway. Let me take a second to talk about my friend Greg from Pell City and his company, Storm Restoration Roofing. He's the owner, and it's been locally owned for over 20 years. Insurance companies love Greg, and that's going to benefit you, the customer. Storm Restoration Roofing is A-plus rated with the Better Business Bureau, and they'll give you a free no-cost inspection. No obligation, no cost. 205-542-3531. 542-3531, or look up Greg from Pell City on Facebook. It's Greg Nelson and Storm Restoration Roofing.
When it comes to choosing a dentist, 2 things are critical: trust and comfort. Ryan Brown here from The Next Round. It's why I tell you about Stone Creek Dental Care. Dentist owned and operated, and Stone Creek Dental Care is the Southeast premier provider of comprehensive dental care with more than 20 locations, including Birmingham, Chattanooga, Huntsville, Trussville, and Montgomery. Stone Creek Dental Care is able to provide a level of quality care you will not find anywhere else. From your basic cleaning to restorative dentistry, cosmetics, and endodontics, Stone Creek Dental Care covers a wide and comprehensive range of dental services for patients of any age. Stone Creek Dental Care's mission is to provide the highest quality dental care to every single patient in an environment that exemplifies the highest ethical, personal, compassionate, and professional standards, and to provide the best patient experience possible. Stone Creek Dental Care is currently accepting new patients at all locations, and new patients get a free Chick-fil-A gift card at your first appointment. So visit StoneCreekDentalCare.com to find a location nearest you. StoneCreekDentalCare.com.
This hour of The Next Round is brought to you by Culver's, now featuring the Big Wisconsin Cheese Pub Burger. Stop in the Highway 150 or the Highway 280 location and enjoy one today. That's Culver's. Welcome to Delicious.
By now, you know I love the game of golf and getting on the golf course as much as I can. Ryan Brown here from The Next Round. Simply put, Ballantrae Golf Club in Pelham is one of the best public golf courses I have ever played. It's always in fantastic condition. The people out there are so friendly. They just treat you like family. They're happy you're there. And the pace of play, they keep it moving. Those are all things that are important to me. See them for yourself. 620-GOLF, 620-4653 to make a tee time in Ballantrae. Also improve your game with a professional staff of Hal Brown, Jerry Applegate, Jay Chambers, all great teachers for Ballantrae Golf Club, just off I-65 in Pelham.
IV therapy, B12 injections, cryotherapy, and compression therapy all under one roof. It's our friends at HydroLive. Mention Next Round at checkout. Save 20% off any service. HydroLive's got 3 locations: Homewood, Tuscaloosa, and coming soon to Greystone.
Summer of 2022. It's time to do something new. Ocean City, Maryland. And our friends at Residence Inn by Marriott, Ocean City is ready to welcome you. Kayak from Bayside Beach, swim in the Atlantic, dine at Bayview Bar and Grill, local golf packages, great restaurants, and a lot more. See everything online at residencenoc.com. Check them out on Instagram and Facebook. Do something different this summer. Residence Inn by Marriott, Ocean City, Maryland.
Hey parents, is your son or daughter moving to Tuscaloosa this fall? Tyler Bigby can help. Listen to this former client of Tyler's.
Hello folks, my name is Toby Banks, and Tyler has helped us sell, buy, and sell again while our sons were at Bama. We saved over $84,000 by purchasing a home through Tyler versus paying rent for 7 years.
If you're considering buying or selling, call Tyler Bigby with the Advantage Realty Group, 205-826-6476. Once again, that's 205-826-6476.
Scott Powell, the executive director of the Alabama Head Injury Foundation.
The number of brain injuries in the state has increased every year from the previous year. There are about 4,100 new brain injuries every year in the state of Alabama that require an overnight hospital stay.
If you'd like to help out, please give us that information.
You can head to our website at ahif.org, and we are very thankful for any support that anyone can give.
It's the Alabama Head Injury Foundation from Huntsville to Mobile, wherever you watch us in the state. Great work, Scott. Thanks for being with us.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round. You've heard me for years talk about our friends at Bromberg's Jewelers, and we welcome you to stop by and see that great customer service at the Mountain Brook and Summit locations. But we'd also love for you to check out their new online shop. They've got plenty to choose from. Great gifts, big and small. Available online, they've got David Yurman, Tudor watches, select diamond and gemstone jewelry, William Henry, seasonal and favorite giftware items and baby gifts as well. They've even got an online sale section. For more information, Brombergs.com.
Back with you on the Next Round today, TNR. Don't forget, August 16th. It's next Tuesday night. I don't know if we promoted this enough. Next Tuesday night, we are out there at Walk-Ons in Hoover. Had a chance to talk to our buddy Mike from Walk-Ons in Hoover on my drive back from the Flora-Bama. He asked me 5 questions about the kickoff event.
First down.
That is happening at Walk-Ons in Hoover. How many of the questions do you think I was able to answer, Lance, of the 5 questions? Because I know he called you immediately afterwards.
I have not heard from Mike.
Oh, no.
I did put Brittany from Budweiser in touch with Mike, and I think they've had a conversation. I would say that you could answer August 16th, one of the 5.
I'm a little surprised he went to you.
I was too.
I am too.
Yeah. He's an employee.
So I'm driving back. Well, let's be honest, Rockstar. Of the 10 employees up here, I'm the one that knows very little about what's going on.
Yeah, nobody talks to you about anything.
No. I mean, he's barely an employee.
Yeah. So I'm driving back. And the phone rings, and it's Mike. And Mike's got a cool basketball icon beside his name on my car. I don't know if he does that or what, but boom, it pops up.
All right.
And I'm like, Mike with a basketball icon.
What's up, Big Mike?
Mike Jordan? No, not Mike Jordan. Mike. So it's Mike from Walk-Ons. Mm-hmm. And he's like, hey, Jim, we're hosting your party on August the 16th out here at the Hoover location of Walk-Ons. I have a few questions. I got some Budweiser reps here. And I was like, okay, what do you need? And he's like, question 1, blah, 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 blah. Oh, Mike, man. Lance probably is your guy on that.
Lance, can you make sure Mike has our number? I've texted with Mike before.
Mike's got my number.
I know.
I've
texted with him.
Interesting is Budweiser told me they were going to have this meeting, so they've got my number.
Question number 2. Oh, my God. It sounds good to me, but really, I don't want to make any decisions. Lance is at the Flora-Bama right now. I just left him. I still see the ocean right now, the Gulf. Why don't you give him a call? 3, 4, 5. Couldn't answer any of them. I could have named every item on the menu. I could not answer anything. And I said, call Lance. He's sitting by right now.
Was he speaking Russian? How hard were these questions?
Well, they were just all party questions. I didn't want to be responsible for any of the answers.
You just want to second guess all the answers.
Give me an example of one question.
One question was, they're offering us a chance to get some Walk-Ons Bud Light T-shirts with you guys. Do you want us to do that? I was like, hell, I don't know. I don't know.
Why would we not? So Bud Light's the presenting sponsor.
That's right.
We're doing it at Walk-Ons.
That's right.
And we're celebrating our show.
And it's got our logo on it. How much are we paying for these?
Yeah,
it's a win-win-win-win.
Yeah. That was a hard yes on that one. So easy yes there.
Well, I didn't know if
give me business, man. You never let me down.
No, those T-shirts are free to us with our logo on them and our presenting sponsor. No,
I didn't hear free. I didn't know if it was going to cost anything. I knew we had talked about T-shirts. I didn't know if this was the signals being crossed about T-shirts. But it is a well-planned party next Tuesday night. I just don't know any of the plans. Make sure you join us. 5:30 at Walk-Ons next Tuesday. We're celebrating our 1-year anniversary, but more importantly, it's Kickoff 22 as we get ready for another college football season next Tuesday night. Looking forward to it, Lance, aren't you?
Yeah, it's going to be a lot of fun. I mean, last year I think we were all blown away at how many people actually came out and showed their support. And it's going to be bigger and better this year. And I'm glad we've got Bud Light involved. And our friends from Redmont Vodka are supposed to be there. It's going to be a lot of fun. And by the way, again, the Uber situation, decide to ride, get an Uber there, and Bud Light is going to make sure your Uber is paid for on your way home.
That's unbelievable. That's very nice of Bud Light and our friends at Redmont. Bud Light Next, available for you right now. 0 carbs and 80 calories wherever you buy beer. And our friends at Redmont Vodka will be part of that. Tell us about Redmont, LT.
Yeah, Redmont Vodka, look, it's locally owned and operated. Just a great product, and it's really growing. And available in 20 states right now. Charles Barkley, the ambassador, one of the great faces behind Redmont Vodka. Their aim, clarity, and taste, color, and smell. It's vodka perfection. Redmont Vodka is made from corn, which not only makes it gluten-free, also provides that smooth finish. Doesn't have a harsh aftertaste, 8 times distilled. Stop into your local package store, ABC store, pick up a bottle today of Redmont Vodka.
Nick Saban yesterday, Alabama in pads, talking about why in pads at Alabama practice you'll have 1 versus 1 sometimes, while you'll have best on best. And there's a reason why Nick Saban has always done it that way. Here's the coach.
The challenge of defending Gibbs, how have you helped or seen the defense be helped by defending him in practice?
I think everybody is helped by the quality of players that we have on offense and defense. You know, Patrick Surtain would probably tell you, I covered Henry Ruggs, Jerry Jeudy, Smitty, Jalen Waddle, every day in practice for 3 years. How many guys did I play against in a game that was any better than those guys, based on where they got drafted and all that and how much production they had? So I think, iron sort of sharpens iron at every position. Cam Robinson won the Outland Trophy playing left tackle around here, and the guy playing right end, he won the Nagurski, Jonathan Allen. They practice against each other every day for 3 years. So it helps everybody get better when you have good players.
Yeah, when he starts naming all that off,
it's pretty crazy.
It is crazy to think about how that prepares you for your next job. Everybody goes into, when you're graduating college, you go and do internships at the business you want to go into. At Alabama right now, with the way the roster is, what a great internship to sort of get a taste of the NFL for what you're going to do later on. It's amazing when he starts naming that.
It really is, and I think there's a lot of truth to it. And I think you could say the same thing at Ohio State and Georgia and the elite programs, is you are tested every single day at those places. You're going head-to-head with guys. Those we were talking about those starting quarterbacks, somebody in the chat room, I'd have to dig too far back to see it, brought up Ohio State and gave this stat. I don't know if it's true. I can't verify this. But, hey, how many quarterbacks has Ohio State had that seem great and they've put in the NFL? They've never had a Pro Bowl quarterback. I mean, that could be a true stat. I can't immediately think of one they would have had. A Pro Bowl quarterback?
I can't.
I mean, I can't think of one. When he said that in the chat room, I started digging through my head thinking, who would I think was a Pro Bowl quarterback out of Ohio State? And I can't think of one that would be. But it does seem like they've got great quarterback every year. To our point on the Alabama quarterbacks,
That's right. I mean, the NFL's a different game.
It is a different game.
It's a different game.
Yeah.
Brian Harsin is working with a different roster at Auburn and different expectations this year. But one thing he is convinced, his offensive line has got to be different this year than they were last year for Auburn to take the next step?
I know when I first got here, that group was, again, right? They were always under fire. Okay, everybody's talking about the O-line, and it just is what it is. And so I think we have good players in that group. I think we showed it last year at times. I don't think we're consistent enough, and I think we got to find guys that are going to be able to do that through 4 quarters. That's the biggest thing, because you're playing against some really good guys up front. You play the best defensive lines in the country, all right, in the SEC. So that's a challenge, and that I think physically we're much better than we were a year ago. So that will help. And I think that's one thing about this game. We can talk about, mindset and is a guy tough enough and all that. If you physically can't whoop somebody, it's hard to say that, go out there and have confidence when you can't physically whoop somebody yet. So we needed to physically get ourselves better, and we did that.
Yeah, absolutely. You got to eventually go win a one-on-one battle in the trenches, something Auburn's working on as camp continues on. Padded practices for everybody now. Scrimmages this weekend, 16 days away from football. We'll preview Baylor a little bit later on. Matt Mosley coming up at the top of the hour. The show being brought to you in part by the great folks at Nichols Outfitters, Brownie.
And you can go see that fishing department right now at Nichols. All the brands you love. Ducket Fishing, 13 Fishing, Rapala Lures, True Bass, Shimano, Daiwa, 6 Sense Fishing. It's all you've been asking for now in the new fishing department. Nichols Outfitters, I-65 in Pelham.
Follow Scott Forrester on Twitter at ScottForresterTV.
Let's face it, a home is one of the most powerful assets you can have, and our friends at Mortgage Right want to help you build wealth through home ownership. Mortgage Right is all about providing competitive rates, a variety of loan products, and a multitude of resources for a seamless home buying experience. They treat their borrowers like family and are always looking to bring more happy homeowners under their roof. See more by visiting mortgageright.com/TNR today and start living. That's mortgageright.com/TNR. NMLS 2239, Equal Housing Lender. The long hours of summer are great for golf at the Jerry Pate Design Timberline Golf Club. The course is in fantastic condition, and if you don't have time for a round of golf, come use Timberline's TrackMan driving range. You can practice, play games, and play virtual golf all on the practice tee. Come enjoy your day on one of Alabama's top 10 courses you can play. It's Timberline Golf Club. Timberline is easy to get to just off I-65 at exit 228. Book tee times online at timberlinegc.com. Tee it up at Timberline. Vulcan Tire and Automotive is hiring. If you want to take advantage of joining in with a local growing company in the automotive service industry, this is the opportunity for you. Hiring oil and tire technicians and more experienced mechanics. If you've got the talent and the desire, there is a spot for you at Vulcan Tire and Auto. Stop by one of their 4 locations and the manager on site can walk you through the pay scale, great benefits, and flexible work schedule. Get paid to build your future in the industry. Moody, Trustful, Hoover, and Gardendale, VulcanTireandAuto.com.
This hour of the next round is brought to you by Culver's, now featuring the Big Wisconsin Cheese Pub Burger. Stop in the Highway 150 or the Highway 280 location and enjoy one today. That's Culver's. Welcome to Delicious.
Fire damage to your home or business is something you never want to consider. Ryan Brown here from the next round. But in the horrible event it happens, Dry Tech is here to help. They respond quickly and will reply to you within 20 minutes when you call 205-637-0143. They're working for you, the customer, not the insurance company. They've got 5 crews ready to go 24/7. Don't call the insurance company first. Call Dry Tech. Just remember this website, mydrytech.com. That is mydrytech.com.
Want more of the show? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast, The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, and the entire Double Down Media podcast family, all at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app. The Double Down Media podcast family is live and full of content for all ages. The Mystery Fifth Hour gives the Next Round host a chance to talk about everything but sports. Pour a glass of Bama and bourbon, our weekly college football conversation, while sipping on some of the most interesting pours in the bourbon world. And in our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, LT takes off the gloves for in-depth conversations with stars like Taylor Hicks, presented by Redmont Vodka. Find these podcasts and more by searching The Next Round on Apple, Spotify, and on our website, nextroundlive.com.
Things fall apart. There's even a book about it, but that doesn't mean you have to break the bank to fix them. Ryan Brown here for the next round. Our friends at Mortgage Right have a new renovation option that will make repairs and other home improvements easy. If you've recently purchased a home and find yourself short on cash, or you're looking to buy a fixer-upper, Mortgage Right's renovation loan program can help you spruce up your space. Repairs can be made to your roof, plumbing, flooring, and more with the help of top-notch mortgage professionals. So get your fix by visiting mortgageright.com/TNR. NMLS 2239, Equal Housing Lender. When it comes to choosing a dentist, two things are critical: trust and comfort. Ryan Brown here from the next round. It's why I tell you about Stone Creek Dental Care. Dentist owned and operated, and Stone Creek Dental Care is the Southeast premier provider of comprehensive dental care with more than 20 locations, including Birmingham, Chattanooga, Huntsville, Trussville, and Montgomery. Stone Creek Dental Care is able to provide a level of quality care you will not find anywhere else. From your basic cleaning to restorative dentistry, cosmetics, and endodontics, Stone Creek Dental Care covers a wide and comprehensive range of dental services for patients of any age. Stone Creek Dental Care's mission is to provide the highest quality dental care to every single patient in an environment that exemplifies the highest ethical, personal, compassionate, and professional standards, and to provide the best patient experience possible. Stone Creek Dental Care is currently accepting new patients at all locations, and new patients get a free Chick-fil-A gift card at your first appointment. So visit StoneCreekDentalCare.com to find a location nearest you. StoneCreekDentalCare.com.
Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, and Rockstar. Live from the Birmingham Racecourse Casino Studios, the next round, presented by Bud Light, is on now.
Hour number 2 of the live show on a Thursday. We got a lot to get to with Matt Mosley in a second, including our 40 and 40 countdown. Baylor is in at number 11, the preseason poll that is voted on by you, the viewers, and the listeners of the next round. We've been doing it for over a decade. You guys dial it in perfectly. Gives us a chance to talk about one team every live show leading up to our Guarantee Friday and our week 0 of games. 11 is Baylor, and it's brought to you by our friends at Baumhauer's.
Hey, and Bob Baumhauer celebrating 40 years in business in the Alabama area. The first to bring the delicious taste of wings back in 1981, Wings and Things to Tuscaloosa. And they're celebrating by going easy on your wallet. Try their limited time Inflation Sucks menu right now. Those beer battered onion straws with a homemade buttermilk ranch dressing, only $6.99. Stop in for lunch or dinner. Celebrate with Bob Baumhauer and Baumhauer's Victory Grill.
Coming off a Sugar Bowl win over Ole Miss, number 11 is Baylor.
And nobody knows the Baylor Bears better than Dave Aranda, but second is Matt Mosley. He's with us now on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline. Fox Sports, The Volume with Colin Cowherd, ESPN in Texas. What is up, Mosley? How are you?
Well, I'm doing fine. I feel like y'all got the Bears a little low, your viewers, your listeners, and excited to share. I generally just start talking about Baylor, even when it's really not what you guys want. So the fact that the Bears are actually somewhat of a topic today, I'm very excited about. I'm very engaged, focused, ready to go.
Mosley, are the Baylor Bears becoming the Alabama of the Big 12? And what I mean by that is there was a saying back in the day that anybody that coaches Alabama will at least win 10 games at one time in their career. Art Briles did it, Matt Rule did it, and now Dave Aranda did it. How is this program becoming so good?
Yeah, I never thought I'd live to see the day when Baylor and Alabama were mentioned in the same sentence. So that's an interesting comparison there. It's all of those coaches you mentioned in a lot of ways. Obviously, won a lot of games. It's a very complicated way we look at Briles' history now, but you're right. I just think the difference, of course, is the program bottomed out and was completely obliterated, and Rule brought it back from just the embers, the ashes. And so it's hard to kind of view that era that you just talked about as together, because one of it just absolutely went belly up, one portion of that, and then Rule brought it back from the dead And Aranda has built on that. And I would say this season, as Baylor topics come up, we got a spam call coming in here, guy. I'm going to stay with y'all. I think, but I mean, this is going to be a fascinating season. But one thing I think you guys ought to keep in mind as you discuss the Bears, I hope it's a lot this season. I hope they perhaps challenge for a college football playoff spot. I mean, they could be one of the wild cards in that race, although games at Oklahoma and Texas, not easy to go on the road to those places. But keep this in mind. I think Aranda and the defense gets so much attention, and I think for good reason. But the guy they hired from BYU, according to people I've talked to, quotes, to use my old radio cohort, Randy Galloway's old phrase, saved all butts. Jeff Grimes, the offensive coordinator that came from BYU, has just been remarkable. And to come in, I mean, Aranda had to fire his offensive staff after only one season. And he goes and gets the old coordinator from BYU, and what this guy has done in 1 year's time is just remarkable. It's really one of the more underrated stories in college football, that he came in, took a guy who'd never been a starter at quarterback and took him to 12 wins and a Sugar Bowl win over Lane Kiffin in Ole Miss. So I would say, guys, that's something to keep in mind. And the other thing is the Bears probably have a top 10 offensive line in the country and a top 10 defensive line in the country. So the team is built from inside out, and I always think that's a good thing.
So what Mosley just said, Jeff Grimes, who Auburn fans are familiar with, helped Auburn win the national championship in 2010. So Mosley just told you that Baylor's butts were saved by a UTEP grad who also got his master's at Texas A&M.
I guess so. And you know who he crossed paths with at UTEP, or one of those stops, was Andy Reid. Andy Reid also, with some BYU ties and all of that, but those guys cross paths, and so I think he is part of what you might call the Andy Reid tree. But he is remarkable, and I think there's just some guys that for whatever reason haven't had a chance to become head coaches, and I spent some time with him at a brewery recently, and I just came away. I mean, it was like an organized event. I don't want to act like I was just holding up with the offensive coordinator, although I might do that at some point. But I came away thinking, why has this guy never been given a chance to be a head coach? Like, huge, big old dude, former college lineman, and a just big presence about him. And so, unfortunately, Aranda has kind of maybe a Saban-like policy, or wherever he came up, obviously Wisconsin and LSU and all those places, and doesn't allow the assistants to talk. So people don't often hear from Grimes. But man, he's good. He's really impressive.
I'm interested. Are you concerned at all? Are Baylor people concerned at all about realignment? That one day you guys may be playing for a lesser championship, or do you think it'll shake out where Baylor is always in a primo spot on the realignment scale? And that's a serious question.
Yeah. I mean, I don't know. I was wondering. Sankey, my old pal, the commissioner of the SEC, said a team recently contacted them. I think he was on the Dan Patrick show the other day saying something like that. And I wondered if it was the Bears, say, hey, we'll come play the big boys. We're used to beating Texas every year. Let us come in there. But I think, I think the great thing about it is they're well positioned, got a great basketball program, and coming off a tremendous season in football. I think there are a lot of things to like about the Baylor program. And I think sometimes we look at things and you look at the school, you look at the program, you think about all those years that Miami, when they were great, I mean, we kind of would lose sight of the fact that it's a private school, a relatively small private school. I think the good thing for Baylor is, we're as big as we've ever been. And I say we because I went there, of course, but 20,000 students. And, I mean, when I was there, maybe there were like 10 or 8 or something like that. So it's really, really going up, 15,000 undergrad, I should say. So it's not quite the sort of tiny little Baptist school that it used to be. So I think it certainly has proven that it could compete with the big boys, and I think it's a good brand these days. So I don't, it would be, if Baylor gets left out somehow, it would be more the fault of whoever the commissioner is of the Big 12 or Yormark or whoever it'll be in the future than Baylor's fault, is what I would say. So I guess this has now happened so many times, going back to 2010, 2011 with A&M, and now it's happened again, and the Big 12 was able to kind of rally, that I just kind of have learned to kind of live with this. But that's not to say, guys, about a year ago that it wasn't, pretty scary, not knowing. I mean, there was probably a period of time where if Baylor or Tech or TCU or Oklahoma State had gotten a call from the Pac-12 or whoever, they would have said, yeah, we'll sign us up, we'll come. But you could make an argument now, and I'm sure you guys have talked a lot of realignment, that the Big 12 may be on as firm a ground as anybody outside of the SEC and Big Ten. And I think a year ago that would have sounded crazy to say.
Yeah, I don't disagree. Matt Mosley is with us, at Matt Mosley on Twitter. You see him on Fox Sports, The Volume with Colin Cowherd, also ESPN Radio there in Texas, and as he mentioned, Baylor graduate. He is with us on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline. I agree with what you're saying. Outside of the Big Ten and the SEC, I've always felt like, or I've not always felt like, since all this started, I felt like it's going to be the Big 12 that is going to kind of dictate the terms for the Pac-12, the remaining Pac-12 schools. I think there'll be some sort of merger, and I do think Baylor is well positioned, Mosley, to be one of the alphas in that league.
Yeah, it's kind of crazy to think, but I think they've. Mack Rhodes has made some great coaching hires, although we lost Kim Mulkey to the SEC, and so that'll become a women's power, I promise you, at LSU. But in terms of hitting on Aranda, they've just got the perfect fit because he really at least knows himself enough to not want now who knows, maybe someday if Saban retires or something happens, like maybe there'll be one of these big jobs that he does want. But this guy has, it was just funny when the Oregon job opened and when the LSU job opened. I mean, everybody immediately just is like, well, this guy will take that because it's Baylor, right? And he's got the good sense to realize, man, I got it good here. I got a relatively small media contingent. We win 8 or 9 games a year. I'm going to be just fine for a long period of time. So, and he's kind of a quirky, interesting, different guy. And it's just a tremendous fit for him. He also seems like a real spiritual guy, so that's a good fit. But he's a guru. He's just like he's just someone who really, even though he's pretty good at media, he just doesn't care. It's not like he's not a nice guy. Like, I like him a lot. But, I mean, Briles, Rule, all those guys before, like, I had, like, really close relationships with where I could text and visit with him anytime I needed to. This guy, I mean, I'd have a better chance of getting a hold of Biden than Dave Aranda. And so it's an interesting change. And when he comes on with me, he's unbelievable. I mean, he could not be more engaging and interesting and fun. But I mean, it's just like Saban knows how to use the media. He kind of comes from that, a little bit Parcells, Belichickian. I mean, some of those guys know exactly how to use the media. Aranda could care less about that stuff. He would really rather be holed up on a dry erase board thinking about how to bring another rusher or a creeper or whatever you want to call it. Like that's all he wakes up thinking about every day. And it's kind of refreshing. I mean, he just does not, he is the opposite. Any of these coaches who are sort of media darlings, I mean, Lane Kiffin cannot get enough of social media. Dave Aranda has a Twitter feed, but I promise you he's never tweeted from it, and he doesn't know how to get on it.
Mosley, NIL has obviously become huge, and there's collectives popping up all over the place. There's rumors that Texas, they've got some of the deepest pockets, A&M, the same thing. Baylor's collective, I'm sure you've contributed. How's it looking?
That's Baptist money, man. Southern Baptist money there, Mosley. Pass the plate.
We have been passing the plate. And I tell you, in fact, next time I'm in Birmingham, I'm gonna get out to one of those Baptist churches. I bet they have some really good ones. First Baptist, they'll even probably have a Second Baptist there. It's the Baptist though. We don't really agree. I'm like a moderate, sort of open-minded Baptist. We're kind of come one, come all. However you're kind of geared in life, just come right on down the aisle. We'll take you in. And of course, a lot of my buddies that went to Baylor are extremely opposite of that. So we don't agree on anything, much less a collective. So I would say that the collective, and we have some big, deep-pocketed boosters. The problem is at smaller universities like Baylor, the same guys get called on, over and over and over again. And Baylor decided to do this thing differently. They're not calling anything a collective. There's a business aspect to this where people can do it through local businesses in the Central Texas area. There's a thing on campus, like for the players, called Open Doors, and you've seen that start to crop up across, and I think they call that BU Marketplace, where you can go directly to the players. And then yesterday, the players just on their own announced the deal. And I think what you're going to find that's interesting, the next aspect of this NIL, and you'll see this even at the big boy schools, I think that what Texas Tech and SMU have done, and again, it doesn't sound like a whole lot of money, but it is for like SMU. $3.5 million has been, I think that's the number, has been contributed to every basketball player and every football player, all making $35,000 a year.
Yep.
Now, again, there's some Alabama players who might laugh at that, but to the 80th guy on the roster, I mean, that's not bad. My gosh, to on top of getting your tuition and everything paid for, that you get $35K. And so I think you're already starting to see some schools and players respond to that and go, hey, why can't we do something like that? And so these Baylor players yesterday put something out on their own. And so anyway, you're going to see a ton of unintended consequences with this NIL stuff. And I think what you're going to see is a concerted effort you'll hear a lot of begging coming up soon, and you've already heard it. You've heard Tuberville's involved now from a Senate standpoint, from a congressional standpoint. You're going to hear the NCAA begging Congress to come up with some more guardrails for all this NIL stuff. And that's going to be because right now it does seem kind of like the Wild West out there. So it's a whole brave new world. And as Saban predicted, it will create separation in the haves and have-nots. Now, again, Baylor's done well enough that somehow, some way, I think they'll do okay enough in the NIL to at least keep some pretty good players coming in. And if you coach them up, I mean, you don't have to have top 10 classes. If you have a top 25 recruiting class, you'd probably be okay. And I think Baylor's there.
Now, our show, Matt Mosley is with us. We are not ones that like to just stir the pot and create controversy. But in the interest of fairness, Ian Fitzsimmons, who was a guest, and we thought you guys were cool. He told us a different story, so I want to just play for you the audio of what Fitzy said and give you.
I do not want to hear this.
Okay.
I'm not going to say anything mean about him, and I do joke about him a lot and all that. But I promise you, I'm not going to say anything. about him publicly. We were good friends. It didn't end that great,
so
but I promise you, no, I don't.
We'll
I mean,
respect your wishes.
I just hope he, had a little one of his Fitzsimmons laughs at the end of it. He got one of those things in. But I know there are a lot of people in Birmingham who like him, and I liked him at one point. So I really try not to say anything negative about him.
All right, no audio then. We won't play it. That's all. I was just going to do fairness and interest.
You may send it to me privately or something, but I do not. Last thing I need to do is hear something and get triggered by Ian Fitzsimmons. I don't get to hear him anymore because I'm not up at 1 a.m. But anyway, Ian's fine, so I'm not going to say anything.
Okay. Matt Mosley, Fox Sports, The Volume, with Colin Coward at Matt Mosley on Twitter. We will send it to you privately. Thank you, Mosley. Have yourself a great weekend. Oh, God, I cut him off. He was going to say something else. Yeah, that guy's a piece of work right there, those two. I can't imagine.
Part of our show today being brought to you by our friends at Mortgage Right. If you're looking to get that mortgage right now, LT, the place to do it is in the name right there.
Yeah, inflation out in full force now more than ever. Rent costs are skyrocketing. Even though interest rates have risen, buying a home is proving cheaper than renting one. Stop throwing away money on rent. Turn to Mortgage Right with a variety of loan options, assisted programs, dedicated mortgage experts. Mortgage Right makes buying a home in the current market as easy as possible. They know the financial hardships are coming for renters, and they want to help you make the best investment for your future. Rent has risen 149%. No sign of it slowing down. Call Mortgage Right locally, 205-815-9200, or visit mortgageright.com/TNR to live rent-free today. NMLS 2239, equal housing lender.
All right, when we come back, I get to do one of my favorite things. We have an NFL retirement, and I get to ask these two guys, Hall of Famer or not. That's coming. That's coming up right on the next round.
Bama and Bourbon, the mystery fifth hour. Jimmy Buckets, available in the podcast section at nextroundlive.com.
This is for the men who never settle, the ones who miss the fairway all day and still pull out the big stick, the type of guys who will always prefer to be behind the grill than in front of the camera, and the men who never let their friends forget about a high school nickname. This is the Lodge mentality. This is Twin Peaks.
Who wants to settle for a single TV? With more TVs, bigger screens, plus our fabulous scenic views, there's more to watch at Twin Peaks.
Hey parents, is your son or daughter moving to Tuscaloosa this fall? Tyler Bigby can help. Listen to this former client of Tyler's.
Hello, folks. My name is Toby Banks, and Tyler has helped us sell, buy, and sell again while our sons were at Bama. We saved over $84,000 by purchasing a home through Tyler versus paying rent for 7 years.
If you're considering buying or selling, call Tyler Bigby with the Advantage Realty Group, 205-826-6476. Once again, that's 205-826-6476.
Things fall apart. There's even a book about it, but that doesn't mean you have to break the bank to fix them. Ryan Brown here for the next round. Our friends at Mortgage Right have a new renovation option that will make repairs and other home improvements easy. If you've recently purchased a home and find yourself short on cash, or you're looking to buy a fixer-upper, Mortgage Right's renovation loan program can help you spruce up your space. Repairs can be made to your roof, plumbing, flooring, and more with the help of top-notch mortgage professionals. So get your fix by visiting mortgageright.com/TNR. NMLS 2239, equal housing lender.
Summer weather is finally here. Make sure your air conditioner is ready for the Alabama heat. Adam, Chad, and the team at Hemphill are the ones to call for all of your HVAC needs. Hemphill Services is a locally owned and operated independent train dealer, and the team can service all makes and models. Get the guys at Hemphill Services to make sure your HVAC unit is ready to help you beat the Alabama heat this summer. For all of your plumbing, heating, and cooling needs, do what I do. Call Hemphill Services. It's hard to stop a train. 205-229-2090.
Hey, it's Jim Dunaway. Let me take a second to talk about my friend Greg from Pell City and his company, Storm Restoration Roofing. He's the owner, and it's been locally owned for over 20 years. Insurance companies love Greg, and that's going to benefit you, the customer. Storm Restoration Roofing is A+ rated with the Better Business Bureau, and they'll give you a free no-cost inspection. No obligation, no cost. 205-542-3531. 542-3531, or look up Greg from Pell City on Facebook. It's Greg Nelson and Storm Restoration Roofing.
When it comes to choosing a dentist, two things are critical: trust and comfort. Ryan Brown here from The Next Round. It's why I tell you about Stone Creek Dental Care. Dentist owned and operated, and Stone Creek Dental Care is the Southeast premier provider of comprehensive dental care with more than 20 locations, including Birmingham, Chattanooga, Huntsville, Trussville, and Montgomery. Stone Creek Dental Care is able to provide a level of quality care you will not find anywhere else. From your basic cleaning to restorative dentistry, cosmetics, and endodontics, Stone Creek Dental Care covers a wide and comprehensive range of dental services for patients of any age. Stone Creek Dental Care's mission is to provide the highest quality dental care to every single patient in an environment that exemplifies the highest ethical, personal, compassionate, and professional standards, and to provide the best patient experience possible. Stone Creek Dental Care is currently accepting new patients at all locations, and new patients get a free Chick-fil-A gift card at your first appointment. So visit StoneCreekDentalCare.com to find a location nearest you. StoneCreekDentalCare.com. Anheuser-Busch wants every experience for you around beer to be a good one. And getting home safely is always a priority. So encourage friends to decide to ride, whether it's by being the designated driver, calling an Uber, or taking public transit. You cannot drive drunk if you don't drive there. This message is brought to you by Anheuser-Busch, Mothers Against Drunk Driving, Uber, Birmingham Budweiser, and The Next Round. Anheuser-Busch, St. Louis, Missouri.
The Double Down Media podcast family is live and full of content for all ages. The Mystery Fifth Hour gives the Next Round host a chance to talk about everything but sports. Pour a glass of Bama and bourbon, our weekly college football conversation while sipping some of the most interesting pours in the bourbon world. And our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call. LT takes off the gloves for an in-depth conversation with stars like Taylor Hicks, presented by Redmond Vodka. Find those podcasts and more by searching The Next Round on Apple, Spotify, and on our website, nextroundlive.com.
Our friends at Odie's provide coverage of the show today, in part, and as always, a good time on Wednesday nights at Trivia.
You want the question, Lance? You want to see if you can answer it?
Yeah, I'd love it.
This is my bonus question last night. Lake Superior is the largest of the Great Lakes. Which is larger in terms of square miles? The surface area of Lake Superior or the entire state of South Carolina?
Lake Superior.
Yeah, Lake Superior. I'll go with that.
South Carolina, but only by 1,000 miles. Isn't that crazy? Those lakes are massive, man.
Only by 1,000 miles.
Yeah.
That seems a lot.
Odie's Tavern, a Birmingham institution right there in Crestline Village. Go enjoy lunch today. Award-winning wings, delicious burgers, south of the border roll-up that I love, the Diablo sandwich. Great food, great staff, and every Wednesday night, 8 o'clock, it's Odie's Team Trivia. Stop in for lunch or dinner, Odie's Tavern.
I mean, you say 1,000 miles, so like what? That's
1,000 square miles.
Yeah, square miles. But if I start at one point on the equator and fly all the way around the world, just on the equator, how many miles is that?
Over 100. No, I don't. I have no idea.
Let's all just guess. No, let's all just guess.
Oh, I don't even.
Well, just guess.
500 million.
500 million?
Wait, so
what an absurd
I
guess.
have no concept of miles, like the square miles.
Wait, you're talking about just one lap around the world?
One lap around the world at the equator.
At the equator.
I would say...
Which would be the thickest part of the globe, right?
Yeah, I'll go 78,000 miles.
78,000?
Boy, I'm way off. In my head, I was thinking 8,710.
No.
Yeah, that's about here to Japan.
I'm going to go, I was going to go more than Lance. I was going to go 118,000.
Okay.
I think I might be heavy on 78.
Really? Distance around the globe at...
As you do that, I just discovered something at the Flora-Bama that I didn't know about.
40,000 kilometers, 24,000 miles. We were all over, including Rockstar at 500 million.
Well, I was thinking of the last hangout attendance. Was it 500 million?
500 million to Pluto.
Yes. All right, what'd you just discover?
Well, me, it was like basically driving to Montevallo. I just went 8,741.
Buddy, that felt like forever.
So, LT, what have you found at the Flora-Bama?
So there's a vending machine right across from the liquor room that I'm broadcasting from.
I saw that one day, yeah.
So there's nothing's more than $1. I just got an Uncrustable in there for $1.
I saw you eating an Uncrustable during the break there on our preview monitor, and I wondered where you had discovered an Uncrustable. They're in the vending machine?
Yeah, I mean, they've got everything. Yeah, but they've got a couple of Uncrustables. They got the strawberry and the grape. They're only $1. I mean, that's pretty amazing, isn't it?
Were they cold?
No, they were room temp.
Yeah, okay.
Oh, strawberry, the underrated Uncrustable. Don't get those enough. Strawberry. Yeah, I would have too.
Well, I haven't had Uncrustable in forever.
I had one at SEC Media Day, stolen out of the SEC office's refrigerator by Lance.
I remember that, yes.
Yeah, this is going to be a problem tonight because I think, late night snack will be on the Uncrustables.
Yeah, from the vending machine at the Flora-Bama.
$1
all the restaurants in Orange Beach, Perdido Key, Gulf Shores, and you'll be eating from the vending machine at the Flora-Bama.
You know what that vending machine also doesn't require? Car keys.
Yeah,
Yep.
it does. Honest to goodness, you crank your Alfa Romeo Stelvio tomorrow from our friends at Alfa Romeo Birmingham. Chances are it cranks on the first turn.
I guess it's been Saturday. That's not too long, is it?
Do me a favor. A nice Italian engine like that, let it warm up a little bit before you put it in reverse and back out, okay? Let that engine lube up really well.
Hey, there's things written all over the walls here. I'm looking at this door that goes into the main room that we broadcasted from on the side door. And in big Sharpie, it says Baker is my forever quarterback.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
I hope it was an Oklahoma fan that wrote that, not a Browns fan.
Yeah. Hope it was an early Panther fan. Hope it was written last night.
Yeah.
Baker's my forever quarterback. Speaking of the NFL, we've got a retirement we'll tell you about after Brown tells us about the great folks at Wayne's.
Yeah, 866-WAYNES-1 is the number. 866-WAYNES is the number 1 to get on that Smart Pest. Here's how Smart Pest works. You don't want a rodent infestation, right? So what Smart Pest does is 24/7 rodent monitoring. They set it up. They monitor for rodents. The minute they spot one, they proactively communicate to Wayne's. Wayne sends out an exterminator to exterminate the issue. You never get an infestation. And you can save right now $100 off your initial Smart Pest service when you call 866-WAYNES-1. 866-WAYNES and the number 1 to get on board right now. Mention the code TNR for the next round. Save $100 off your initial Smart Pest service with the code TNR for the next round when you call 866-WAYNES-1.
Longtime Patriots running back James White is retiring, responsible, as Ian Rappaport reports, for some of the greatest plays in franchise history, including in Super Bowl 51, where he scored 20 points in the second half to secure the win, including the game winner in overtime. #legend, says Ian Rappaport. Hall of Famer or not, James White, LT.
No.
I'd say nowhere close.
Yeah, not even close.
Yeah.
When you've got big moments in big games, though, that can resonate. It's not always a numbers thing when it comes to the NFL Hall of Fame.
Yeah, but
if that was true, Robert Horry would be a Hall of Fame NBA.
I said NFL Hall of Fame, Pro Football Hall of Fame.
I know. Not going to happen.
I'm trying to find his total yards. I mean, I know you say it's not about stats, but at some point you got to be up there close. How many yards does he have?
I bet he's only got about 8,000 rushing yards.
Oh, I don't even think it's that many. This is like miles around the globe. I mean, I'm just looking. I'd have to dig through this to find James White, but I don't think he's anywhere close, Jim.
Okay.
I mean, I'll give you some that aren't in. Okay. Fred Taylor, 11,695 yards, and he's beyond the 5-year wait. Fred Taylor's not in. Lance Steven Jackson, you love Steven Jackson, 11,438 yards, not in.
And if Steven Jackson, and he was for a second, if he would have been a Patriot his entire career, he would be a Hall of Famer. I mean, he played like a Hall of Fame running back, but he was the guy that went to the postseason one time, just played on terrible teams.
Corey Dillon, 11,241 rush yards, not in. Shady McCoy, now he hasn't set out the necessary time, but I don't know if he gets in. LaShawn McCoy, 11,000 rush yards.
He won't.
Warwick Dunaway, one of your greats, not in. 10,967. Ricky Waters, Eagles great, 10,643. Jamal Lewis, he had some big moments. Jamal Lewis played for some great teams. Not in the Hall of Fame. Yeah, I don't think he's in.
All right, so that's a retirement there in the NFL. 2 games tonight, including James White's former team, the Patriots, playing host to the Giants on the NFL Network tonight. No Mac Jones tonight. He's not expected to play in that contest. Baylor was our 40-40 team there. We just talked to Mosley about that. Anything you guys want to add on to the Baylor conversation? We turn to the top 10 tomorrow, our top 10 teams. Monday, the AP poll comes out. So it's sort of that cross. We've got all these polls out here. Mosley joked that Baylor is underrated in our poll. He probably thought they were underrated in the coaches poll too. because Oklahoma is still the top-rated Big 12 team in the coaches poll, and Oklahoma's the top-rated team in our poll, voted on by you, the viewers. Do you guys think it's still Oklahoma's Oklahoma's conference? Do you think Oklahoma State's the biggest challenger? I think it's Texas. And then there's Baylor. Are we overlooking Baylor again?
Maybe so. I want to answer. There were a lot of questions there. I want to go back to, do you think it's still Oklahoma's conference? Brent Venables is an unknown. And I would make the argument, Lance, I don't know how far back I would have to go. Is this the – and it might only be 1 year. I don't think it is. Is this the worst Oklahoma – this is the worst Oklahoma has been at quarterback since when? Let me ask it that way.
I don't know if they are, though. Dylan Gabriel's really, really good.
He's really, really good, but does he match up to – is he better?
Jalen Hurts. Is he better
than
Jalen Hurts? He could be as good as Jalen Hurts.
Okay. Well, then that answers my question. So, I mean, if he's as good as Jalen Hurts, that was a 2-loss, I think, Oklahoma team, 1-loss Oklahoma team. If he's as good as – they were in the playoffs, right, because they lost to LSU. If he's as good as Jalen Hurts, then no, they're not going anywhere. I don't know if he's going to be, but if he is.
Did Jalen Hurts' team make it to the playoffs?
Yeah, that's the team that lost to Oklahoma, right, in 2019.
Yeah, I think that's right. I think this Baylor team is going to take a step back. You know, from 2-7 to 12-2, it was a great story last year. I just don't see the playmakers offensively. Jeff Grimes is a really good offensive coordinator, but they've got some tough games on this schedule, and I wouldn't be shocked if they go 6-6. We've got them way too high, in my opinion.
Yep, I agree with you, LT. Not that high, but 11 is where they are, and we'll jump into the top 10 tomorrow with that Oklahoma team. There'll be a lot to discuss with them. Jamison Williams is not going to play week 1. The Lions are coming out. They're going to slow play Jamison Williams, the Alabama/Ohio State wide receiver, who was their first-round pick, coming off the ACL injury. But Williams did do something. He called up Matt Stafford and said, hey, man, I started off number 18, but I really want to be number 9. Are you okay if I wear jersey number 9? Matt Stafford said, go for it, man. No problem. So the jersey switch for Jamison Williams to jersey number 9. I'm a single-digit guy, by the way. I like single digits.
You like receivers in single digits or just anybody in single digits?
Anybody in single digits. Yeah. I was a single-digit jersey wearer in baseball. I think a single digit looks clean on a uniform. I like it.
You know what this tells me? It tells me, I know Matt Stafford's got a lot of love for the city of Detroit and that organization, but it tells me his legacy is going to be with the Rams. I mean, obviously 1 year he goes on, wins 4 playoff games, including a Super Bowl. Think he's probably playing 4 or 5 more years. He wants to go out a Ram, and that Hall of Fame bust, he's going to be a Ram.
So you think, but do you think that 9 might have been kind of on the shelf because they wanted to retire that? I mean, did he play to that level for the Lions?
Yeah, I mean, Matt Stafford right now, I assume, more than Bobby Lane or anyone else, is probably the leading passer by far in Lions history. Yeah. So, you retired that number for your franchise. But, they may retire his jersey, but not his number, which I'm much more in favor of.
Well, I mean, at this point, you hope that's the case because you hope Jamison Williams has a 12, 13-year NFL career. So it'd be a long time before you could retire that number.
Eventually, you'd like to hang a couple of number 9s up in up in the dome there, up at Ford Field. All right, time for Rockstar's Viewing Menu every day. It's brought to you by our friends at New Life Art. New Life Art getting you closer to the game.
Yeah, bringing you memorable sports moments by Daniel A. Moore for over 40 years. Call him today for more information, 1-800-735-2787, or you can check out Danny Moore's incredible work. Go to danielmooreart.com.
7 p.m. on TNT, you got Step Brothers with Will Ferrell and John C. Reilly, the couple that they've been in, 4 or 5 movies together. 8 p.m. on Showtime, you have the most recent Jackass Forever. Has anybody seen it?
I have not.
I have not. Steve-O makes his return. There's one, I think it's Party Boy. They get him. They don't tell him what's happening, but they cover him in honey, and he's in his little Party Boy outfit, like the thong. And they put him in a room and unleash a bear on him.
So they cover the guy in honey.
The bear has a trainer with a chain, but he's pretty much loose, and he's freaking out because he's like, "Guys, this is not funny." Like he's covered in honey, like they're laughing in the background. So there's a lot of challenges in this episode. And then
bracket challenge.
Bracket challenge. No, thank you.
A good one is they put a bunch of guys in a couch, and they say there's a rattlesnake loose, and they let 3 rattlesnakes loose, and then turn the lights off, and they have just the infrared cameras or whatever, so you see them freaking out, because you can hear them rattling. They don't know where they are, but they're in this big room locked. It's very uncomfortable. 9:30 on True TV, you got a new episode of 101 Places to Party Before You Die. Tonight we're featuring Puerto Rico. The Island of Enchantment serves up an ATV rainforest and a ride on the Pork Highway, don't know what that was, and plenty of rum. The old Pork Highway.
Yeah.
Plenty of rum here. I would guarantee if they're doing 101 places to party before you die, the Flora-Bama is going to be on that list.
I thought that's what,
it's going to be the last stop.
I thought that's what Rockstar might be leading up to, yeah.
Blue Chair Bay behind you right there. That's Kenny Chesney's rum, isn't it?
It is. And I was told that on Kenny Chesney's, so Kenny Chesney's got his own station on Sirius XM. He can't promote that rum on the station.
Why not?
He just the only reason he does that is for ticket sales.
Interesting. I didn't know that. That's a weird line for them to draw.
It is.
Yeah, Steve, I'm right. Kenny Chesney cannot promote his Blue Chair Bay rum, right? Yeah.
Yeah, he is a huge friend of the Flora-Bama. Huge friend of the Flora-Bama.
Yep. He's got a song of Flora-Bama.
Yeah.
Look how much LT knows about country music now.
I know. I love it.
No, hey, I'm learning my country. I'll tell you this: last night, the band on the main stage in the Dome, it was the dude looked like Vince Neil, but he had a little blue hair on the side. But I mean, he did some Motley Crue. They did Home Sweet Home. I mean, they were all over the place, but they did a lot of alt rock. I mean, they were really good. So it wasn't a lot of country last night.
Yeah. So you went back to the Flora-Bama again last night.
No way. I'm staying next door to the Flora-Bama.
Again,
I got in my earliest. I got in at 11:30 last night. I'm getting progressively better.
Don't have to crank the car for the Flora-Bama, Jim.
So
hey, Steve Powers told me not tonight.
What's tonight?
Tonight is Matt Stell.
That's right. Yeah. Matt Stell is in the house, and a huge crowd in the Dome there tonight. All right, so LT, one more night at the Flora-Bama. He's hanging out with us. That was Rockstar's Viewing Menu, brought to you by our friends at New Life Art. One update on the injury to Ricky Pearsall, the guy who left Arizona State and came to Florida, the wide receiver. X-rays yesterday after the swelling went down, negative, a good sign. So he will not be out as long as first thought for the Florida Gators. That is big for them as camps continue on. When we come back, a couple of hot teams in baseball. We'll hit on that, and then we'll start to turn the corner a little bit and get closer to Rockstar's Four Downs today, where Rocky has a couple of interesting questions. But there is a documentary coming to Apple TV on a longtime entertainer in America. I'll tell you who it is and see if you guys think it'll be an interesting documentary or not. That's next, right here on the Next Round.
Take the next round anywhere you go with official Next Round gear. Buy yours today at nextround.store.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round. You've heard me for years talk about our friends at Bromberg's Jewelers, and we welcome you to stop by and see that great customer service at the Mountain Brook and Summit locations. But we'd also love for you to check out their new online shop. They've got plenty to choose from. Great gifts, big and small. Available online, they've got David Yurman, Tudor watches, select diamond and gemstone jewelry, William Henry, seasonal and favorite giftware items, and baby gifts as well. They've even got an online sale section. For more information, Brombergs.com. Hey, if you're looking for Birmingham's best pizza, you need to stop in and see our friends at Slice Pizza and Brew. It's as local as you can get, from the ingredients that go into every pizza to the beer on tap. For a great lunch or dinner, go see our friends today, Vestavia or Lakeview at Slice. Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round to tell you about our friends at Gutter Cap. Gutter Cap's that patented aluminum cover system that fits over most existing gutters to keep out debris and eliminate that gutter cleaning. It's backed with a lifetime warranty, almost 20-year service record right here in Birmingham. Stay off that dangerous ladder forever. 45% off the retail price now if you call guttercapbirmingham.com. Call my good friend Chris Stewart now, 205-823-2212. Cap it, don't snap it. It's Gutter Cap.
Banking is not just about your money, it's about you. It's about getting help with what you need when you need it. Brian Brown here from the Next Round. AmFirst was founded for members like you, and they've been putting those members first since 1936. Putting you first means service that grows and changes with the times to serve you better. Now every bank has their own app, but that's just it. It's theirs, not yours. The AmFirst app was made for you. so it's easy to pay bills, deposit checks, or transfer money to friends and family from anywhere. It's even customizable, which means you can personalize your dashboard, create usage alerts, and redeem points for rewards that will make you feel like the #1 priority you are. And you can do it all on your own time. So what are you waiting for? Get the app made for you from AmFirst. Visit any AmFirst location or amfirst.org today. America's first federal credit union is federally insured by the NCUA.
Summer of 2022. It's time to do something new. Ocean City, Maryland. And our friends at Residence Inn by Marriott, Ocean City is ready to welcome you. Kayak from Bayside Beach, swim in the Atlantic, dine at Bayview Bar and Grill, local golf packages, great restaurants, and a lot more. See everything online at residenceinnoc.com. Check them out on Instagram and Facebook. Do something different this summer. Residence Inn by Marriott, Ocean City, Maryland.
Whether you're a weekend athlete or sports is your life, Precision Sports Medicine and Orthopedics wants to help you stay in the game. If you have an injury or pain that says something's not right, let Precision Sports Medicine and Orthopedics help you make your greatest comeback. From concussions to sprained ankles, our experienced team is ready with treatment options. Find a doctor at precisionsportsortho.com/providers.
Holly Mack Wilson just sold the Johnsons a new home. Not a house, a home. She helped them put a swing in the backyard, helped move the grill to the back patio, and watched as the Johnsons put their great-grandmother's piano in the foyer. A house is a dwelling. A home is a place filled with love and memories. Call Holly Mack Wilson, your Tuscaloosa Keller Williams Realtor, 205-901-9446, or check out our website, hollymackhomes.com, and let Holly Mack Wilson help you find your dream home where you can make your own memories.
Let's face it, a home is one of the most powerful assets you can have, and our friends at Mortgage Right want to help you build wealth through home ownership. Mortgage Right is all about providing competitive rates, a variety of loan products, and a multitude of resources for a seamless home buying experience. They treat their borrowers like family and are always looking to bring more happy homeowners under their roof. See more by visiting mortgageright.com/TNR today and start living. That's mortgageright.com/TNR. NMLS 2239, equal housing lender.
Start your day online with our website, nextroundlive.com. The latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. It's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com.
Just threw out a Cowan Equipment poll question for you at Next Round Live for those that follow us on Twitter at Next Round Live. Looking to the future, how many former Alabama quarterbacks will be starting for an NFL team in the 2025 NFL season? Your choice is 0, 1, 2, or 3 or more. And you can go vote right now at Next Round Live. That poll is just out. It's brought to you, LT, by our friends at Cowan Equipment.
Yeah, and if you're having a hard time finding that new plastic on the seat piece of heavy equipment, check out Cowan Equipment's rental fleet hit list for a wide range of well-maintained equipment from our rental fleet. For sale now, visit cowan.com/featured used equipment or call 800-239-COWAN for more information.
All right, that poll question's out there. Tonight, we do the Field of Dreams game, Cubs and Reds, 6 o'clock on Fox. 2 nights ago, the minor leaguers were testing the field out and playing. Our buddy John Parker Wilson's brother, Peyton Wilson, does this right here. Forrester's video from minor league baseball, yanks it over the left field wall into the cornfield. Into the corn it goes for Peyton Wilson there, the solo home run. And he gets that at the Field of Dreams. You like the Field of Dreams game? Yes or no? Cubs and Reds tonight.
I think it's a cool look. I really do. I think the backdrop is incredible. It was awesome last year. Tim Anderson, who will be out, I guess, 6 weeks, Forrester, something like that. He hit the game winner last year, so it had a little drama in the game last year.
Yeah, the teams don't fire me up, Cubs and Reds. Like if this were Mets, Dodgers, or Yankees, Astros.
Yeah, but the venue is what this is about, right?
Good, yeah, I mean, I'll be watching the football, but yeah.
And this may be the last one there for a while. I didn't read the story, but they're not going to do it in 2023.
Well, Frank Thomas is the one saying that.
Yeah.
I mean, I guess Frank knows. I don't know. I'm not doubting his knowledge.
He's part of the Fox broadcast team tonight.
It's weird that it came from Frank. I think they're doing some sort of construction thing there or something.
Well, growing more corn. They have to grow that every year.
I know that. I really don't know what they're doing.
That corn has to come back every year.
I, like you, did not read the story.
I saw the headline.
You know what we missed yesterday?
What?
Happy birthday.
Show number 300.
Oh, was that yesterday?
You know, I was thinking about that when I was driving in. I meant to text you before that, not to question your knowledge of the show, but there's 365 days in a year, right?
Mm-hmm.
And there are how many weekend days where we don't do a show, Saturday and Sunday?
Well, there's 2 of those every week, and there's 52 weeks,
so
that's 104.
So we're about to celebrate our 1-year anniversary.
Yeah, that'd be 365.
365
minus 104.
Right.
Well, I mean, that doesn't seem to add up.
Yeah. So that's what I was thinking about on the drive back from the Flora-Bama, that just on the non-Saturday and Sunday shows, plus we've taken a July 4th and a Christmas day off. So that gets it up to 106.
Lance got out his journal.
I mean, you throw a number out, and I'll tell you what we did that day.
189, Lance. 189. Give me number 189.
189. I am 189 was May 9th. We had Tom Luganbill and Montana Fouts out. My dad passed away 2 days before.
I'm sorry to hear that.
Yeah. Awkward to continue the conversation now.
No, we did it. We did it with Fitzy.
Chuck's watching. We're good.
Well, no,
I'm not questioning that on your journal it says 189. I'm asking, how do you count? Is it a chance that yesterday was the 300th day of our show? No, that wouldn't work either.
Nope. Yeah, I agree with you. It doesn't make sense because really there's only
the math doesn't work.
Like, we don't do 300 shows a year. We haven't done this a year yet.
260 if we worked every day.
Yeah, that's it. Yeah. So I think your numbers got off somewhere, Lance. You may want to dig back through the diary and see.
You think it was one of our trips to Atlanta?
Potentially, yes. Or Indianapolis, maybe. There have been some trips where the numbers could have gotten off.
Now, did you count some bonus shows? Did you count those shows as shows?
I didn't.
Yeah, that's why,
you can throw out any number, and I'm going to tell you what happened. So I've got 300 shows in here.
I'm not questioning your microfiche there. I'm just, the math didn't add up to me. I was thinking about that driving back because I've had the cute little dry erase picture at 100 and 200 of myself in studio, and I was thinking, what am I going to wear for my hashtag 300 dry erase driving back?
What is he going to wear?
The thought process of the drive back.
I've got a cute pink shirt.
Yeah, so I was thinking
300 looks more of like a light blue.
I don't know if it's going to pop on camera, though. What?
Do you guys remember who was on the first show?
Nick Saban was on show 2.
Saban was week 1. It wasn't the first show. The first show was Joel Klatt. Am I right?
Ding.
Okay.
Yeah,
Joel Klatt was on show number 1, and it was a Monday, so it was not Clay. Clay was Tuesday. Hang on.
How many guests?
Marty Smith. Joel Klatt, Marty Smith.
Very good, Brown.
Thank you.
Yeah, those were the only 2 guests. We had some in-studio people. Fox and CBS came by. Second show, Herb Winches was on with Clay Travis, Jason Campbell, telling the really good Al Davis story, and Bruce Feldman.
Yeah.
Then we had Wimp and Tom Luganbill. Show 3, show 4, Barkley and Daniel A. Moore, and show 5, Brock Heward, Justin Hokanson, and Nick Saban.
That
first week.
I came out of the gate strong in that first week, I think.
Well, we did shows 6 to 10 after LT tells us about our friends at Precision Sports. They'll get you back in the game.
I'm just, we're just reminiscing.
No,
you guys
like
don't
it.
believe that I've kept the accurate document or diary here, and I have.
You have. The math doesn't add up. That's all I'm saying.
I agree.
I trust everything.
Whether you're a weekend athlete or sports is your life, Precision Sports Medicine and Orthopedics wants to help you stay in the game. If you have an injury or pain that says something's not right, let Precision Sports Medicine and Orthopedics help you make your greatest comeback today. From concussions to sprained ankles, our experienced team ready with treatment options. Find a doctor at precisionsportsortho.com/providers.
And not to go back, but I'm now questioning whether the 100th show was really the 100th show and the 200th show was really the 200th show.
Did we even land on the moon? Who knows?
Oh, whatever. Okay, so 100 was on January 4th. Clay Travis, Tom Luganbill's on all these, and Brandon Marcello.
Luke's has hit a lot of our big shows. There's no doubt.
Okay, now how many days are between August 16th and January 4th? There's not a lot of days there.
Dave is right. Why doesn't somebody just ask Lunsford? simple mind.
Because in 1 year we haven't put a microphone back at Lunsford's desk
That's
yet.
in the works. That should be next week.
Okay, fantastic. Is it one microphone that Lunsford and Forster have to share?
138 days.
138 days?
Is August 16th to January 1st.
Okay, that seems to add up there.
No, that'd be max 238 days from our 100th show. That'd be 238 max, and we take weekends off. There's no way we're at 300, Lance. We're not even close.
I mean, I didn't duplicate.
Well, I know, but you've gotten off somewhere. We can't be at 300 shows. And to answer your question, there'll be 2 microphones.
Yeah.
Forster and Lunsford.
Forster's fired up about that. And Lunsford is
I don't know
too.
what to tell you. We've done 300 shows.
We've done 300 shows.
I'm looking at them.
But Lance, it's impossible. Just do the
It
math.
is impossible.
You're
Bizarre
arguing against
world, but
yourself
we've
now.
done 300 shows.
There's been 360 days since August 16th, 2022.
Yeah. And we've taken more than 60 off. I can promise you that.
I don't know. Have we?
Just 2
every
a week.
weekend, 2 a week.
Saturday and Sunday.
That's more than 100 days.
Lunsford thinks we're at 255.
255 is Lunsford's guess. Okay. That feels more like it.
Do you have 45 ghost shows?
Yeah, Lance has been talking in the mirror for 45 shows or doing Sirius XM behind our backs.
We're at show 301. It's not 255.
Lance is not going to be dissuaded from this.
Hey, by the way, I branched out last night. I walked into the yacht club to eat, and I was like, can't do it. So I walked next door to the Old River Grill, the Flora-Bama's Old River Grill.
Yeah. And?
Yeah, really good.
Still walking distance.
Was it more of a you had to have your shirt and shoes on there at that one?
No, it was actually a little, well, I don't want to call it more laid back, but it was more of a sports bar feel.
Interesting.
The menu was really good, but it was a little more limited. But just a lot of TVs in there and downstairs live music. I mean, again, that's the thing. You guys laugh about me parking my car, but you don't need to go anywhere.
You really don't. Vaughn Grissom is going places, though.
Whoa, what a moment.
He's called up from Double-A, straight from Double-A to the Braves last night, and he breaks a American League National League record, becoming the youngest player ever to have a home run and a stolen base in his Major League debut. He goes yard with a 2-run homer. Braves win at 8-4 over Boston. They're off today.
What a great moment. And his family, anytime, I mean, I'm a sucker for those videos when they show the family in the stands and the mom and dad are hugging because you know they have been along for that ride. That is so cool.
21 years old.
It seems like yesterday, Jason Hayward, wasn't his father filming in the crowd when he had his first at bat?
Yeah,
and it was a home run?
Something like that. Yeah.
Also for the Braves, right?
Mm-hmm.
And just now got released by the Cubs after helping leading Chicago to the 2016 World Championship. The Chicago Cubs, not the B team in Chicago. Can't wait till he has a microphone in that back row. White Sox. You even think they're a B team now. They don't.
Wow.
They trade away all their good players. Mets have won 6 straight, and the Dodgers have won 10 straight in baseball there. Back to football we go when we come back. The show being brought to you by the Lock of the Day, Hemp Hill Sports. For all your plumbing, cooling, and heating needs, trust the name. Birmingham's trusted since 1954. That's Hemp Hill. When you have something that's not running right, flowing right, or draining right, you need to remember Adam and Chad and their team at Hemp Hill Services. You talk about an all-American team. Adam and Chad have assembled one there. They fix it. They fix it right. They fix it the first time. And get this, they fix it at a fair price. Call them up, Hemp Hill Services, 205-229-2090, 229-2090, or just remember the name Hemp Hill. Lance will send out a lock later on at the Lance Taylor. Get all the plays at lanceslock.com.
Follow The Next Round on Twitter, Instagram, and Facebook at Next Round Live.
ERA King has the new Guaranteed Move program, which lets you compare instant offers with open market offers so you can choose how and when to sell your home. You can close with a quick cash offer, no showings, and no open houses, or you can explore multiple offers through a traditional listing. Available only through ERA King. Guaranteed Move puts you in control. Visit movewithking.com or text MOVE to 35620. To learn more, that's MOVE, M-O-V-E, to 35620.
A legendary coach once said, "It's not the will to win that matters, it's the will to prepare to win." Bryant bankers have the dedication and experience to put together a financial game plan that's right for you. Stop by one of the 7 Central Alabama locations today or give them a call at 1-855-4-BRYANT to begin preparing for your financial future today. You'll find out what unbeatable service and legendary results are all about. Bryant Bank, Equal Housing Lender, member FDIC.
Whether you're a weekend athlete or sports is your life, Precision Sports Medicine and Orthopedics wants to help you stay in the game. If you have an injury or pain that says something's not right, let Precision Sports Medicine and Orthopedics help you make your greatest comeback. From concussions to sprained ankles, our experienced team is ready with treatment options. Find a doctor at precisionsportsortho.com/providers.
If you're looking for a fun golf atmosphere that is laid back with a peaceful environment, the Meadows Golf Course in Harpersville, right off of Highway 280, is perfect for you. Just a short drive from Birmingham, this 18-hole, 200-acre track with rolling fairways and ample greens is the definition of peacefulness of the country just miles from the city. Enjoy a great lunch before your round and a cocktail on the wraparound porch after 18. Come see us today. The Meadows Golf Course in Harpersville, right off of Highway 280.
The new location of Walk-Ons is now open at Stadium Trace in Hoover, near the Hoover Met. And just like the location off Highway 280, you get authentic, mouth-watering Louisiana cuisine prepared fresh from scratch every day. Walk-Ons happy hour is 2 to 6 Monday through Friday. $5 moonshine swirls, $5 house pours, and half-price appetizers. Download the Walk-Ons mobile app for an easy take-home experience for the family. It's game day with a taste of Louisiana at Walk-Ons off Highway 281-19 and now at Stadium Trace near the Hoover Met.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round to tell you about our friends at Gutter Cap. Gutter Cap's that patented aluminum cover system that fits over most existing gutters to keep out debris and eliminate that gutter cleaning. It's backed with a lifetime warranty, almost 20-year service record right here in Birmingham. Stay off that dangerous ladder forever. 45% off the retail price now if you call guttercapbirmingham.com. Call my good friend Chris Stewart now, 205-823-2212. Cap it, don't snap it. It's Gutter Cap.
Stay up to date with the Next Round at nextroundlive.com. The latest videos from the show, plus podcasts like the Mystery Fifth Hour, Bama and Bourbon, Last Call, and others from the Double Down Media podcast family. You can start your day with the latest college football stories, plus easy to listen to hour-by-hour downloads of the live show. NextRoundLive.com, a great way to stream the show live or shop in the Next Round store. Make NextRoundLive.com your homepage. That's NextRoundLive.com.
You've been wearing that thin, raggedy t-shirt for years now, and people cannot stop whispering and staring in your vicinity. We've all been there. Luckily, there's a solution to your lack of fashion and social cues. At NextRound.store, they have plenty of options when it comes to a variety of shirts and hats. Once you start putting that Next Round gear on, be prepared to make new lifelong friends and hundreds of unforgettable conversations. Hope you like random high fives in the street, because that's what you're getting after visiting nextround.store.
Summer means cookouts and spending time with the family and friends in the backyard. Ryan Brown here. Nothing can ruin a party like mosquitoes. Wayne's environmentally safe Mosquito Plus solution safely and effectively eliminates mosquitoes. Plus, they provide protection against fleas and ticks, helping keep your outdoor entertainment spaces safe, comfortable, and pest-free for your family and your four-legged family members. Wayne's has turned my backyard oasis into my happy place. They can do the same for you. Give them a call, 866-WAYNES-1, or callwaynes.com.
Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, and Rockstar. Live from the Birmingham Racecourse Casino Studios, the Next Round, presented by Bud Light, is on now.
All right, shortly after 11 o'clock here, top of the hour, hour number 3 on the show. That's 11 o'clock Central Time if you're listening to us live on all of our audio platforms, whether you're streaming us on the app at nextroundlive.com, on Spotify, on TuneIn Radio, or if you're pulling us down on our podcast on Odyssey, Apple Podcasts, Alexa. Thanks for being along with us. If you're watching us on our many platforms, including YouTube and Twitch, on Facebook and Twitter, all the platforms here of Double Down Media and the Next Round, we're glad to have you along. Jim Dunaway, Ryan Brown, Lance Taylor's down at the Flora-Bama, Rockstar, Forrester, Lunsford, and Taylor, all here with you today, taking care of you both online and on social media, 16 days away from the start of the college football season. One more twist to the Tom Brady story that's going on right now. It's a personal leave for Tom Brady. He will not be back with the team until after the August 11th scrimmage or preseason game in Nashville against the Titans. So he won't even practice with the team.
Today's the 11th.
To me, August 20th, I said.
Okay. No,
August 20th.
You said 11th.
Okay, August 20th, after the game with the Titans, the exhibition game there, and he's not even going to practice with the team. It's a personal leave is what it's being called. But LT, there's a lot of getting on the same page, and I'm not saying he's not going to be able to do that with Mike Evans and all those guys and Julio Jones, but that's a weird time for a guy who's known for his work ethic to take. How many days off is that? I know, but don't want to go back to the calendar again.
500.
Last person we need to ask is that guy right there.
300 days.
Wait, you talking about me?
Yeah. So Lunsford says we're at 255, by the way. He's done the math.
But in all seriousness, Tom Brady's going to be out for a little bit. Not injury. It's a personal leave. And I talked to you when he was coming back. I said I had personally moved on. When he said he was 51-49 on retiring, then he was 51-49 on coming back. This is a weird twist. Personal leave in the middle of camp for a guy who's known to love practice.
Yeah, and you would think this being probably his last camp that he would be all in. I agree with you. This is really strange. Now, will it affect play on the field? Probably not. I mean, it didn't affect Aaron Rodgers. Aaron Rodgers never plays in the preseason. Basically came out yesterday and said it's a waste.
But he practices.
That's what he did say.
He practices.
Yeah, he's in the scrimmages. Yeah,
he practices.
No, I get that. I still think it is Tom Brady. I don't know, man. Is there any chance he's having second thoughts and actually bails out?
Boy, that'd be awful.
It really would be.
It would be horrible, but that's the first thing I think of.
That's what you fear?
Yeah.
Is that Bucs fan?
That he has gone to camp and his heart's not in it, and that he's taking 11 days to reevaluate this.
Because they're practicing with the Dolphins right now. I mean, there's a chance that he scrimmages with the Dolphins, and he's like, I can't do this 17 times.
My engine is not firing the way I thought it would fire.
Yeah, I mean, I came back in camp. We've had fun, but now that it is as close to a game as I'm going to get in camp, a real, live bullet scrimmage with the Dolphins, I cannot do this for 17 weeks, 18 weeks.
And Chris Godwin's not out there. He's still rehabbing. Mike Evans is slowed by injury. They're trying to get him healthy. Julio Jones is new, but he is at the end of his career.
He's the best to have ever done it, but it is going to be a stain on his exit. If he comes back, the Bucs move ahead with all their plans having him there, and then 2 weeks into camp, he decides to retire. That's a stained exit for him.
Oh, I would agree. Yeah, that would be horrible to put the organization in that situation.
Yeah, because now you're stuck at that point with Kyle Trask. I mean, that's your starter unless you went and got Garoppolo. Now, if you guys are in the mix to make a Garoppolo deal, he retires, you get Garoppolo. Okay, maybe not. Boy, we're getting way out on a limb here with that speculation.
We are, but I mean, is there a chance TMZ has video of him with the family at the beach in the next few days?
Oh, I wouldn't surprise me.
Yeah, I hope it's nothing health-wise with any family member, which it could be. I mean, that could be what's going on. You never know.
Yeah, but if you were a Bucs fan and that's what happened, is he retires, but they go out and get Garoppolo, would you be okay with that?
Yeah, I would be okay with it because we got some free agents back that we wouldn't have gotten.
Because Brady was there.
Yeah, because Brady came back, so they did re-sign a bunch of people that they would have never re-signed without Tom Brady's name being on it.
Yeah.
That was the guy you originally wanted, for that minute or for those days that he was retired. We talked about it. And you said, I'm good with Jimmy Garoppolo.
And I am. And it actually would be a better situation because the team is better now because of the free agents they were able to sign because of Tom Brady announcing he was coming back.
Specifically Kyle Rudolph and Julio Jones, right?
Yeah. And Fournette came back. Yep. And, I mean, there's a bunch of people that could have left that ended up signing up again. But it's a weird story to watch. You just don't see it happen a lot. Personal leave, no injury, not football related to personal leave. And you just hope it's everybody's okay with his family, both his older mom and dad and his immediate family.
Yeah, it's just weird. You don't really ever see this.
Part of our show being brought to you by our friends at Champy's World Famous Fried Chicken. Champy'sChicken.com now open for business at Highway 119 in Alabaster, open for lunch and dinner today. We're about to get to tailgate season, but we're also starting back school. We've also got great office parties going on. Your tailgate, your birthday parties, any celebration, they'll cater all that for you. You can get details at champyschicken.com. But just a great place to swing by for lunch. We've been telling you now for over a year about how awesome Sterling and his crew is. Right there on Highway 119 in Alabaster, the Mississippi Delta recipe tamales. If you're a tamale fan or never tried a tamale, it's a great way to start. Falling in love with tamales, that Mississippi Delta recipe with just a kick of spice there. Wonderful fried chicken, all the sides, all the desserts. Just a great meal. Champyschicken.com. Get it today. I'm going to just on the fly here. I've written none of these down.
Okay.
Which is always a scary proposition for me. But I'm gonna throw out some over-unders, some futures.
Okay.
Over-unders. For instance, LT, just pop him up on the camera real quick. You see what he's doing? He's going back and counting each show one by one now.
Stupid.
This is going to bother you the whole show, right?
I'm on 213 and I'm still accurate. So I'm listening to you.
Lunsford says,
well, if a book has 300 pages, you're going to see 300 pages.
Lunsford says 255 is where we are.
Okay.
And he's looked at the calendar and literally counted the days.
And tonight, instead of going to see Tyler or Matt Stell, I am going to stay in the room and I am going to send an email out with every documented day.
I'm going to get to the bottom of this. Yeah.
But what happened on show 213 real quick? I'm interested now.
213, we did the Chuck tribute. We actually brought Chuck's ashes into the studio.
That was just the other day, Lance.
Yeah.
It was June 10th.
We're getting close, very close to where you've screwed up the math.
Oh, yeah. I did screw up somewhere.
Yeah.
I did.
This is the first time he's admitted it.
I don't know where, but I just need to figure out where, though.
Well, you're getting pretty close.
Yeah,
I am.
You're zero again, buddy.
Yes.
Because guess what we haven't done since then? We haven't done, quick math, what is that, 77 shows?
So, yeah.
Since then?
Yeah.
Lance?
I'm looking. Here it is. Yep. I went from 237 to 283. I don't know how I did that.
I'd like to know what happened on the night of show 237.
237 was a Friday, a June 15th show. Do you guys, Chip Brown and Montana Fouts were on.
Doesn't ring a bell.
Record-setting show.
That weekend must have been something else.
Oh, I know what happened. That Monday, we went to SEC Media Days.
Oh, you were.
And so when I documented that Monday, we had been out Sunday night, and I guess I was just completely thrown off. So there we go. I jacked up. How many days is that? 237?
46.
Yeah. 46 days.
Yeah.
But good news for the history of the show. Show 100 and show 200 were actually show 100 and show 200.
That's right, yes. We have not screwed up till 300.
Yeah, we don't have to go back and retake any other pictures. And we will, it's still to come, a magical show 300 somewhere in the future.
You just wait.
Hey, Lunsford's dead on. This is show 255.
Yeah, I don't doubt Lunsford at all.
Yeah.
Well, Dunaway was the one that called him a simple mind. He drilled it.
You meant beautiful mind. You meant beautiful mind.
You turn the light off, he don't know. He has no idea.
All right, so
this will all end up one day with me being in small little pieces in the back of Lunsford's truck.
Show 300 still coming up. Tom Luganville and other guests apparently on show number 300.
Yeah, every time he says the show, Tom Luganville's
back on.
Part of our show today being brought to you by Michelson. We'll look at and do a little futures here off the fly. But Michelson Laser Vision will get you dialed in for a perfect procedure. Brown's getting his evaluation on Monday.
Yep.
Yeah, look, if you've been thinking about getting LASIK surgery, you've been procrastinating, now's the time to pull the trigger. Maybe you wear eyeglasses. I wore contacts for about 10 years. I was wasting money on the contacts and solutions. I went to see Dr. Mark Michelson. It's been 20 years ago. I had the 2200 vision. I now have 2015 vision, better than 2020. Call Michelson Laser Vision today, 969-8100. Ask for Amy. Tell her the next round sent you. You can also visit michelsonlaservision.com.
All right. So this is the kind of stuff we'll do right here. For instance, if I say 2.5 years, over, under, Jim Harbaugh still the coach at Michigan, 2.5 years.
I'd go over. I don't know that he's going to go to the NFL again. I think he has reset his clock a little bit by both beating Ohio State and going to the college football playoff. I think he's got a little staying power in Ann Arbor now.
Yeah, I agree with Brown. You look at his first ever college football appearance last year, winning the Big Ten for the first time, beating Ohio State for the first time. And, Michigan fans are high on this season. Brown, you talked about their schedule, but Charlie Vitella, our good friend of ours, big Michigan fan, he's a realist. And he thinks they're going to be undefeated playing Ohio State.
Wow. I mean, he does that back-to-back years. That's incredible.
But I think, isn't there always a concern that this guy will go back to the NFL, or did we finally put that to rest last year?
I think that ship has sailed. I really do. He's making a ton of money. I think the Michigan fans have embraced him after that great season last year. So I think the ship sailed.
Over under 2.5 years after they're already in the Big Ten before USC plays in a Big Ten championship game, over or under 2.5 years?
No, I'm going to go under. I think USC will be an elite team next year. Again, I think people are a little too high on them this year. I think they'll be an elite team next year, and I wouldn't be surprised if, depending on how they line that thing up, I guess it's just going to be by best records, right?
Right, top two teams.
Yeah, because if you weren't with us, were you with us when Klatt was on? I forget who was in, but Klatt let the cat out of the bag. Not a surprise to anybody that they're going away from divisions, but they're going away from divisions.
Everybody's going away from divisions, including the SEC at some point.
Yeah. So that's no huge surprise there, but they're going to go away from divisions. So, yeah, it'll be best two records. Some of it's going to be schedule dependent. Obviously, they're going to want, I think, to create some primo games for USC early on. So I bet they're going to get a good rotation of the Penn States, Michigans, and Ohio States. They're not going to catch easy schedules. But I think I would probably go with Lance and take the under on that one too.
Yeah, I think it'll be the first year. I think the first year they're in the Big Ten, they'll play Ohio State because the way Lincoln Riley is recruiting, and you watched Michigan last year against Georgia, it still showed that there's a difference in SEC and Big Ten speed outside of Ohio State, and USC will have that speed.
You know what you sound like right there, though? You sound like everyone when we put the ACC together with Florida State and Miami, we were like, oh, every year. It's going to be Florida State and Miami, Florida State and Miami. You know how many times that's happened?
Zero.
Never.
Yep.
Never.
That still is one of the more amazing things in college football history.
No, I don't disagree with you. How both those have fallen off. I mean, they used to be. We talked with Tommy Bowden the other day on the show, and we brought up the fact that his dad and Miami used to play each other, and it was a national championship eliminator. That game was. I mean, that was back before the playoffs. Obviously,
it was. Yeah. So that was very interesting. Okay, so. Same type question. Oklahoma and Texas, once they're in the SEC, whatever year that is, over under 2.5 years before they play in an SEC championship game. Not win it, just play in the championship game.
Over.
I think I'd go over on that one too.
How come? Why the difference between USC and the difference between Oklahoma and Texas?
I think Oklahoma and Texas are going to be a little overwhelmed. I mean, and let's be honest. I mean, both are kind of rebuilding here. I mean, Texas is in year 2 of the Sark era, and year 1 right now for Brent Venables in Oklahoma. Again, we did this exercise. When you put them in the power rankings right now in the SEC, Alabama and Georgia are so far ahead of Oklahoma and Texas, it's not even close.
Yeah, and again, this is going to be non-division SEC in all likelihood, so you're just going best record there. So it's not like they can catch a down division, one of those two, and win it. So I think I would go over on that as well.
And I also think LSU is going to build faster than those teams. I think with Brian Kelly and, the fertile recruiting ground that he's got there, I think LSU, I would stack them in front of Oklahoma and Texas getting to an SEC championship game.
Okay, well, let's do that then. With this year being a pass, not counting this year, starting next year, 2.5 years over under LSU back in an SEC championship game.
Well, can you tell me when Nick Saban's retiring?
Well, that's one of the questions I've just jotted down now. I'll go first.
Well,
Nick Saban, over, under retiring 2.5 years.
I'd go over.
I go under.
We've been doing that for a long time.
I know. I think this could be the year, especially if they ran the table, won a national championship.
You think
Bryce
he goes
Young last year? I think this could be it.
You think he goes out as a champion?
I do.
But I've tried to. And I don't know this. I'm just speculating like everyone else does when they talk about Nick Saban retiring. The man has built his entire life on not being results-oriented, being process-oriented, right? I mean, that's his whole life is built on that. So for him to retire based on a result would be contrary to the way he's lived his whole life. Like, I believe Nick Saban retires when Nick Saban no longer enjoys finding and developing players.
Oh, 100%.
I think that's what drives him to retirement, not whether he wins or loses a championship.
Anybody who's, quote unquote, close to him that I've ever talked to says loves practicing, loves recruiting, loves evaluating players. The games are further down the list than all the other hard-working stuff, and that he enjoys that. He'll never ever be the coach who is sitting on a stool on the sidelines like Joe Paterno was, or not wearing a headset and just standing there with a rolled-up program, not part of what's going on. When he can't do that, when he can't lead a practice, I think when he can't lead the team out running onto the field anymore, those type things is when he can't throw passes to the DBs. Those are the kind of things when I think he'll step down.
I truly believe, like you, from talking to people around him, the thing he loves most about this job is taking the kid he finds in high school and handing him off to the NFL as a developed player. Yep. I think that is what drives him. I go and I find this kid when he's a sophomore in high school, and I say, this kid can play for us. And he comes in, whatever he is, a 3-star, 5-star, whatever he is, but then I hand him to the NFL as a developed player. And the NFL says, hey, this kid, and maybe the kid doesn't make it in the NFL, I don't know. But I think that's what drives Nick Saban. I think the day that no longer drives him, that's when he'll retire.
Look, age is undefeated, but he's a young 70.
No doubt.
And you brought up running out of the tunnel, throwing footballs, playing pickup basketball. I think he wants to be remembered like that, and he wants to go out as that young 70. And I'm not saying it's going to be this year. I've got a feeling it's this year. But I think he wants another era too. He's not a guy that's just going to sit around. I think television is that next era, and he'll do that for 5 to 7 years and then probably shut it down.
He also wants to turn Alabama over to the next guy in good shape. He doesn't, no offense to Bobby Bowden, Joe Paterno, or any of the greats. And I don't know how the program was when Bear Bryant turned it over to Ray Perkins. I get the feeling it wasn't in fantastic shape.
And weren't they like a 4-win team, Perkins' first year?
But a lot of transitions from the greatest to do it to the next coach. Not just a normal drop off from going to the greatest to not the greatest, but sometimes the program's not in the best shape. It's sort of bell curved downward when the great decides to walk away. I get the feeling he doesn't want to do that.
No, and maybe if there were an obvious replacement, it might help. I don't know. I don't know how much that would push him as well, because there isn't really one right now. There's not one guy. I mean, I think if Nick Saban were being honest, you're like, Coach, you got to step aside today. We're going to let you pick the guy. I don't know that there's an obvious one he would pick.
Back to LSU now. Now that you've got a feeling of when Saban retires, not counting 2022, starting in 2023, 2.5 years over under when LSU's in the SEC championship again.
I will go under.
A lot of faith there in Brian Kelly.
I'm going to go over. Again, once you eliminate those two divisions, maybe it makes it a little easier on LSU because they don't necessarily have to get past Alabama. They just got to get past everybody else.
And this is no knock on 4-star quarterback Ricky Collins, who committed to LSU last night. All right? But he's a decommit from Purdue. He'd gone to Purdue. Picks LSU over Purdue and somebody else now.
You're old. Who do they pick him over? It doesn't look great there.
Yeah, and he's a 4-star quarterback who now has picked LSU in a recruiting cycle that has Arch Manning, Eli Holstein going out of state to other schools, and your quarterback of the future now is, Eli Holstein is not even considered to be the best recruiter in Alabama's recruiting class right now.
Yeah.
You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
The people you're going to be battling against are getting better quarterbacks than Brian Kelly. It may take a little bit longer down there than some people are expecting.
Who was the back-to-back video, the Walker kid?
Yeah.
Yeah.
He's a 5-star, right?
He is. He's a 5-star. He's there. That's a great point. I'd forgotten about him. I assumed he's still there. Okay. That's it. Those are just some over-unders that I thought were some interesting questions as we approach this college football season coming up. Trash is coming up on the other side. Part of our show today being brought to you by the great folks with Dr. B, the folks that under that beautiful Love You Blue hat that LT has on that you can get in the store, by the way, nextround.store, is a great flowing lock of salt and pepper hair that is ready to just flaunt at the Flora-Bama tonight.
My God, what a picture you just painted.
Somebody just texted me about Dr. B and everything that Dr. B does. Look, just an awesome guy. Unfortunately, with age, for a lot of people comes a little hair loss. It started to happen to me last year. I asked around. Everyone said Dr. Beckenstein is the guy to call. I set up that consultation with Dr. B and his team. They performed the genetic testing to determine the best course of treatment. It's cutting edge. Dr. B, the only one in the state offering it. He can target an individual's treatment based on their genetics and formulate compounds and prescriptions to their profile. This is a game changer. After I got my results, me and Dr. B had that virtual meeting, went over options, chose the non-invasive laser treatment, which will help increase thickness and health of my hair. Dr. B takes pride in treating each patient personally, applying his expertise to produce quality results. For more than 20 years, women and men have turned to Dr. B for a range of cosmetic and reconstructive procedures. Call Dr. Beckenstein today, 205-319-0316. That's 205-319-0316.
Follow LT on Twitter at @TheLanceTaylor.
At Alfa Romeo of Birmingham, you can now drive the 2022 Alfa Romeo Giulia TI, the Italian sports sedan of your dreams, starting at $499 per month plus tax with $4,999 down, plus first payment and title due at delivery. Come experience the passion and performance of Alfa Romeo of Birmingham, 1837 Grants Mill Road, or alfaromeousa of Birmingham.com. Financial lease, 10,000 miles per year, WAC, MSRP, $51,490. Stock numbers Q0059, Q0068, or Q0074. If renting is putting a dent in your bank account, here's your sign from the universe that it's time to buy a new home. And who better to help you through the ins and outs of home buying than our friends at Mortgage Right. With Mortgage Right, you don't have to worry about becoming a short notice mortgage expert because they do all the heavy lifting for you. They're trusted mortgage professionals, and they'll help you choose the right mortgage option and stand by your side every step of the way. Visit mortgageright.com/TNR to buy before renting runs you dry. That's mortgageright.com/TNR. NMLS 2239, Equal Housing Lender.
Fire damage to your home or business is something you never want to consider. Ryan Brown here from the Next Round. But in the horrible event it happens, Dry Tech is here to help. They respond quickly and will reply to you within 20 minutes when you call 205-637-0143. They're working for you, the customer, not the insurance company. They've got 5 crews ready to go 24/7. Don't call the insurance company first. Call Dry Tech. Just remember this website, mydrytech.com. That is mydrytech.com.
Hi, this is Wes McClooney, owner of the New Balance Birmingham store. Did you know that many professional athletes have their shoes custom fitted to their feet? At New Balance Birmingham, we think everyone should have perfect fitting shoes. So our in-store fit specialists take precise measurements to determine your foot size, shape, and gait before matching you with the perfect New Balance shoe. Come see us at the New Balance Birmingham store, located on Highway 280 next to Chick-fil-A. New Balance Birmingham. Experience the difference a custom fit makes today.
IV therapy, B12 injections, cryotherapy, and compression therapy all under one roof. It's our friends at Hydra Live Therapy. IV therapy treatments are packed with nutrients to increase energy, reduce stress and anxiety, and boost your immune system, and more. If you mention the Next Round at checkout, save 20% off any service. You can join the IV League today. Members are rewarded with deep discounts. Make sure you ask about that. Hydra Life Therapy open 7 days a week. Homewood, Tuscaloosa, and coming soon to Greystone.
There's nothing I like more than a unique, delicious meal, and that's what you get at Champy's world-famous fried chicken right on Highway 119 in Alabaster. Those great full fried chicken plates, the tenders, the po' boys, but I love the Southern staple chicken on a stick. It's perfect for a tailgate or watching the big game. And then the authentic Mississippi Delta recipe, homemade tamales, the best I've ever tasted. See the whole menu or order online at champyschicken.com. For Blues, Brews, and Bird, it's Champy's Chicken, Highway 119, Alabaster.
Summer weather is finally here. Make sure your air conditioner is ready for the Alabama heat. Adam, Chad, and the team at Hemphill are the ones to call for all of your HVAC needs. Hemphill Services is a locally owned and operated independent train dealer, and the team can service all makes and models. Get the guys at Hemphill Services to make sure your HVAC unit is ready to help you beat the Alabama heat this summer. For all of your plumbing, heating, and cooling needs, do what I do. Call Hemphill Services. It's hard to stop a train. 205-229-2090.
The Double Down Media podcast family is live and full of content for all ages. The Mystery Fifth Hour gives the Next Round hosts a chance to talk about everything but sports. Pour a glass of Bama and bourbon, our weekly college football conversation, while sipping some of the most interesting pours in the bourbon world. And our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, presented by Redmont Vodka. LT has in-depth conversations with personalities like Clay Travis and Taylor Hicks. Find those podcasts and more by searching The Next Round on Apple and Spotify. And remember to like and subscribe.
The new location of Walk-Ons is now open at Stadium Trace in Hoover, near the Hoover Met. And just like the location off Highway 280, you get authentic, mouth-watering Louisiana cuisine prepared fresh from scratch every day. Walk-Ons Happy Hour is 2 to 6 Monday through Friday. $5 moonshine swirls, $5 house pours, and half-price appetizers. Download the Walk-Ons mobile app for an easy take-home experience for the family. It's game day with a taste of Louisiana at Walk-Ons off Highway 281-19 and now at Stadium Trace near the Hoover Met.
Ricky Collins' commitment was a flip from Purdue for LSU. Florida flipped somebody as well. Four-star linebacker Jaden Robinson flipped from South Carolina to Florida yesterday. ESPNU making an announcement they will do a 5-part series behind the scenes of the South Carolina program and Shane Beamer in an upcoming series, a Hard Knocks-like series, a Rising Tide-like series. Good place for Rockstar to insert a joke about what you would name the series at South Carolina about the Gamecocks.
Cockfest.
I mean, I thought you were just going
Cockapalooza.
I thought you were just going to play off Hard Knocks, Rockstar. I thought that was the obvious.
No, I don't want to get sued by HBO.
Okay, yeah, that's a good point. Good point, yeah.
And Texas got a running back, another 4-star running back added to their list, Cedric Baxter Jr., commits to Texas last night. From Orlando, he picks Texas over Texas A&M, Miami, and Florida. That's your recruiting update from yesterday. Part of our show being brought to you by our man, Greg from Pell City and Storm Restoration Roofing. You got a roof over your head. That's a good thing. You want it to be a great roof to protect your most valuable investment, and that's where Greg from Pell City comes in. He wants to take care of you and your family and protect them with the upcoming winter season on the way. If you haven't had that roof inspected all spring or summer, it's time to make it happen, to make sure your roof is airtight and watertight, to keep the water on the outside and the warm air on the inside when we get to the winter months coming up. Get a free no-cost inspection right now, 205-542-3531. I'll give you that number again in a moment. He'll also get up on the roof. He can seal everything up. If you got any leaks or anything going on, he can repair any storm damage. He can give you an entire new roof if that's what you're looking for to make your house look better. If you've got a metal roof, he can pressure wash that metal roof for you right there. A-plus rated with the Better Business Bureau. Family owned. He and his wife own the company. His sons work with him as well. Just really a guy you can trust. The insurance companies trust him. You should too. It's 205-542-3531. 542-3531 for a free no-cost inspection. You can also look up Greg from Pell City on Facebook, Greg from Pell City Storm Restoration Roofing. That entertaining icon that's got a documentary coming up on Apple TV I teased ahead to. Steve Martin. Is Steve Martin an interesting enough person to draw you into watching a documentary about his life and career?
Yes, to be a guy that be a comedian, stand-up comedian, to be selling out so many theaters back in the day and then just going into acting. He's also a best-selling author. He's also an amazing musician.
Didn't he announce his retirement, though?
He says Only Murders in the Building is probably going to be his.
Yeah,
He's not going to be seeking work after this.
Yeah.
But for him to do 4 things like that and be masters at them is incredible. So, yeah, I would like to see that.
I've been indifferent on Steve Martin. I agree with that. I think he's a tremendously talented, very intelligent actor. I just, I love planes, trains, and automobiles. Outside of that, I thought The Jerk was overrated, in my opinion.
You didn't like Roxanne?
Was good. What else, Rocky?
You said you didn't like Roxanne?
I did not like Roxanne. I thought Three Amigos was funny.
Three Amigos is hilarious.
Murders in the Building has been.
Father of the Bride was fantastic.
Yeah, Father of the Bride was really good. Now I thought we probably did one too many of those.
Yeah, I probably wouldn't watch, but maybe.
Yeah.
And real quickly before we get to trash, Oscar Tshiebwe, the big star for Kentucky, did you see what he's getting these days? You know, he did not go to the NBA.
Yeah, I bet it's going to be a lot.
His NIL, he's making $500,000 in 7 days on a trip through the Bahamas, bringing his total NIL earnings to date up to $2.75 million, according to The Athletic. Tshiebwe was able to make about $20,000 a month in apparel sales alone in the U.S. through a loophole. His first big purchase was a house for his mom back in the Congo. This type of trip right now for Tshiebwe is really working out for him. The deal includes him having to sign his name to just a boatload of trading cards on this trip while he's there, and a ton of other stuff. So he's doing endorsements and commercials all on this trip abroad. So it's a pretty neat deal for Oscar Tshiebwe, $2.7 million to date.
Well, I mean, look, this guy is a really, really good basketball player. Probably would have been tail end of the first round. So there's a chance that he would make more money, not including signing bonus, staying at Kentucky. Kentucky fans are desperate for another national championship. I mean, people forget the last one was Anthony Davis. It's been forever since Cal has won a national championship. Kentucky's going to pay basketball. I mean, to keep him, that was a big get.
It really was, and maybe a sign of the future on guys skipping late round, first round, early second round to stay in college and make more money. All right, let's do trash. Every day brought to you by Mortgage Right. It starts when Rockstar takes his right hand and hits a big button.
Sorry, your old man passed away, right?
Oh, wow.
No, not yet.
Oh, I thought he did. I thought the judge was dead.
No, my brother died.
Oh, yeah.
Sorry about that.
LT's Trash is presented by Mortgage Right. Mortgages done the right way.
What show number was that?
Again, that's where I got thrown off. It was SEC Media Days. Hey, mortgage rates have risen. Market experts project more increases before year end. If you've been looking to purchase or refinance a home, now is the time to act. With Mortgage Right's Lock and Shop program, you can lock in an interest rate while shopping for a home and before rates rise again. With a speedy pre-approval process, flexible down payment assistance program, and a variety of loan products, Mortgage Right can get you into the home of your dreams before rates rise to unimaginable highs. Call Mortgage Right locally, 205-815-9200, or visit mortgageright.com/TNR today to get a new home before your chance is gone. NMLS 2239, equal housing lender. Guys, give me a sec to pull the trash here.
No problem. Trash on the table.
We like to tell you, Lance at the Flora-Bama. That's the liquor pour. What do they call that room again? I'm sorry.
It is the it's the Flora-Bama liquor room, but it's called a Berg system, where the liquor lines run to the bars, to all the bars. It feeds 12 different bars in the building. And it's pretty amazing.
It is.
And then I'm trying to get the backstory on when they take the top off the handles, they recycle them. I think they give them to the Kiwanis Club to build playgrounds for kids.
The story of the Flora-Bama is incredible to me. Like
it really is.
All the stuff we've learned about
because
them.
everything's involved in a charity. It really is.
It is. It's nuts.
Not surprised. There's nobody on the Redneck River area that's surprised that there's a room at the Flora-Bama called the Liquor Room.
No, not at all.
You got that. Hey, what started as a burial for a loved one in a cemetery ended in a family feud that involved a man trying to run down his own sister and flooding a funeral plot. Now, the incident happened Rolling Hills Memorial Park in Richmond on Saturday around 1 p.m. It was supposed to be a celebration for the family's mother. According to Sergeant Aaron Pomeroy of the Richmond Police Department, quote, a family member brought a stun gun to the services because of a long-standing family issue. Now, he had been on the job for years, but said he's never seen anything like what happened this weekend. They were there to bury the family matriarch, but police said a feud between the brother and sister led to punches being thrown and more. They said one of the family members tried to run over his sister with a vehicle. He missed his sister, but hit another relative in a water main, causing the flooding of another empty plot. No one was seriously injured, but police said it left damages at about $20,000. They went on to say he drove over some headstones, damaged some other headstones, severed a water main, caused flooding in the area before the water could be shut off.
Jeez.
Tina, do you think I got carried away? Do you think I overreacted? Everybody thinks I think I was justified.
Flooding the funeral plot. Just creating a pool in the cemetery.
That sounds to me like LT. It's one of these. It's a new social media craze is going everywhere.
Oh, yeah. The Mayhem commercial.
The Mayhem commercial.
This is going to get tens of views.
So where the Sonic is, where we used to work.
Oh, yeah.
Over on Valley Avenue. So it was the Great American Car Wash. And I think I told you guys that I worked there for a couple of summers. Yep. But one summer we would go on that lot late night to party. And one of my friends pulled in, and there was a tent set up, and you can only imagine how much water is being pumped through a car wash. So he had probably had a couple too minis, and he went a little too deep into the tent, and he hit the water main, and it blew off, and it was like a fire hydrant shooting straight up, and it blew a hole in that tent. And so we all scattered, and that water ran all night.
Oh my gosh. And that's Birmingham Waterworks water.
The next day, what happened here?
But it was so powerful, it blew a hole in the tent.
You guys didn't call anybody? You just snuck away like Bill Murray in Caddyshack?
It didn't have cell phones back then.
I mean, really?
Yeah. If I had a cell phone, I'm sure I would have.
Of course.
Robert Pope ran away from Galloway City on Ireland's west coast to the capital of Dublin in just 23 hours and 39 minutes. Now, the 44-year-old took the 134-mile after a pint of Guinness before finishing with another one at the end of his route on Sunday. Now, speaking afterwards, he was in high spirits. He jokingly boasted to the BBC that despite the grueling feat, he could still struggle up the stairs of his accommodations. Now, this dude has done some crazy stuff. He paid homage to the film Forrest Gump back in 2018. He ran more than 15,000 miles that year.
My word.
Wow.
15,000?
Yeah, I think quick math, that is 40 a day.
The math on this show today is
that is almost a complete trip around the equator.
Very close, yeah.
Yeah. I mean, he's running more than a marathon a day. I mean, that can't be good for you, right?
I really can't. I don't think your body's built that way.
Every time I watch runners, and I've given up running. I used to run a lot.
Our friend Britt Decker seems like she runs a marathon every morning on her social media, NBC 13 in Birmingham. She's knocking out 13 miles a day, it seems like.
Jeez, that's a lot.
That's impressive, especially in the summer heat. A mom-to-be has expressed her frustrations after her boyfriend's mom booked him a 2-week paternity holiday just 1 week after she's due to give birth to their first child.
You think there's something wrong with that?
The woman claimed her partner had agreed to take 3 weeks of paternity leave after the baby was to be born to adjust to being parents, but he will now only be with her for a week before leaving her and the little one alone for a fortnight. Now, the first-time mom has told her boyfriend that she doesn't want him to go. And while he agrees that he wants to be there for her and the baby, he also doesn't want his mom to think she wasted her money. On a Reddit post, pregnant mother said, "My boyfriend's mother took it upon herself to schedule a paternity vacation for my boyfriend for the last 2 weeks of his leave. She came over for dinner, surprised him with it. It's an all-expenses-paid vacation to Italy for my boyfriend as his paternity present. I told her and my boyfriend that I didn't want him to go, and that she should have asked first before buying such an extraordinary gift. She left in tears because I was, quote, ungrateful and ruined her son's experience." I like where this dude's mom's head is.
Yeah. I've never heard of a paternity gift. That's a nice one. Hey, I was in.
Here are some
real
crazy ideas for you guys.
I was going to tell you, I was at dinner the other night with my wife for our anniversary, and a couple at a table next to us told, I think it was her parents, that they were pregnant. And it was pretty cool to watch that. I think they showed them on the phone the initial sonogram or something like that. And to see the mom and dad react. Now, it's in a very public restaurant. You guys know where I was. It's in a very public restaurant. And, nobody made a big deal about it. But just to see them react, to find out that they were going to be grandparents. And I think from what I could gather, it was the first time that they were first-time grandparents.
You did this again? You told me you were leaving him.
That's a girl. I want a boy. No, it was really cool to see him.
That is cool.
Yeah.
I've got some crazy ideas for you guys.
All right. Okay.
I love this first one. Thriller movie about a traveling serial killer who picks up a hitchhiker who's also a serial killer.
Plot twist.
Who goes first? That is interesting, yeah.
Another crazy idea. Take a strong laxative and a strong anti-diarrheal to see which one is stronger.
Just fight to the death, man.
Seems like that'd be a little much on the body, doesn't it?
Your body would be so screwed up in that situation.
How about this crazy idea? A separate road system for just 18-wheelers.
People would take advantage of it.
Oh, there's no doubt. Yeah, bad traffic on the other one. I'm just going to hit the 18. Oh, screwed up. I'm sorry.
Another crazy idea at the Olympics. I love this one. Each country only gets to send one athlete that competes in all the games.
Come on, Cliff.
I mean,
They make it more interesting. I'd be all in there.
I would too.
I mean, even if you narrow it down to just like, whatever the number needs to, whatever the biggest team event is, like you got to play basketball, you got to have at least 5, right?
Right.
So, if for soccer 11, so we just had a 12-team, roster going to the Olympics. I think that would be really interesting.
No, that would be fascinating. And like you just got to pick your best 5 for basketball.
That's right.
Yeah, you're going to have a few that swim.
You're going to roll 11 out there for soccer. It'll be a lot more interesting.
I don't disagree.
A lot more interesting.
Here are some old medical treatments.
No, wait. Let's don't go past the other thing real quick. That is Barkley is always looking for television ideas. That is a wonderful idea.
Each country, 12 people, or
just
whatever
go
the
one.
max you would have.
If we're not doing the real Olympics, just one person is sent from each country, and they compete in all the events. That's a lot more interesting.
Yeah, it would be, but if it's not the Olympics, it makes it, I guess more credible. If it's the Olympics, it would seem maybe a gimmick if it's not.
We would call it the One Olympics.
Or the Beer Olympics.
That's already exists.
Oh.
Or the Chuck Olympics.
We had 4 per team on that. We had to. Okay, here are some old medical treatments. They used to cure toothaches with electricity.
Dang. Didn't really help, but you forgot about the toothache.
Your tooth doesn't hurt anymore, does it?
That's right.
Hey, this one's worse. They prevented nosebleeds with a red-hot poker.
Ooh.
They would hold a red-hot poker under the nose, put a linen rag in sharp vinegar, burn it, and blow it up the nose with a quill.
My gosh.
It ain't bleeding no more. We cauterized it.
Yeah, you did.
I thought salt water in the nose is bad enough, right?
Oh, terrible.
How about this one? Curing arthritis with radium. Radium was once considered a legitimate medical treatment. The ailments it supposedly cured were arthritis, impotence, and aging. You wonder why the life expectancy was like 37 back then.
Jared, take this.
No arthritis anymore. You're glowing in the dark, but no more joint pain.
How about this one? They use chloroform to treat asthma.
Gotta write that down. A lot of my
Chloroform,
girlfriends
like
have asthma.
cocaine, wasn't an unusual treatment in the United States, where it was used as anesthetic. We now know it's toxic today.
Yeah, it's got some side effects.
And how about this final one? Fix chapped hands with sour cream. You put sour cream in a cloth, bury it outside overnight, then unearth it and apply the sour cream the next day.
Oh,
some weird ideas.
That is some weird ideas. Ooh, that was yucky.
You don't hear the word yucky a lot.
That was yucky. It's yucky.
That is Trash with LT today, brought to you by our friends at Mortgage Right.
Hey, it seems like everywhere we turn these days, concern over rising cost on gas prices. Now there's even talk of a recession. If you're a homeowner with outstanding credit card debt or other high interest payments, it's time to put your home equity to work for you. Don't walk into a recession with large payments on bad debt. Our friends at Mortgage Right can help you knock down stubborn debt, gain more financial freedom. How is this possible? Home values also on the rise. That means you could leverage your home's equity for a cash-out refi to fund whatever needs funding, credit card debt, home repairs, college tuition, and more. Reach out to Mortgage Right. Learn how much you can save each and every month. Call Mortgage Right locally, 205-815-9200, or visit mortgageright.com/TNR.
When we come back, an amazing thing happening on the PGA Tour today. Brown will describe it to you. And a pretty amazing thing happened last night in minor league baseball. Only the second time in history that's ever happened. All that's next on TNR.
Follow Brownie on Twitter and Instagram at Ryan Brown Live.
Remember the name Way to Wellness if you're battling weight loss in your life. I'm Jim Dunaway from The Next Round. There was a time I was over 216 pounds until Way to Wellness helped me lose 45 pounds, and now for over 2 years, they've helped me keep that weight off. Here's their website, aplanforme.com, aplanforme.com. That's a great name for a website because there's no cookie-cutter plan. Everything is designed specifically for you. No contract, no sign-up fees, and your first consultation is free at Way to Wellness. There's nothing I like more than a unique, delicious meal, and that's what you get at Champy's world-famous fried chicken right on Highway 119 in Alabaster. Those great full fried chicken plates, the tenders, the po' boys, but I love the Southern staple chicken on a stick. It's perfect for a tailgate or watching the big game. And then the authentic Mississippi Delta recipe, homemade tamales, the best I've ever tasted. See the whole menu or order online at champyschicken.com. For Blues, Brews, and Bird, it's Champy's Chicken, Highway 119, Alabaster. The Next Round is proud to partner with Vulcan Tire and Auto, and we're excited to announce their first-class team and facilities are growing. If you are an experienced general maintenance technician looking for a new opportunity with a great growing company, go by Vulcan Tire. They want to talk to you. Not experienced, but interested in working on cars? Again, go by Vulcan Tire. They have a spot for anyone that has a can-do attitude, wants to work, and enjoys helping people. 4 locations and more to come. Vulcan Tire and Automotive, Moody, Trustful, Hoover, and Gardendale, VulcanTireandAuto.com.
You hear a lot of interesting phrases while playing golf, like, I think you're on the beach, or the classic, you gotta hit it, Alice. One word you're sure to hear right now at Bentbrook Golf Club is wow. Brand new carts with complimentary GPS, and the bent grass greens are so consistent, you just might drain a few more putts, Alice. Tee it up and find out for yourself. Book around today at bentbrook.com or call 428-1999. It's better at Bentbrook.
IV therapy, B12 injections, cryotherapy, and compression therapy all under one roof. It's our friends at Hydra Live Therapy. IV therapy treatments are packed with nutrients to increase energy, reduce stress and anxiety, and boost your immune system, and more. If you mention the Next Round at checkout, save 20% off any service. You can join the IV League today. Members are rewarded with deep discounts. Make sure you ask about that. Hydra Life Therapy open 7 days a week. Homewood, Tuscaloosa, and coming soon to Greystone.
When it comes to choosing a dentist, 2 things are critical: trust and comfort. Ryan Brown here from The Next Round. It's why I tell you about Stone Creek Dental Care. Dentist owned and operated, and Stone Creek Dental Care is the Southeast premier provider of comprehensive dental care with more than 20 locations, including Birmingham, Chattanooga, Huntsville, Trussville, and Montgomery. Stone Creek Dental Care is able to provide a level of quality care you will not find anywhere else. From your basic cleaning to restorative dentistry, cosmetics, and endodontics, Stone Creek Dental Care covers a wide and comprehensive range of dental services for patients of any age. Stone Creek Dental Care's mission is to provide the highest quality dental care to every single patient in an environment that exemplifies the highest ethical, personal, compassionate, and professional standards, and to provide the best patient experience possible. Stone Creek Dental Care is currently accepting new patients at all locations, and new patients get a free Chick-fil-A gift card at your first appointment. So visit StoneCreekDentalCare.com to find a location nearest you. StoneCreekDentalCare.com.
Start your day online with our website, nextroundlive.com, the latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. It's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com. That's nextroundlive.com. Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round to tell you about one of our favorite places for breakfast, lunch, and dinner. That is Hamburger Heaven since 1982. Hamburger Heaven has been serving Birmingham's best hamburgers, cheeseburgers, French fries, hand-spun milkshakes, and sandwiches made fresh to order. All of their ingredients are fresh and prepared daily. This includes their beef, always fresh, never frozen, hand-pattied each and every day. For breakfast, lunch, or dinner, visit any of the 4 locations, Highway 280, Irondale, Gardendale, and Homewood.
Start your day online with our website, nextroundlive.com, for the latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. It's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com.
Back with you on the Next Round. This hour always brought to you by the great folks at Champy's World Famous Fried Chicken. And I cannot wait to my next trip down to Highway 119 in Alabaster to try out Sterling's Place, the Mississippi Delta tamales, the great chicken sandwiches as well, the full chicken plates, and a lot more. It's Champy's World Famous Fried Chicken, Rockstar.
Speaking of Champy's, I booked a gig this week, September 9th. I will be performing at Champy's.
Look out.
I think it's a Thursday.
Yeah, we've done the show for another. I told Rockstar it's a cool little spot to perform.
So September the 9th, what day of the week is that?
Let me check just to make sure that I'm doing it right. It is September. It is September 9th, 6 to 8 p.m. It's a Friday.
6 to 8 p.m. I got a lot of events I'm doing in September.
Beep, beep, beep.
But I am going to be at that one if I don't have an event that night.
If I'm not doing anything, which I'm going to try to, I will be there.
What day of the week is it again?
It's Friday.
Friday?
You ought to be wide open on a Friday.
I should be wide open on a Friday, 6 to 8 p.m. on a Friday night.
Yeah, September 9th.
Is that September 9th, Rockstar?
Yeah, Central Time.
In the biggest high school football city in the state of Alabama these days on a Friday night. Hope they have a Thursday game for you.
Me and young Jack will be there.
That's right. Lance is going to be there.
Lance.
I will not be there.
All right, just straight up.
I'm not going to lie to you. You want me to lie to you?
I'm not going to blur the lines. I ain't coming.
Well, I've got something else that night. I'm sorry, Rockstar.
The first thing I teased. What was the other
Well,
thing?
you wanted me to talk about the Scotty Scheffler thing.
Yeah,
There's been a little bit of a turn to that. All right, so word has leaked out Cam Smith, the Open Championship winner, is going to the LIV.
What you showed me was a Bush League move.
He and Scotty Scheffler are playing together in the first round of the FedEx up in Memphis, which is the first leg of the 3-tournament FedEx Championship, which is a massive prize money event. Smith is trying to get to the end of that, and then he'll go to LIV, it appears. Scotty Scheffler, now, for those that have watched the game of golf and don't really understand the etiquette here, this is a breach of etiquette. Cam Smith is squatting down to read his putt. Generally, in that situation, you would walk behind the guy. Scheffler doesn't appear to walk on his line, but walk between him and the hole, and Cam Smith looked up at him like, dude, what the you-know-what?
Yeah.
Now, there's also video of Scheffler giving him a high five earlier in the round. So those that – and initially when I saw it and showed it to you, it looked as if the way it was playing was Scheffler is done with Cam Smith, and they're going to, treat him this way on the way out the door. But there is video from earlier in the round that shows that might not be the case. This could have just been a misunderstanding by Scheffler.
Okay. When you showed it to me, LT, I thought it was the biggest Bush League move I'd ever seen by a professional to throw away the etiquette of the game to do that.
I mean, that is like rule number one.
Yeah.
I don't know how somebody that's been playing golf for, 20 years could not forget a rule like that.
Well,
that's got to be premeditated.
It did look premeditated, and it did look like a middle finger to Smith, especially with Cam Smith's reaction that the ESPN cameras caught. Now, the fact that he gave him a high five earlier in the round would indicate there's not as much bad blood as maybe initially you thought from that one video clip. But
yeah, unless he went, high five, dude, you're out here trying to steal our money before you go take more money.
That's right. Taking more money before you get out the door. Yeah.
And last night in minor league baseball, for only the second time in baseball history, I think, we had a home run cycle, LT, and Chandler Redmond did it. He hit a solo home run, a 2-run home run, a 3-run home run, and a grand slam home run last night. And according to everything I saw, it's only the second time in baseball history that it's recorded baseball history it's ever happened.
What was the team? It was last week was the Angels that had 7 solo home runs in a single game.
And they lost.
Yeah. I mean,
first time that's ever happened. 7 home runs in a game and lost.
Yeah, I was going to say, which one's more difficult, the 7 solo homers in a single game or a guy hitting for a home run cycle?
I mean, this is a chess game here because you got to have
the exact
nobody
scenario
on base.
Yep.
You got to have a person on base, 2 people on base, and the bases loaded to get it to happen.
That's right. And you're only going to get 4 at-bats in all likelihood.
Top of the hour, quick picture of LT. Got a bushwhacker number 1 today, I assume.
It's number 1.
Yep. Getting whacked early.
There you go. All the ladies waiting for that moment right there. That was awesome. And also, as we approach Buster Olney at the top of the hour to talk baseball, the show being brought to you by our friends at JohnstonRVCenter.com. It is tailgate season, folks.
Yeah, go see those toy haulers they've got right there at Johnston RV Center. You can see them I-65, exit 304. In Coleman, exit 334 in Decatur. They started just $219 a month with approved credits. See the dealer there, Johnston RV Center, for complete details. Online, JohnstonRVCenter.com. $219 a month with approved credit. Great deal on those. JohnstonRVCenter.com. Buster Olney is next.
Follow Dunaway on Twitter and Instagram at Jim Dunaway.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round. You've heard me for years talk about our friends at Bromberg's Jewelers, and we welcome you to stop by and see that great customer service at the Mountain Brook and Summit locations, but we'd also love for you to check out their new online shop. They've got plenty to choose from. Great gifts, big and small. Available online, they've got David Yurman, Tudor watches, select diamond and gemstone jewelry, William Henry, seasonal and favorite giftware items, and baby gifts as well. They've even got an online sale section. For more information, Brombergs.com.
Summer means cookouts and spending time with the family and friends in the backyard. Ryan Brown here. Nothing can ruin a party like mosquitoes. Wayne's environmentally safe Mosquito Plus solution safely and effectively eliminates mosquitoes. Plus, they provide protection against fleas and ticks, helping keep your outdoor entertainment spaces safe, comfortable, and pest-free for your family and your four-legged family members. Wayne's has turned my backyard oasis into my happy place. They can do the same for you. Give them a call, 866-WAYNES-1, or call Waynes.com.
A legendary coach once said, "It's not the will to win that matters, it's the will to prepare to win." Bryant bankers have the dedication and experience to put together a financial game plan that's right for you. Stop by one of the 7 Central Alabama locations today or give them a call at 1-855-4-BRYANT to begin preparing for your financial future today. You'll find out what unbeatable service and legendary results are all about. Bryant Bank, Equal Housing Lender, member FDIC.
Summer of 2022. It's time to do something new. Ocean City, Maryland. And our friends at Residence Inn by Marriott, Ocean City is ready to welcome you. Kayak from Bayside Beach, swim in the Atlantic, dine at Bayview Bar and Grill, local golf packages, great restaurants, and a lot more. See everything online at residencenoc.com. Check them out on Instagram and Facebook. Do something different this summer. Residence Inn by Marriott, Ocean City, Maryland.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round to tell you about our friends at Gutter Cap. Gutter Cap's that patented aluminum cover system that fits over most existing gutters to keep out debris and eliminate that gutter cleaning. It's backed with a lifetime warranty, almost 20-year service record right here in Birmingham. Stay off that dangerous ladder forever. 45% off the retail price now if you call guttercapbirmingham.com. Call my good friend Chris Stewart now, 205-823-2212. Cap it, don't snap it. It's Gutter Cap.
Anheuser-Busch wants every experience for you around beer to be a good one. And getting home safely is always a priority. So encourage friends to decide to ride, whether it's by being the designated driver, calling an Uber, or taking public transit. You cannot drive drunk if you don't drive there. This message is brought to you by Anheuser-Busch, Mothers Against Drunk Driving, Uber, Birmingham Budweiser, and the Next Round. Anheuser-Busch, St. Louis, Missouri.
The Double Down Media podcast family is live and full of content for all ages. The Mystery Fifth Hour gives the Next Round host a chance to talk about everything but sports. Pour a glass of Bama and bourbon, our weekly college football conversation while sipping some of the most interesting pours in the bourbon world. And our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call. LT takes off the gloves for an in-depth conversation with stars like Taylor Hicks, presented by Redmond Vodka. Find those podcasts and more by searching The Next Round on Apple, Spotify, and on our website, nextroundlive.com.
This is for the men who never settle, the ones who believe only quitters end a game in a tie, the type of guys who choose the bar with the biggest TVs to overcompensate for theirs at home. This is the Lodge mentality. This is Twin Peaks.
Preseason football is getting started, and it's time to get a jump on the year with LancesLock.com. Take advantage today through August 11th and get $30 off your first month subscription at LancesLock.com with promo code PRESEASON. At LancesLock.com, you'll get every single lock every single day for only $90 a month. But you have to subscribe now. Go to LancesLock.com, select our monthly subscription, and enter the code PRESEASON. Get $30 off your first month. Win with me the preseason at LancesLock.com.
Want more of The Next Round? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast, The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, and the entire Double Down Media podcast family. All at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, and Rockstar. Live from the Birmingham Racecourse Casino Studios, The Next Round, presented by Bud Light, is on now.
Final hour of the show. Boy, I mean, there are so many teams that are hot in Major League Baseball right now. I mean, red hot.
How about the Dodgers? You watch them lately?
Hey, how about the Mets?
Yeah.
The Mets are red hot right now. Hey, Phillies aren't bad. some hot teams out there right now. We're getting to the good part of Major League Baseball. Our guy, Buster Olney, is joining us now.
And he does so each week, courtesy of our friends at ATIX, 822-7382, 822-7382. All your college football tickets coming up, the Major League tickets, concert tickets, all that at ATIX, AAATix.
Playoff tickets for the Braves.
That's right. Buster is with us. Hello, Buster. How are you?
What's going on, guys? You're right. Coming out of the trade deadline, it felt like that we had, super teams in baseball. The strongest teams got better. The Yankees adding, the Astros adding, the Dodgers adding, maybe not as much. The Mets doing some incremental things. And then the question is, can some of the other teams build in? You guys were talking about the Dodgers, for example. Since June 21st, guys, they've got a run differential of plus 122. They're 37-8. That's over a course of a full season. That pace would be a 133 win pace. That's how well they're playing. And they're beating teams during that time by almost an average of 3 runs per game. I mean, this is baseball. You don't do that. You're not beating teams an average of 3 runs per game over that long a stretch.
It's funny you brought up run differential because it's not a stat we talk a ton about, but I had looked at that with the Dodgers and was going to ask you, out of curiosity, I looked it up, 411 plus 411, the 39 Yankees is the record. Have you done the math? Can they approach that record?
I don't think they're quite there yet, but it's interesting. They're not right now currently. If you look at their trajectory over the course of the full season, they're not there yet. But the way they've been playing offensively since, the end of June, they might actually begin to flirt with that number, which would be staggering. We had the Dodgers and the Padres on Sunday Night Baseball last weekend, and I asked Dave Roberts, okay, how did you guys go from having a really good offense to now having this offense, which is you're just blowing people away? And he talked about how he felt like that his players had gotten into team-first offense, hitters willing to take a walk, taking the ball the other way, grinding out tough at-bats instead of just standing at the plate and trying to jack home runs. He feels like that the lineup is all integrated and intertwined, and the hitters willing to work for each other. And specifically, I think within that lineup, we're starting to see Max Muncy, who's been really has struggled all year. He has begun to bounce back. On Sunday night, Cody Bellinger hit 2 opposite field home runs. And let's face it, when you got Mookie Betts and Trey Turner and Freddie Freeman going 1, 2, 3 with the nasty at-bats that they have, man, that they clearly are wearing down opposing pitchers.
I was at a restaurant after I played golf yesterday, and they had the Braves game on. We were watching the Braves. But on the ticker, Aaron Judge hits his 45th home run. And I told the guys at the table, I was like, God, I missed the day when that number was at 61 or the low 60s. We'd be watching every night right now Judge at bats if he was at 45 at this point. It's still an impressive number, but I missed that chase for those low 60s home run titles like that.
I think that there still will be a lot of attention as we get closer. Maybe it's not the way that it was back in 98 and 2001, McGuire, Sosa. I mean, let's face it, the steroid era changed the way we look at a lot of numbers. But I do think, especially, let's face it, it's a New York player, so he's going to get more attention. As we get closer, I would not be surprised if, we do a lot more. I know this is that when I, do something on SportsCenter every day, or I do something on the show Get Up, they start with questions about Aaron Judge. Like they feel like that moves the needle a little bit. And so I think the industry will lock in on him. And I got to tell you, and my Aaron Judge chapter on the show this morning was, why is anybody pitching to him? It's mind-boggling. In 2001, when Bonds hit his 73 home runs, guys, he had 77 intentional walks. There are situations now when I'm watching the Yankees and Judge, and I'm like, what would be the point of pitching to him now? Guys, over the last 21 games, he's got 14 home runs. He's hitting almost 450. He's got a slugging percentage over 1,000. So when he comes up in the 7th inning yesterday against the Mariners, they're down 2-1. They're 2 outs. There's nobody on base. Anthony Rizzo, who's been out for a week, is on deck. I'm sitting there going, what? You're going to walk him, right? Nope. They pitch to him. Boom. Home run number 45. I don't get it. And I think it's one of those points in modern analytics because we've seen the number of intentional walks go down to a record low, that they just feel like, well, you don't intentionally walk hitters, they'll come back and beat you over. No, in this moment, I'm shocked at how they're pitching to Aaron Judge.
I know he's got a contract situation coming up. How many fan bases could realistically hope to one day be cheering for Aaron Judge? Will he stay with the Yankees or does he move around?
Boy, and it really comes down to whether or not an owner of another team is inspired to make a run at him the way that Artie Moreno of the Angels was when he went after Albert Pujols. That, to me, is the comp. You guys remember when Albert Pujols became a free agent, we all assumed that he probably would wind up back with the Cardinals. But that's not how it worked out, because Artie Moreno woke up one day in the middle of December and said, I want that guy. And within 48 hours, that was the guy they're going after. Look, he would make a lot of sense for the San Francisco Giants. He would make a lot of sense quite frankly, for the Red Sox, for all the criticism they're taking and people, locked in in Red Sox Nation and really ripping the team for not doing enough. He might fit the Mets. I don't know if another team is going to jump in. I do believe this. If another team jumps in with a $300 million plus offer, I think he's going to leave the Yankees. I don't think they're going to chase him financially and increase their offer significantly over the $213 they put up in April.
ESPN's Buster Olney with us on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline. ATIX brings you Buster each week. AAATix.com, 822-7382 for all your college football, Major League Baseball, concert tickets. Go to ATIX. Great local guys. When Dunaway mentioned the Barry Bonds home run, or just the home run chase, and I thought of Barry Bonds, and I thought of your late colleague Pedro Gomez. The poor guy, he had to follow Barry everywhere when he was chasing down that Henry Aaron homer. And I know it's a great job, but I always feel sorry for Pedro. I mean, it was just...
Yeah, one day it was a day off today for the Giants. Barry got his car washed right over here.
Poor Pedro, Buster. That guy had to follow Barry everywhere.
I was in the meeting when they assigned him that, and I'll never forget it. Like, there was a gasp in the room, and then we were like, well, you know what? With everything going on with Barry, with all the attention, the Balco investigation, et cetera, it was worthwhile to do that. But I will tell you, over time, Pedro, he went into it, I think, feeling like, okay, we can work this, and maybe I'll work out a rapport with him. And then after a while, he got very calloused, which I don't blame him, because he's trying to extricate details from Barry, who, as you guys know, just got more and more angry about the coverage as he went along.
Yeah. The Braves and Mets series did not go the way the Braves fans wanted it to. 4-1 Mets. Now, look, it's a long time till postseason baseball. A lot of things can change. Is there anything the Braves fans should be nervous about coming out of that series, or was it just a normal regular season series to you?
Well, if you're a Braves fan, then I think absolutely you come out realizing this is a different Mets team than what we've seen in the past, which really shouldn't be surprised, because you got a new manager in Buck Showalter. You have a new clubhouse culture, Max Scherzer. You have a new lineup, a group of guys who put the ball in play, Mark Canha, Starling Marte, and Edwin Diaz. Good Lord. He's having arguably the greatest season for any closer. I would say that if you're the Braves, now, to get punched in the mouth the way that they did, this is the good time for that, like in August, because then you can, I think the players can understand as they move forward, okay, well, that's the standard we're chasing now. We might have the rings, but we have a new standard in front of us. And in fact, Spencer Strider, I'm sure you guys talked about it after that series, where he mentioned, well, he used the word lucky to talk about the Mets and putting balls in play and having a high average. And, the fact that the Braves have championship, well, Spencer wasn't part of that. And it looks like a different team. And I do wonder if what happened in Queens over the weekend, led to the promotion of Vaughn Grisham for that game last night, where the Braves feel like, okay, we're going to have to make sure that we're covered in all of our spots. We don't know for sure if Ozzie Albies going to come back seamlessly, and we want to see if this kid can help us. He certainly did in his first game last night.
How and for Braves fans who are watching, Vaughn Grisham, who came up last night, if you missed the game, the 2-run home run, stole a base, youngest ever to steal, and it's been a while since someone has stole a base, hit a home run in the same game. But to go straight from Double-A to your major league debut, that's not that common, is it? We got a Double-A affiliate here. it happens in September, but right now, is that a common thing?
It's not common, but interestingly, it's becoming common within the Braves organization. Michael Harris II, that's the same, path that he took. And, I love the promotion. I love the timing of it because it allows the Braves, a month, 6 weeks to look at him and say, is he ready? And I got to say, I don't know what numbers you guys look at when you read about an offensive prospect, a position player. First thing I go to is on base percentage, because if you get a player who doesn't strike out much, who draws walks, then you feel like, okay, this guy has command of the strike zone. That's what jumps out about Grissom in the minor leagues. Like, he had command of the strike zone, and he's yet another guy drafted by Dana Brown. So Dana Brown, in his work for the Braves, he found Michael Harris II. Other teams were looking at him as being a pitcher. Dana Brown was locked in on, look, I think he needs to be a center fielder. He locked in on Spencer Strider in that 5-round draft in the COVID year. And he was the guy, I spoke with Alex Anthopoulos yesterday, who locked in on him for round 11 in 2019. You get Grissom, who looks like he could be a legitimate prospect to help this team.
This is not going to shock you. You and I look at different stats when we're looking at prospects. I look at yards after contact. Usually with
I went to Vanderbilt. I don't look at yards after contact,
Hey, 73 and 39 for the Mets, but Judge is hitting 45 home runs. I know it's really a Yankees town, but are they moving the needle in the Big Apple at all? I mean, that's an unbelievable season for the Mets.
Oh, without a doubt. And it's very interesting. Dick Cohen, Sunday Night Baseball with us, he pitched for both teams, as you know. He said to us in a call earlier this year that at its heart, when you get all the forces involved, New York is really a National League town. You had the Giants, you had the Dodgers, you had, yes, the Yankees, but a lot of the former Giants and Dodger fans shifted over the Mets. And in the mid-'80s, the excitement around that team that lasts even till today told you about the potential of how New York could become a Mets town. And it may be that by the end of the year, because the Yankees are having some struggles with their pitching.
Okay, Buster, so the Field of Dreams game is tonight, Cubs-Reds, not the sexiest matchup in the world. Frank Thomas said there will not be another one next year. Will this be a continuing event? Does Major League Baseball like this?
I know they like it. In fact, I had a conversation with someone last week because I regretted that I haven't been to a Field of Dreams games, given the fact that I grew up on a dairy farm. I've always wanted to go to that, and I could do the report from the top of a John Deere and feel very comfortable, or maybe from the cornfield. But I don't know. I mean, it was interesting. I saw that comment by Frank, and I wondered what he knows that I didn't, because I got to tell you, the person I talked to last week said something very different to me. So I hope they continue it. I think it's a cool event. Visually, there's nothing better.
Yeah, it is phenomenal. Fox does a really good job of that. But ESPN will have the Sunday night game. You remember how we used to give Buster grief? It was always the Yankees-Red Sox. Guess where they are Sunday night?
Yankees-Red
Sox. It doesn't feel like we've had as much Yankees-Red Sox, but that's where they are Sunday night, so that'll be fun, Buster. Yankees-Red Sox.
Absolutely. Yeah, I'm driving up to Boston tomorrow, but I appreciate it.
6 o'clock, Sunday night, ESPN, Yankees, Red Sox. Buster on vacation next week, so we'll see you in a couple of weeks, Buster. Thank you. Enjoy your vacation.
Absolutely. See you guys.
All right, buddy. Take care. Buster Olney with us from ESPN, and he is on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline. Buster,
Good luck parking the car.
So good.
So good.
Parking the car. Where am I going to park the car?
I feel like I'm in The Departed.
At Fenway.
Park the car. Buster with us, courtesy of ATIX. AAATIX.com. 822-7382 for all your tickets there at ATIX.
Okay, you have to give me a little credit over having yards after contact.
That was such a funny line.
Yeah, to admit to the baseball guest that we have on every week that I am a football guy. Lance is going to rejoin us from the Flora-Bama in the next segment, and he will do that for Rockstar's 4 Downs, which is coming up, and we look forward to that still to come on the very next segment of this show. Rockstar does our 4 Downs. If you missed the headlines, yes, Alabama is going to be without JoJo Earle for a while. Jones fracture, it's a pinky toe injury. They're out 6 to 8 weeks there. Alabama's first day in pads yesterday. Auburn continuing their camp. UAB now 21 days. They're 3 weeks from tonight starting their season. We're 16 days away from the start of the football season. But when we come back away from sports, Rockstar has the 4 downs today. It's always interesting, and it's next right here on TNR after we park the car.
Call the next round now at 205-734-0923.
Wayne's Pest Control has taken pest control to the next level. Ryan Brown here from the next round. Keep your home pest-free and rodent-free with Wayne's proprietary Smart system. Smart is a digital, eco-friendly rodent monitoring solution that tells Wayne's you have an unwanted mouse or rodent before you even know about it. Wayne's Smart Service professionals will proactively set up an appointment to take care of that problem, keeping your family and pets safe and healthy. And right now, get $60 off Smart Pet Service with the offer code TNR. Let Wayne's create your happy place. 866-WAYNES1 or call Waynes.com.
Hi, this is Wes McClooney, owner of the New Balance Birmingham store. Conquer whatever summertime activities you want to take part in, all while wearing the perfect shoes. Our fit specialists take precise measurements of your feet and analyze how you walk and run so that your shoes fit perfectly. And we haven't forgotten about the kids either. We'll get them equipped for summer camp or whatever adventures they take on. Stop by the New Balance Birmingham store today, located on Highway 280 next to Chick-fil-A. New Balance Birmingham. Experience the difference a custom fit makes today.
Summer of 2022. It's time to do something new. Ocean City, Maryland. And our friends at Residence Inn by Marriott, Ocean City is ready to welcome you. Kayak from Bayside Beach, swim in the Atlantic, dine at Bayview Bar and Grill, local golf packages, great restaurants, and a lot more. See everything online at residenceinnoc.com. Check them out on Instagram and Facebook. Do something different this summer. Residence Inn by Marriott, Ocean City, Maryland.
By now, you know I love the game of golf and getting on the golf course as much as I can. Ryan Brown here from the next round. Simply put, Ballantrae Golf Club in Pelham is one of the best public golf courses I have ever played. It's always in fantastic condition. The people out there are so friendly. They just treat you like family. They're happy you're there. And the pace of play, they keep it moving. Those are all things that are important to me. See them for yourself. 620-GOLF, 620-4653 to make a tee time in Ballantrae. Also improve your game with a professional staff of Hal Brown, Jerry Applegate, Jay Chambers, all great teachers for Ballantrae Golf Club, just off I-65 in Pelham.
A legendary coach once said, "It's not the will to win that matters, it's the will to prepare to win." Bryant bankers have the dedication and experience to put together a financial game plan that's right for you. Stop by one of the 7 Central Alabama locations today or give them a call at 1-855-4-BRYANT to begin preparing for your financial future today. You'll find out what unbeatable service and legendary results are all about. Bryant Bank, Equal Housing Lender, member FDIC.
Let's face it, a home is one of the most powerful assets you can have, and our friends at Mortgage Right want to help you build wealth through home ownership. Mortgage Right is all about providing competitive rates, a variety of loan products, and a multitude of resources for a seamless home buying experience. They treat their borrowers like family and are always looking to bring more happy homeowners under their roof. See more by visiting mortgageright.com/TNR today and start living. That's mortgageright.com/TNR. NMLS 2239, Equal Housing Lender.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the next round to tell you about our friends at One Man and a Toolbox. One Man and a Toolbox has provided professional handyman services since 1997. Honesty and reliability are qualities that embody every one of their employees. From residential to commercial, One Man and a Toolbox, they've got a background to help you with almost any project. I've used them multiple times at my home. Give them a call today. Get that free estimate, 205-823-2111. That's 205-823-2111 or online, OneManInTheToolbox.com.
Vulcan Tire and Automotive is hiring. If you want to take advantage of joining in with a local growing company in the automotive service industry, this is the opportunity for you. Hiring oil and tire technicians and more experienced mechanics. If you've got the talent and the desire, there is a spot for you at Vulcan Tire and Auto. Stop by one of their 4 locations and the manager on site can walk you through the pay scale, great benefits, and flexible work schedule. Get paid to build your future in the industry. Moody, Trustful, Hoover, and Gardendale, VulcanTireandAuto.com. The new location of Walk-Ons is now open at Stadium Trace in Hoover, near the Hoover Met. And just like the location off Highway 280, you get authentic, mouth-watering Louisiana cuisine prepared fresh from scratch every day. Walk-Ons happy hour is 2 to 6 Monday through Friday. $5 moonshine swirls, $5 house pours, and half-price appetizers. Download the Walk-Ons mobile app for an easy take-home experience for the family. It's game day with a taste of Louisiana at Walk-Ons off Highway 281-19 and now at Stadium Trace near the Hoover Met.
LT back with us in just a second. As we get ready for the start of the college football season, in our next two segments, we'll do a Tom Fornelli story at CBSSports.com. He's got 5 teams. 5 of them. Not a list, just 5 teams. I'll call it a grouping because you guys hate when we talk list. 5 teams that could cause chaos. I have the hiccups all of a sudden.
By the way, I love it when we talk list. I don't know who you're talking about hates it.
I hate lists.
But I do too, Lance. They're well organized. They're easy to work through.
What are the top 5 worst lists you hate?
I mean, I've never understood Dunaway's hatred for lists.
But we got
I do know it.
I bet Dan Patrick said he hated lists.
No, it's like 2 listeners said it, so Dunaway started hating it.
We have. I've never liked using other people's lists. I like our own list. We have a grouping of 5 teams, though, from Tom Fornelli that could cause chaos in college football. That coming up after we do 4 downs that are brought to you every day by our friends at Vulcan Tires, which has 5 great locations. We rented a family from Pell City down at the Flora-Bama the other day.
Are you drinking Bushwhacker?
Sounds like it, yeah.
You got higher and higher and higher.
4 great locations, as you mentioned, that soon to be 5th location. It is coming to Pell City. Anything you need bumper to bumper for you and your family, they can handle. Locally owned and operated. For more information, VulcanTireandAuto.com.
First down.
Hey, Rockstar, before you do this, Ross Dellinger has just written a story that Brown brought up the other day, but didn't put it exactly the same way. CBS has left many puzzled. The network is paying $50 million more for a secondary Big Ten game than ESPN is paying for the SEC's top game.
Makes no sense, does it?
Yeah. Now, Brown brought that up. We didn't put it quite that same way the other day when that deal came down.
Same thing, yeah.
They're paying $50 million more a year for a lesser game than what ESPN is paying for the top SEC game.
Figure that one out.
Makes no sense.
None.
First down.
There you go, yeah.
First down.
What is something people are stupidly proud of?
Go ahead, bro.
You know what? It's going to be impossible not to offend certain sets of people when we answer these.
Oh, no.
No, I'm not talking about like racially or gender or whatever. I'm just
God,
saying,
I wouldn't even go in there.
No, but
I'm stupidly proud of my race.
People that have loud vehicles, I do not understand why the volume of the exhaust of your vehicle.
I only drive mine at 2 a.m.
It matters.
Around my neighborhood.
Like you'll be driving down 280 or something, and some guy's got this truck that is. I mean, I just don't understand why that gives you a charge. I mean, it's fine, it does. I think you're stupidly proud of it, though.
I would go adult league sports achievements. The guy that, you see him in a bar, man, I hit 3 bombs tonight in softball. I don't give a shit.
I did hit 418 the last year down at Green Springs.
Did you
But
really?
you only hit 418 in softball?
Hey, can I tell you a funny story, Lance? So when I was a kid, my dad played like on these travel softball teams. I don't know what they call it. Travel says like kids softball. It was like men, adults, right? And I learned how to keep the book. So I'd keep the scorebook in the dugout. And there was this one guy that played with my dad, and he would fly out and he'd say, "Hey, Ryan, make sure you put that down as a sack fly, okay? Make sure it's a sack fly." Like I was going to go back and calculate his average later on.
Yeah.
And I don't even think you can have a sack fly in slow pitch softball. I don't think that exists, but. Yeah. I mean, I just thought that was so over the top when I was a kid.
Yeah, I think only if you score a run, but it really, in softball, you need to be scoring 8 or 9
That's
runs,
right,
not just one.
We need a base hit out of you is what we need.
A base hit or a home run. Same thing. I mean, golf scores, handicap, a shot I hit the other day, any of that stuff falls into the same thing LT is talking about with just adult achievements in the sporting arena. I do think we are sometimes a little proud of our lawns. I mean,
Look at that.
I mean, we have a lot of people that really,
I
really
hate
are
to
proud.
say it, but a lot of people said it's lush.
Yeah.
Very lush. Not me. This is just my friends.
I'm just saying that, man, did you see the plants that I planted last weekend?
You like tulips?
Yeah. Do you like tulips?
Once you plant tulips on these.
Imagine dragons.
Another one real quick. And you guys, it was more so in college, but people that would say, I'm on beer 11.
Yeah.
Okay.
Great for you. That's fantastic. Yeah.
Second down.
We have seen Elvis, Elton John, Johnny Cash, Ray Charles, and many, many more biopics. What iconic musician should be considered next? I think Madonna's already doing one.
Oh, I was going to say Madonna, who was on last night. I didn't know it was her.
Yeah, she looks great, doesn't she?
A different look. But, I mean, she she was sort of a transitional artist. I mean, Madonna will be interesting. I think that'll be interesting.
I would go Kurt Cobain. I know we've had
that's what I was going to say. Are you serious?
Yeah. I think the whole thing's fascinating. I still don't know if they really know how he died. I mean, shotgun.
I was going to say, I think that was it. I was going to say, Lance, Kurt Cobain. I just don't know how you would end the movie. I mean,
but haven't we done enough on Kurt Cobain?
Rockstar.
Well, there have been documentaries.
We've done enough on Elvis, haven't we?
Well, you think about the success of the Foo Fighters, and look, Dave Grohl is super talented, but I just thought Kurt Cobain was such a, damaged guy.
Oh, it's going to be a sad movie. Yeah.
Yeah, it'd be a sad movie, but just such a talent and just gone, so young. And there's such a backstory to Kurt Cobain as well.
And the Courtney Love aspect of it too. I mean, like his. Were they married or just dating?
Yes, they were married and had a kid, Frances Bean.
And she's so, kind of out there and crazy too. I think it'd be fantastic.
If you haven't seen Last Call with Charles Barkley, he talks about meeting Courtney Love and Kurt Cobain.
Yeah, I was trying to think of who I would cast as Kurt Cobain. I do not know, but I didn't know who the guy that played this Elvis cat, or this guy that played Elvis. Yeah, I didn't know him either, so I don't know. There's probably somebody out there.
Have y'all watched that yet?
I have not. I've heard mixed reviews on it.
Apparently, he does a really good job.
Yeah, no, I've heard that. Yeah.
Sadly, I don't think I've ever seen this in my life. I think Tom Hanks was miscast in that movie. I think that deflects from the Elvis story to have Tom Hanks
in a
as
fat suit, basically.
Yeah, he should not have been. It should have been another actor.
But Elvis has never moved the needle for me. You know what I mean?
Have you ever been to Graceland? Place, right?
Yeah, I just never. No, he was a wonderful entertainer. I'm sure. The only Elvis moment I like is when he tells, I think it was NBC, when he sings that song at the end of his special. They're like, I don't know, that may be too much racial overtones into that. Talking about uniting the world. Can't sing that song. He sings it anyway to end at a really unique camera angle. What's the name of the song, Rocky?
I can't remember, but I know exactly the moment you're talking. The Elvis documentary, The Searcher or The Seeker from HBO. It's a 2-part series. Really, really good.
Yeah.
Third down.
Go ahead, LT.
No, I was going to say, I was up here with one of our friends, and his wife came to see us the other day, and she said the only person that I would leave this guy for would be Elvis, if he was still alive.
Well, I was about to say,
alive.
You got a safe marriage then. You're not going to be leaving him for Elvis.
What is your fantasy rich person hobby?
That would be, for me, private jetting the world. I mean, I literally, if I had like that FU money, I would throw darts at the map, and I would just take trips.
Wetumpka. Huh.
I need to take dart lessons.
I would take Greenland would be off. I would block that where the door would get rejected. The United States would be off. But I think that'd be fun, man. Just jet setting around the world.
What is the question again?
What is your fantasy rich person hobby?
Do you have one?
Oh, I thought you. Maybe it's just on the movies, and I really have no interest in it other than just the fact that if you're there, you're obviously really rich. But the polo matches that they always show, I think of him, Pretty Woman, right? Richard Gere's at the polo match. It just always seems like nice weather, and everybody's just relaxed.
We used to do those at Shelby Academy's practice field down there.
Not
Yeah.
It's pretty much the same thing.
But on a
grief.
goat.
Yeah. Jeez.
Throwing elections in third world countries.
That'd be a good hobby.
I mean, those would be fun hobbies.
Yeah.
Throwing elections.
I mean, I would love to travel. Yes, travel and stay at the best places. I mean, to go see anywhere in the world in the comfort of a boat, a plane.
Well, like people having a hobby like I have a house in Italy. I have a house in Aspen. I have a house.
I didn't think that was more of a hobby. I thought that's just
knowing,
traveling.
but just knowing like just in case, because we go to Italy probably once every 3 years, so it's nice to have a house.
Well, you got to have a house. I rent it out the rest of the time.
Like, I want to go to the Maldives. Are you guys into the Maldives?
No, I'll go. I mean, I haven't really spent much time thinking about it.
But
it's such a long flight. But if you had private, it would be different.
Is that one of those places where they always show you pictures of like a hut at the end of a pier sitting out on the water?
Where they went for a couples retreat.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, how cool would that be, though? I mean,
that's Maggie's fantasy. She wants to do that one time.
Just pounding Bud Light out in the Maldives.
Yeah. That would be great.
Pounding.
That would be great. And listen, it's not a hobby, but if I had all the money in the world, I would want a full-time chef, kitchen staff to never eat out again.
Burgers again.
To just wake up and they give me the menu the day before and say, okay, this is what for breakfast, lunch, and dinner tomorrow. It'd be fantastic.
Could you imagine having to be stinking wealthy Dunaway's chef? Not just Dunaway's chef. That'd be hard enough, but wealthy Dunaway? It'd be impossible to please this guy.
They jack up your chicken fries. You get pissed off.
Listen, I'm just going to...
He'd have you killed.
I'm just going to tell you, last night, I won't say where I was.
Of course, because you hated it, right?
But
it won't matter.
But I ordered a hamburger at a place. The hamburger's not in the name. Okay. But I had a hamburger.
All right.
The bottom bun when it comes out. First of all, this side of this person got all of his food before the rest of us. Then this guy, like 4 minutes later, got all his food.
Y'all are at the same table.
The four of us
this is
here.
a service place.
And then
okay.
us two after golf. It takes a while, and then finally our food comes after this guy's done with everything now because we said go ahead and eat.
Right.
My bottom bun of my hamburger I couldn't even pick it up. It just had so much grease on
it.
It was just drenched in grease. And like I literally at that point just ate it upside down and threw that one away.
Oh, you made sure they saw you do it too.
And it doesn't make any sense. Doesn't make any sense.
The waiter came back. I guarantee you, the server came back and was like, can I get some ketchup for the top of this meat right here since I'm not going to be able to use the bottom bun?
I did not say that. I said, could
Crossed
I get...
my mind.
It did. You know it did.
I said, can I get some lettuce to replace the bun that's just soaked in grease so I can hold this like a sandwich?
Oh, I'm sorry, sir. The bun soaked in grease. Oh, no. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. I'm sure people like it that way.
I'm trying to lose weight anyway.
Fourth down.
What is the dumbest fad you fell victim to?
Acid wash jeans.
I had a mullet for years.
You had a mullet for years?
Oh, got from like probably 6 years old to sixth grade.
So I don't know if everybody remembers the now I can't remember what it was. It was the clothing that you touched and your body heat made it change colors.
Hypercolor?
Oh, wow.
Hypercolor, yeah.
God, we had that was my...
Never even heard of that.
Oh, you haven't?
Yeah, I think that was out when I was a senior in high school, maybe.
Yeah, I was in middle school, and hypercolor was a big deal.
We had a lot of fun in high school with that.
Listen, I'll never forget. This is so funny.
PE locker rooms?
Yeah, no, hypercolor. So
you get a couple of these.
For those that didn't... For those that didn't know, hypercolor, like you could put your hand on it and the heat of your hand would make it change colors in the shape of your hand. So I think we were like 6th or 7th grade, and this kid gets called to the front of the classroom, and his crotch. Oh, poor kid. It's like the pants were light blue and the crotch was dark purple.
Yeah. I mean, some people do that out of habit. You know, it's just
this one had been doing it a while, apparently.
I really like to speak. And that's 4 downs.
Was it a fashion thing? Is that what the question was?
Any fad, fad you fell for?
I had I had a mullet, long-haired, stringy mullet. I think I was going to look for a picture, but we don't have time to find it. But it was I had the old butt cut, straight, stringy, redneck hair, and butt cut down the middle, and then a long mullet in the back, long hair. And I felt like
I bet you fell for every fad out there. You probably had a Snuggie.
Yeah, but it was after. I mean, Maggie was late getting me the Snuggie at the house.
Like,
And the George Foreman grill.
I would have liked this when it was in stock.
We had an off-brand of the George Foreman grill.
The Joe Louis grill.
This is Sugar Ray Leonard, and I'll tell you about my grill. It's very good. Try it.
We had the George Harrison grill. Nobody even knew he was there. Anybody else? Anything else?
No. Andrew says Roy Orbison for a biopic.
That would be great. Dude was super talented. Had a sad life.
It says Prince.
Prince, I don't know who you'd cast as Prince.
I don't know,
though.
but that'd be interesting.
Yep.
You can cast that little dude that did Prince for Black Jacket, right?
Robbie? Yeah. Robbie's awesome.
Cast a Little Sweet.
Yeah. No, a little sweet would be good.
All right. That's 4 Downs brought to you by Vulcan Tires.
4 great locations, soon to be that 5th location in Pell City. Make sure you get a look at the brakes, the wheels, tire alignment, or the tires, wheel alignment, and more. Go online for more information, VulcanTireandAuto.com.
Good day for the mic guy at ESPN. We're back in a second on the next round with 5 chaos teams from Tom Fornelli of CBSSports.com. It's one of your top reads at nextroundlive.com.
All the stories important to us are in one place. Catch the morning rounds each weekday at nextroundlive.com.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the next round to tell you about my friends at Michelson Laser Vision, located conveniently UAB Highlands. Almost 20 years ago, I went in for the procedure. Only took 12 minutes for both eyes. When I went in, I had 2200 vision. I was legally blind. Now I have 20/15 vision, still 19 years later. Make the call today. Schedule a hassle-free consultation. 969-8100. Dr. Mark Michelson, Dr. Jen Michelson, Michelson Laser Vision. Make sure you tell them the next round sent you. 969-8100 or MichelsonLaserVision.com.
At ERA King Real Estate, they're empowered by technology and driven by community. They have the most extensive training and the most innovative tools in the business. And they've now opened their 10th office location in Central Alabama. To find your agent in your neighborhood, text the word MOVE, M-O-V-E, to 35620. That's MOVE to 35620. In this crazy market, depend on a neighborhood friend. ERA King Real Estate, growing to serve you.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the next round to tell you about one of our favorite places for breakfast, lunch, and dinner. That is Hamburger Heaven since 1982. Hamburger Heaven has been serving Birmingham's best hamburgers, cheeseburgers, French fries, hand-spun milkshakes, and sandwiches made fresh to order. All of their ingredients are fresh and prepared daily. This includes their beef, always fresh, never frozen, hand-pattied each and every day. For breakfast, lunch, or dinner, visit any of the 4 locations, Highway 280, Irondale, Gardendale, and Homewood. Hey, Lance Taylor from the next round to tell you about our friends at One Man and a Toolbox. One Man and a Toolbox has provided professional handyman services since 1997. Honesty and reliability are qualities that embody every one of their employees. From residential to commercial, One Man and a Toolbox, they've got a background to help you with almost any project. I've used them multiple times at my home. Give them a call today. Get that free estimate, 205-823-2111. That's 205-823-2111 or online, OneManInAToolbox.com.
A legendary coach once said, "It's not the will to win that matters, it's the will to prepare to win." Bryant bankers have the dedication and experience to put together a financial game plan that's right for you. Stop by one of the 7 Central Alabama locations today or give them a call at 1-855-4-BRYANT to begin preparing for your financial future today. You'll find out what unbeatable service and legendary results are all about. Bryant Bank, Equal Housing Lender, member FDIC.
Talladega Track Tours are back. See NASCAR's biggest and baddest track up close and behind the scenes. Tours run 7 days a week, rain or shine. There are 6 tours per day, all starting at 8:30 a.m. All tours last approximately 45 minutes. Ticket prices for 13 and older are $15. Children 5 to 12 are $9, and 4 and under are free. Groups of 10 or more are $10 per person, and military and first responders are $12. Buy your tickets in advance by visiting TalladegaSuperspeedway.com or call 877-GO-TO-DEGA.
There's nothing I like more than a unique, delicious meal, and that's what you get at Champy's world-famous fried chicken right on Highway 119 in Alabaster. Those great full fried chicken plates, the tenders, the po' boys, but I love the Southern staple chicken on a stick. It's perfect for a tailgate or watching the big game. And then the authentic Mississippi Delta recipe, homemade tamales, the best I've ever tasted. See the whole menu or order online at champy'schicken.com. For Blues, Brews, and Bird, it's Champy's Chicken, Highway 119, Alabaster.
Summer weather is finally here. Make sure your air conditioner is ready for the Alabama heat. Adam, Chad, and the team at Hemphill are the ones to call for all of your HVAC needs. Hemphill Services is a locally owned and operated independent train dealer, and the team can service all makes and models. Get the guys at Hemphill Services to make sure your HVAC unit is ready to help you beat the Alabama heat this summer. For all of your plumbing, heating, and cooling needs, do what I do. Call Hemphill Services. It's hard to stop a train. 205-229-2090.
The Next Round store is live and loaded. Check out the latest logo t-shirts and hoodies. Get your favorite team colors, the Next Round flag shirt, or grab the popular Y'all Can Have the Rest t-shirts. Go to nextround.store. That's nextround.store.
There's nothing I like more than a unique, delicious meal, and that's what you get at Champy's world-famous fried chicken right on Highway 119 in Alabaster. Those great full fried chicken plates, the tenders, the po' boys, but I love the Southern staple chicken on a stick. It's perfect for a tailgate or watching the big game. And then the authentic Mississippi Delta recipe, homemade tamales, the best I've ever tasted. See the whole menu or order online at champyschicken.com. For Blues, Brews, and Bird, it's Champy's Chicken, Highway 119, Alabaster.
Before we go back to Lance down at the Flora-Bama, Tom Fornelli, CBSSports.com, with 5 teams that could cause chaos in the upcoming season. Stanford, one of those teams on the list because of USC and Oregon early on. Stanford could basically start eliminating the Pac-12 from the playoff consideration.
They could beat Oregon last year. Don't forget that. Beat Oregon at Palo Alto last year, so absolutely it could happen.
South Carolina is on the list.
Played Georgia early.
Last year, they got outscored 114-27 by Texas A&M, Georgia, and Clemson.
Mm-hmm.
Now they've got Spencer Rattler and could eliminate all those teams.
They could.
From playoff consideration.
Georgia early, Clemson late, yeah.
Yep. Also, BYU, we've talked about their schedule 1,000 times.
Notre Dame, Oregon, Arkansas, not really, but Notre Dame and Oregon specifically. And Baylor, too. You got to throw Baylor in there, I guess.
And the number one team that could cause chaos in college football this year, according to Tom Fornelli, the Auburn Tigers.
Well, they play everybody.
Penn State, Georgia, Texas A&M, Alabama, you name it, it's on Auburn's schedule.
Yes.
So Brian Harson's team, if it is better than expected or if they just are good one Saturday, could really disrupt. You can see the whole story and reasons why everybody is there at CBSSports.com, one of the top reads at nextroundlive.com. That's chaos. There's chaos right now when it comes to finances out there. Mortgage Right LT can get you right when it comes to handling inflation and a lot more.
Absolutely, Dunaway. Mortgage Right, they've been with us since day one, and they know that the recession is out there right now. It's coming. So they're trying to take care of you. Inflation out in full force now more than ever. Rent costs are skyrocketing. Even though interest rates have risen, buying a home is proving cheaper than renting one. Stop throwing away money on rent. Turn to Mortgage Right with a variety of loan options, assistant programs, dedicated mortgage experts. Mortgage Right makes buying a home in the current market as easy as possible. Call Mortgage Right locally, 205-815-9200, or visit mortgageright.com/TNR.
You got Steve there with you. Tell everybody who's sitting beside you. And for us here in Birmingham, thank him again for all the hospitality.
I mean, Steve has been the best. So I've met 1 million of their employees because I've overstayed my welcome by days.
Nobody said that out loud to you.
I know I have. It's working, though. We just hope we get invited back. But Steve Powers, he does everything. He was in radio for years and years and years with iHeart, and he's come up with Flora-Bama Radio, but he has made sure – I have never seen this. I mean, look, we love our clients, and look, they're not like technical people, but Steve has made sure that everything is airtight with this broadcast all week. And so he's been awesome.
We try and fix a lot of things in post-production most of the time, but no, it all worked out. Look at me repping today.
I love it.
Yeah.
I love it.
The only I was going to wear it yesterday, but I took it to a tailor. I had to take the arms in so it would fit me and take the waist out a little bit.
Yeah, show off the guns.
They run
well now.
They run a little small.
Size small. I told Steve that when I gave it to him. Yeah.
Oh, they're perfect. I appreciate it much, repping. I do want to tell you that I've counted all the liquor bottles, and we're square right now.
Yeah, I have. The only thing I've touched today thus far is the bushwhacker you brought me, and he showed me how the bushwhacker is made downstairs. It's pretty fascinating.
I told you, It's crazy.
It
isn't
really
it?
is.
Dude, there's a big 5-gallon bucket down there, and then you have all the bottles that we use, the 5 different liquors that go in it, and you mix it according to what's on the chart, and then you put it in a gallon jug, and then a gallon jug and 2 gallons of milk goes into the machine, and that's what makes it. So there's no ice cream, but they are all mixed by hand downstairs, right below us, actually.
They are delicious, and I did not know until right now is 5 different kinds of liquor.
There is. It's still, legal as it should be in the great state we're in. But yeah, we go through quite a few. I know there's a bushwhacker counter on premise somewhere. I haven't seen it, but I've been told there's some impressive numbers on really, really busy weekends with number of bushwhackers we sell.
Yeah, someone was suggesting Lance try to abscond with a bushwhacker machine for the green room back there.
Yes, that would be fantastic in the green room.
I smell another sponsorship opportunity. I love this. This is great.
I mean, if we could work something out, I'm all about it. You know that.
I don't know who's going to mix all that. That's going to be our problem.
Yeah, that would be our problem.
There is that. So,
you guys will overnight it to us, and we'll just put Flora-Bama sticker on it, and that'll be the sponsorship, and it'll work out great. We can have bushwhackers at the start of the show, and we'll do weight of wellness at the back end of the show to stay in shape. It'll be great.
So there is one thing there. The bushwhacker is not as calorie full as you would think it would be, being how it tastes so good.
Yeah, I heard the rumor was 1,100 calories.
I heard 1,100 calories.
Yeah. No, they're below 500 calories each. I mean, unless you're putting shots of things, in there with it. Some rum,
which you do.
Well, I'm the only one, Lance, who does that.
Hey, so tonight is Matt Stell, and if you're out there listening and you're around the area, come see. It's supposed to be an incredible show. You've seen him before at Mullet Toss, but this is a guy we were talking about yesterday. Had 5 bushwhackers before he went on stage, and then was drinking Busch Light out of a dead mullet.
Yeah. He's a Busch Light guy. I asked him that. He's had 2 #1 songs, and I said, after 2 #1 songs, I would think you could afford something more than a Busch Light, right? I mean, 2 #1s. And he said it's not his fault that it's improperly priced, but that is his beer. So I guess that's another way of saying it.
Improperly priced. I'm looking at his tour bus. I walked around the corner, and you said it. You signed a deal with Sony. That's what it'll get you.
Yeah, that'll happen. So he's had 2 #1s. He'll be here tonight for his second time. In the tent room, we can get about 700, 750 in that room, and that room really gets rocking when it's full like that. So tickets are still available. It's on the Flora-Bama website. Thanks for the free plug. I appreciate that.
Yeah, absolutely. And Big Earl tomorrow. I've never seen Big Earl. I've heard a million stories about Big Earl, so I'm excited about that.
So I think what we should do is I'll shoot some video of you here tonight and probably tomorrow night at Big Earl. And if you guys want to use it for your archives.
Oh, heck yeah.
Or maybe put it up as a not to do when you get to the Flora-Bama segment, right?
Yes.
We don't know what's going to happen with Lance tonight. We all know he's not working tomorrow from what I've heard. Is that correct?
That is correct. Yeah, that's what we're told anyway.
Yeah, he's off tomorrow, which doesn't make sense now. He was taking off tomorrow to travel to the coast. Now he's not working tomorrow, already on the coast.
Yes, there's no travel involved. Yeah.
It made sense once I got down here. You guys know I don't like to drive.
It made sense once he got down there.
I think it's great for our brand.
Oh, sure. Yeah. You being off tomorrow?
Yeah.
Well, no, I think me flying the flag here, I'll be wearing next round gear. And,
yeah.
I'll be talking it up with people. Fred, one of our listeners, his sons are big listeners. I met his second son last night, and they shoot tequila nonstop. And so, it's a school night, and I was like, Fred, I cannot do another shot of tequila. He brings me one. I did a shot of tequila. Brings me another one. I'm like, that is it, Fred. I had to escape Fred. He was an awesome dude, but nonstop.
Okay, now just scoring at home. I thought you were leaving in the morning to go to Mobile. You're off the show tomorrow, staying at the Flora-Bama another day.
Big Earl. I would like to stay another day, but I do have obligations. I need to meet my ex and my kids.
And what time do you need to be in Mobile tomorrow? I guess would be
that's the question. I mean, they've got to go to school. Jack does. So
you could theoretically leave here 1:30 or 2 and probably no.
I could leave here a little bit later than that, maybe.
Yeah. There's a potential of. I mean, did we just bring him back on the show for tomorrow? What just happened?
I could do the show tomorrow technically if you guys want me to. I was going to get after it tonight, but I can.
No, get after it tonight and let Steve shoot it.
Yeah,
that'll be a lot more. Yeah. That'll be a lot more entertaining than you contributing tomorrow on the show.
Or I could come on and do the first segment, and you can see how bad I am. Because I've been really good. I've been disciplined all week, but I will not be tonight.
Well, only if you bring back the Sam Elliott voice. That's it.
Yeah, that
was on Zoom.
Yeah, that got a lot of links. By the way, it works out really good that one of Matt's number one hits is "Prayed for You," LT, which is what we'll be doing tonight. Yeah.
That's perfect.
Yeah. Well, Steve, we are blown away. I mean, this is one that I can't tell you how many people. I told one of our neighbors up here in the hallway who was asking about our trip to the Flora-Bama. I was telling all our staff here how blown away we are by the operation. Because of you, because of Paul, we've been able to see behind the scenes. You guys run an incredible operation. It's amazing.
Thank you very much. A lot of pride goes into it, between the owners walking through and making sure things are right, and meetings with managers, and just making sure the customer has a great experience. I mean, most of the people, if they're not local, they're here on vacation. And so they come in for that fun vacation. And we have to remind ourselves we're in the hospitality business. That's what we should be doing. So it's great to hear that. But for us to have all the love from you guys on this show, I appreciate it so much. And I've heard from numerous people in our circles and outside our circles about this show being here. And it's like, why didn't you give us a heads up more that they were going to be here? So like we talked about, the next time around, we're going to plan this one out and do it even better than this. So thank you very much.
I was even at a restaurant last night, and I told a waitress, I said, this would have never happened at the Flora-Bama. There was a mistake in the kitchen. This would have never happened at what I like to refer to it as the Bama.
I love it. That's the Bama level right there. We'll take it.
Yeah, look, so Steve, my absolute favorite, but Denise has been great. Jennifer, the owners that you mentioned, John and Cameron, Paul, of course. Just an awesome time here.
All right, there you go. That's Steve.
Hey, guys. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
That's the liquor room right there at the Flora-Bama. And that's LT. The last time we'll see him until game week, I guess. All right, one more segment to go right here on the next round.
Follow John Lunsford on Twitter @JLuntz.
At Alfa Romeo of Birmingham, you can now drive the 2022 Alfa Romeo Giulia TI, the Italian sports sedan of your dreams, starting at $499 per month plus tax with $4,999 down, plus first payment and title due at delivery. Come experience the passion and performance of Alfa Romeo of Birmingham, 1837 Grants Mill Road, or alfaromeousa of Birmingham.com. Financial lease, 10,000 miles per year, WAC, MSRP, $51,499. Stock numbers Q0059, Q0068, or Q0074. Summer is here, and with that comes some great occasions that may require flowers or a great gift. For that, the answer is Blakely's Bouquets. Blakely's provides speedy, same-day delivery. Check them out online at blakeleysbouquets.com, or you can order over the phone at 205-579-4900. Blakely's is right there in Homewood, just off Oxmoor Road. Friendly folks in the most unique and custom designs. See it all online at blakeleysbouquets.com.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the next round to tell you about our friends at New Life Art. Daniel A. Moore has completed his original full-color oil painting honoring Bryce Young, Alabama's 4th Heisman Trophy winner. This painting depicts the memorable Heisman-worthy go-ahead pinpoint pass to John Mechie in the corner of the end zone as the Tide dismantled the vaunted Georgia defense in the SEC championship game this past year. Use code TNR for 15% off. You can order online at danielmooreart.com.
Wayne's Pest Control has taken pest control to the next level. Ryan Brown here from the next round. Keep your home pest-free and rodent-free with Wayne's proprietary Smart System. Smart is a digital, eco-friendly rodent monitoring solution that tells Wayne's you have an unwanted mouse or rodent before you even know about it. Wayne's Smart Service professionals will proactively set up an appointment to take care of that problem, keeping your family and pets safe and healthy. And right now, get $60 off Smart Pet Service with the offer code TNR. Let Wayne's create your happy place. 866-WAYNES1 or call Waynes.com.
Remember the name Way to Wellness if you're battling weight loss in your life. I'm Jim Dunaway from the next round. There was a time I was over 216 pounds until Way to Wellness helped me lose 45 pounds, and now for over 2 years, they've helped me keep that weight off. Here's their website, aplanforme.com, aplanforme.com. That's a great name for a website because there's no cookie-cutter plan. Everything is designed specifically for you. No contract, no sign-up fees, and your first consultation is free at Way to Wellness.
Fire damage to your home or business is something you never want to consider. Ryan Brown here from The Next Round. But in the horrible event it happens, Dry Tech is here to help. They respond quickly and will reply to you within 20 minutes when you call 205-637-0143. They're working for you, the customer, not the insurance company. They've got 5 crews ready to go 24/7. Don't call the insurance company first. Call Dry Tech. Just remember this website, mydrytech.com. That is mydrytech.com. Start your day online at nextroundlive.com. Get all the latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. And it's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com.
The Double Down Media podcast family is live and full of content for all ages. The Mystery Fifth Hour gives the Next Round host a chance to talk about everything but sports. Pour a glass of Bama and bourbon, our weekly college football conversation while sipping some of the most interesting pours in the bourbon world. And our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call. LT takes off the gloves for an in-depth conversation with stars like Taylor Hicks, presented by Redmond Vodka. Find those podcasts and more by searching The Next Round on Apple, Spotify, and on our website, nextroundlive.com.
Hey, if you're looking for Birmingham's best pizza, you need to stop in and see our friends at Slice Pizza and Brew. It's as local as you can get, from the ingredients that go into every pizza to the beer on tap. For a great lunch or dinner, go see our friends today, Vestavia or Lakeview at Slice.
Hey everyone, it's John Lunsford with The Next Round, and high school football season is almost here. So get ready with Next Round Preps. Jerry Young and I will break down all the big matchups each week, and it all starts on August 18th. Listen wherever you get your podcast or at nextroundlive.com.
Goose writing in over in the chat room. I'm thankful for the new platform that the show repeats. I've tried, but I haven't been able to listen live like I usually do this week because of business. We get that all the time, and we watch the numbers, how many people are watching us in the mornings between 7 and 9, or in the afternoons, in the drive home between 5 and 6. And we're thankful that you guys are able to do that as well, and we're blown away by your contribution. Also blown away by the month and a month and a half that Lance has been having at the Lock, lanceslock.com. You can thank our friends at Hemphill. They bring you the Lock every day, and they take care of you for all your plumbing, cooling, and heating needs. Trust the name Birmingham's trusted since 1954. Hemphill Services, 205-229-2090, 229-2090, or just remember the name Hemphill.
There is an update on Tom Brady. And this is from Jason Like, the general manager for your squad there for the Buccaneers. He says on WDAE radio, if you've missed the story, Tom Brady has taken a leave of absence. Is probably not the best way to describe that. He's stepping away from camp for 10 days or so.
Personal leave.
On WDAE radio in Tampa, the Buccaneers GM says, of course we were going to let him do what he needs to do. He's focused as ever. He'll come back even more focused. It's the least of our concerns. He emphasized this was pre-planned. This is not something that Brady just did off the cuff. A lot of people are speculating this was actually an agreement he made as part of his agreement to return and not retire, is that he could take some time away from camp. So he's going to take 10 days. He's saying this is pre-planned, and they are not the least bit concerned about his return.
That's good news there for Buccaneer fans like myself everywhere. We're back live tomorrow, 9 a.m. Central Time. The show repeats here at the top of the hour. Don't forget to go like and subscribe everywhere, including our YouTube channels, and hit those thumbs up buttons.
That's right. Thumbs us up, baby.
That helps everything.
Tremendous.
Jeremy on Twitter at Next Round Live. Follow us there as well. If Hypercolor were still around, I'd rock it today. I loved those shirts. #throwback.
Such a weird idea, though.
Tomorrow, Rockstar in the Lounge. We're down to the final few. Look forward to that tomorrow, and a lot more coming up on the Friday show. Until next time, God bless you and God bless America.